I was the lead gunner of the convoy that we had. While I was suppressing fire, I felt a flick on my upper biceps area. They ended up reconstructing my arm instead of amputating. I don't have full use of it. Right after my recovery, I had to find myself again and see what else I could do to continue my selfless service. The coalition came to a handful of us with an idea of having a nonprofit that solely focuses on those coming back wounded from Iraq and Afghanistan. We would have the opportunity to help others that have been in our boots. Having an organization like the Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, putting me back into working with wounded troops, helped me to process my injury. Life is full of trials and tribulations. Life is full of ups and downs, and it's the way you handle yourself through those trials and tribulations. I'm Sergeant Mary Herrera, and my alive date was November 8th, 2003.
For more information, visit saluteheroes.org.
By communists. You are being puppets to the Communist Party, and you don't even realize this. Do you know that your party is secretly being taken over by communists and socialists? Did you realize that? Do you? And a lot of you Christians are also falsely you're being misled. You're being misled, and you don't listen. For goodness sakes, listen. Use your brain. You're being taken over, and you're being used. You're being manipulated. I did the shows before, the videos, showing how the Democrat Party is totally against the prescript of God. I showed you God's own words, how they're causing the church to sin. You guys that are supporting those candidates, you're promoting sinfulness. Sinfulness. They promote sinning. And you guys, every time you vote for a Democrat, I don't want to be political. I'm not trying to be political. You don't understand. I'm talking about a different thing altogether. I'm talking about you promoting and supporting people, forget that they're Democrat, people who promote the sinfulness in this nation. And by sinfulness, you look into Scripture, and you see what God says is sinful. You see that, and also knowing that not doing what God said as He said it is sin. You have to realize that. You have to think. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. You have to think. So when you look into the Scripture, Torah, right, Old Testament, I know a lot of you Christians, see, that was the first trick, was to get the Christians out of the Old Testament, divorce you from the Old Testament, and now you're in the New Testament church, and nothing that God said in the Old Testament matters anymore. See the trick? That's the trick. So they divorce you from that. It's the same thing that was done by the liberals here in the United States, divorce people from the history and the prerogatives of the United States of America. Now the Constitution doesn't matter. What was stated back in 1776 doesn't matter, because now we're in 2020. But the things that were said in 1776 happened to be the Constitution, the thing that the United States stands on. And if you take away the thing you're standing on, what's going to happen? Do you actually think that this country will stay standing? Understand what they're doing. They are pulling the rug from under your feet if you consider yourself an American. So you have to understand that. That's how the flag is allowed to burn. The people say it's okay to burn the flag. Why? Because it's freedom of speech. Well, then can I get up and say fire in a crowded theater? It's freedom of speech. It's freedom of speech. No, you can't do that because you put other people's rights in danger and all of that. Okay, so listen. What guarantees you the right to free speech is the flag that you're burning. So if you burn the thing that gives you the right to free speech, why should you get the right to not get retaliated after you're free speaking? Absolutely, I will do a different show on that. It's ridiculous. If you denounce, because this is a precept. What I'm talking about is something that's really ancient, okay? But it's an established reality in the universe. When you negate your origin, you negate the thing that gives you the right, you no longer have the right. You're saying by virtue of your act that you don't want the right because you're destroying the very thing that gave you the right. You understand? We have the right because there's an authority behind that right. There's something that defends that right. Yet you're burning and disrupting and destroying the very thing that's giving you the support. So it comes down. You don't have it. All right, but I didn't want to get into that. That's for another session. But for now, if we allow these elections to go on, if we allow the result, has nothing to do. Let me tell you something about Biden. I feel sorry for the man. Simply, I feel sorry for Biden. You know why? Because he doesn't deserve, just like Bernie Sanders didn't deserve, the treatment that the DNC gave him. The Democrats, twice, well, the first time was bad enough, was Hillary. The second time, he knew. But the first time, they really did a number on him. Right? And that was that they really propped up Hillary, and they craftily adjusted those powerful votes, right? Those superpowered delegates towards Hillary. That's the pattern that the Democrats had, right? And the funny thing is that you Democrats don't say anything. You Democrats just sit there like you don't know what to do. What you do is that you stop voting Democrat. That's what you do. Simply. But you don't have the balls. You don't have the balls. Simple as that. Okay? So now the Democrats have learned, those that are in power, your masters, have learned that you don't say anything. You don't do anything. We can do whatever we want to do and you won't do anything. You don't say. We'll get away with it. And that's what they've been working on all this time. Now they got an election and they've been fraudulent, planning this. People in the Democrat Party, I'm not going to say the party did this. Wink, wink. I don't trust them, so I got freedom to say what I want to say. That's what I see. It just so happens, right? I don't see any of them protesting this. I don't hear them standing up. So wait a minute, there's something wrong here. I don't see them. I don't hear them saying nothing. No, let it ride. Let it ride. Guilty. You're guilty. Un-American. That's an un-American activity, and this has to be investigated. The DOJ, FBI, whatever OJs, they're all out there. You need to investigate the DNC, investigate the Democrats, the candidates all the way down, investigate all this electoral crap that's been going on. The country is being lost by people, and this is really the main part, is people who don't do anything. People who just watch the news and just say, drinking their coffee. I just finished my coffee. I get on and do something. That's what's happening right now. And you should not allow this to go on. No American, not just Republican, but that 30% of the Democrats that feel in their gut, and those of you that know in your gut that this election was cheated in, you all should get up and do something about it. Okay? You have to lend your voice. It has nothing to do with Trump, my dear friends. You see, because of Trump, you're going to allow your country to get lost. Remember this. You have to understand this. Okay? For all you hate Trump for, realize that if you don't get up and do something now and say something and protest against this invalid election, you are actually allowing Trump to destroy you. The very thing that you are afraid of is going to happen because they're using Trump and this whole polity they have created around Trump to undermine the country. And you are pawns because you don't say anything. You're just part of the defense. And I see a lot of you guys defending this election, defending Biden. And listen, Biden, I consider a victim of this. He may be a politician with their hands in the treasury, meaning that they're making money, his family's making money. So he's a career politician. And whatever you can expect from career politicians, Biden would be. I wouldn't expect anything different, honestly. Okay? But I think Biden in this matter, he's a victim. He's a victim to his circumstances. Okay? He's a victim to his circumstances. He's tied, he is trapped to his circumstances unless he can gain back some of the spine that he used to have in his youth and stand up himself. If Biden is the true leader, truly presidential material, he should get up and concede. You know that? Concede. To stick it to the evil and deceptive Democrats who have ruined his reputation and ruined his electoral chances and marred his supposed or potential presidency. That's what they've done. They screwed around with Bernie, and now they're Biden in. Even if he becomes president, his presidency will always be considered invalid. Invalid. You guys accuse Trump's presidency of being invalid. Now you're going to eat your words. You're going to eat your words because you will have an actual invalid president in the White House. If Biden is, the outcome is that Biden retains the notion that he is president-elect. Which he isn't. In all truth, if you see the video, let's go to the video. Let's go to the video and then tell me that there's no election fraud, okay? Let's look at this. Again, are they investigating? Who's investigating what? I'd like to know. Let's take a look at the video. And see, it would be here. Yeah, this is your fraud. This is your fraud on tape. So let's look at that. Let's see. Do I have that here? Let me make an addition here. I'm using a different studio instance. Okay, I got that down. I hope this works without any problems. But again, sometimes it isn't that easy. Let me get that here. Display capture. And let me just okay that. Okay. And again, I'm hoping that this works for you. If it doesn't, we'll try again. Simple as that. Here it is. Listen up.
At about 8 o'clock in the morning, we're going to roll this back and show it to you. There you go. So now they're going to start pulling these ballots out from under this table. This table, the black one, was placed there by the lady with the blonde braids at about 8:22 a.m. in the morning. So she put that staple there. The same person who's staying behind now, the same person who cleared the place out under the pretense that we're going to stop counting, is the person who put the staple there at 8:22 in the morning. Yeah, I saw 4 suitcases come out from underneath the table. Yeah, upper right hand, you see the gentleman in red. And you just pulled one out. So what are these ballots doing there, separate from all the other ballots? And why are they only counting them whenever the place is cleared out with no witnesses?
No witnesses. Yeah, that's the thing you have to look at.
These machines can process about 3,000 ballots an hour. You have multiple machines there, and they're there for 2 hours. So you do the math. How many ballots went through those machines in those 2 hours when there was no one there to supervise, to be present, consistent with your statutes and rules, to supervise the tabulation? We believe that could easily be, and probably, certainly, beyond the margin of victory in this race.
That's it. You'll find that's on Reddit. That's on Reddit. You can see that video on Reddit. There's your Fred on video. And get a look at that as you've seen it here today. And tell me that there is no reason for anyone to question the results of this election. Tell me that there is not sufficient cause, okay, what is this? Is this a solitary instance? Are we supposed to sit here and imagine that, it was only when they made a single mistake? You really, come on now. You guys, you see, this is the same problem you guys have with the impeachment issue. Okay, that's why you couldn't win the impeachment issue. Because you consider the fantastical. Okay? And you don't look at realities. You don't even consider realities when it's the law. It's written down black and white. Like Trump didn't have any reason to be questioning another American's activities like in the Ukraine. That's ridiculous. It's garbage. It's part of his oath of office. He is the chief executive in charge of making sure that the laws of the United States are executed. And there's laws against bribery and foreign interference and money coming in from abroad to American citizens. As far as I heard, Biden is an American citizen. His son is an American citizen. All of these things are things that President Trump has to be involved with. Especially the fact that there's video where Biden admits, he says it. He admits to using his power to force the Ukraine into doing something which benefited, by the way, his son. And we're not going to say that he didn't know. He was younger then. Biden was younger then. Don't tell me he didn't know. Okay, that's again pulling wool over your eyes. Ridiculousness. Here you go. This morning, videos going out all over the place. The elections are fraudulent. There's so much testimony. And all of that is called evidence, by the way. But, you guys have to learn the law. That is evidence. But let me tell you also what is more evident. You have all these court cases that you have these judges. These judges are not considering the evidence because these testimonials are evidence. That is evidence. You can't say that there's no evidence. There is evidence. That somebody saw something. That's all you need is that evidence for there to be a trial. In any other country, I don't know about the United States anymore, because apparently the minimum requirements for there to be a trial of the evidence and a search for fact is no longer applied. It doesn't apply any longer. Okay, so apparently that is no longer something in many judges' their courtrooms, which is disheartening. That's another issue. So begin to see, if you will, where the problems are. You see that we have election officials in certain areas that are allowing illegal activity either on purpose or by dementia. I think maybe the D in the DNC stands for dementia. Unfortunately, but you guys are giving a bad name to a sad situation that people go through, especially when they get older in life, you know? And that's a sad thing. It's a sad commentary. But you guys are demonstrating more dementia as we go along. First Biden, and now you guys who are not waking up to smell the coffee. You are not noticing this? They are allowing this illegal activity. It is illegal activity. What you saw in that video is illegal. That's illegal. Oh, but there weren't any Republican to watch. Why? Why weren't they? That's where the testimonials come in, because you see all the abuses there were. You see all the antagonism that you guys have for 4 years. Now you guys come into this electoral process and you carry that antagonism. What are you, Republican? You're one of those MAGA people? You bring it into the electoral process. And that's your mistake and downfall, Democrat. And it will be your downfall. Because the rest of us Americans and some of you Democrats who have a pair are not going to put up with it. We're going to stand against it. Okay? And it's time for people to get ready to stand by what they believe. Okay? Because the left, you guys are doing your thing, right? You're going to stand up. You guys want to fight in the street, okay? Well, the right also has that. We also have the fortitude to come back with a reply, a response. Okay? So the people need to rise up against this obfuscation, against this cheating in the electoral process, against the deceit of the Democrat Party in these issues, to not say no, let's just keep it here, in these issues. None of you are standing up for what is right. I don't hear anyone standing up for what is right in this country, for doing the right thing that's according to the Constitution. You don't hear anything from the Democrats on this. They are staying quiet. Don't want to rock the boat. You want Biden as president. See that? You're selling your country down the river just because you hate Trump. That's it. You hate a regular American to be president of the United States. You know, what is wrong with your folks? Let the man, he's winning the election, let him be the president. What is your problem? Let him be the president. He won the election. This election now, he would have won it if you guys didn't cheat. Now, it wasn't you, Democrat, but your leadership. Those guys over there trying to do their little shenanigans that you see here and steal this election. It's unconscionable and it's un-American. And that's the thing I need you guys to realize and admit. That is un-American. How about if there was Republicans doing that? What would you say then? So that we make sure Trump gets in again. What would you feel if we were stacking the cards against Biden? We didn't do that. It can't be okay, the wrong, because you want the outcome. So because you want the outcome, it's okay to do the wrong. That's the democratic mindset. No matter the means, as long as we get to the end. That's the DNC's mentality. Okay? But this activity, this past election, is rift with illegal activity, is rift with fraud, and somebody in this country, because we get the courts, apparently are politicized. The judges who are taking these complaints and taking these cases, they are politicizing, they're bringing in their personal views in their decision making, which is a bit hard. Well, the judge is the judge, he's a human being. So he leans a little to the left, he's gonna have more resistance to entertaining anything from the right. That's a fact. And same thing with the judges on the right who will have resistance to things on the left. Right? There are a few judges because it takes more mental capacity. See, you can tell a person that is intelligent when they have what you call tolerance. And when you have judicial tolerance and you're able to take either side and treat it fairly and give it a fair day and a hearing, then that makes you an intelligent justice. More so than the regular thingamajigs or whatever you call them, the run-of-the-mill, who are either left or they're right. It's ridiculous. There can be no justice here like this. Okay? So first of all, and this is not the first time, listen, if this was the first time this type of thing was going on, okay, all right, so we don't know anything about it, so they did it to us, and they tricked us this time. No. The problem is here that this has been done before, okay? This has been done before in all these other countries that have shifted from one form of government into another, okay? It's a slow process. It's using a lot of propaganda, okay? And then it's raising up a new generation of kids, of youth, who have their minds changed and impacted by their teachers, those who were into that, and then they go into the schools. This is planned. This is a programmed strategy of teaching kids. You know who started that? But so that you guys understand and get an education for yourself. That was started by the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church. Because when Protestantism almost dismantled the Roman Catholic Church, the great Jesuits, I think it was Loyola, the head of the Jesuit order, or the one who started it, in fact, he came up with the idea to open schools, to develop schools, centers for learning, to indoctrinate children, to get them into the church, and to restore the church's strength by educating a new generation of Catholics. And that's what they did. They were successful. It works. So now these guys, these political planners out there, they have come up with the idea long before to go and to educate the kids in a liberal mindset. Purposely infiltrating into the schools, becoming teachers, becoming principals, and then hiring similarly minded teachers to then start a new generation of like thinkers. And that's what they've done. And they've done this at the college level, because I was in college when they did this. So I know, I can see it. the college professors slowly and surely were becoming more and more liberal, especially in the liberal cities. They taking the deanships of the departments, and they're the ones who pretty much manage what the curriculum, the philosophy in the curriculum, and the hiring of the colleges. So in terms of who they want as a teacher in their department, and who they're going to promote, who they're going to praise, who they're going to, give recognition to, etc., etc. So this is what's been going on. And it's been going down into the elementary schools. And now you have a generation that is totally liberal leaning. And that now has become, they will become future teachers, they will become future lawyers, who will then become future judges. See that? And so that is what you have happening now. You have a slow takeover. It's taken a generation, 2 to 3 generations, because you can start seeing some of this since the hippie movement, and you saw a lot of the infiltration, because this was started actually, during the world wars, when you had the communism and the socialism, with these people coming in, trying to infiltrate. They've been doing this for some time. So now we start seeing the fruits of all that effort, and they're still at it. I do know personally, that the Democratic and the Republican parties, there is a plan, there's groups of people who are disguising themselves as Democrat and are disguising themselves as Republicans in order to take over the party. They run, and those, as candidates, they get the support of the party because they can't win as independents or as whatever other socialist party candidate. They can't win. So they come into the mainstream party. Bernie Sanders. Why doesn't he run as a socialist party candidate? Because he had no chance of winning. He had a chance of winning as a Democrat. You see that? If Bernie Sanders was allowed to by the DNC, he would have won. See, but they don't allow it because they can't listen. The guys who are in control of DNC, they still want to make their money. But once those guys leave, and you get someone who craftily has moved into the DNC power line to actually allow a Bernie Sanders to go through without being manipulated that primary election, then you're done. You're done. Same thing with the Republican Party, unfortunately. Same thing is happening. I know firsthand. They are infiltrating the Republican Party, okay, to run their candidates. So, in other words, no matter Democrat or Republican, no matter what party you're in, okay, their plan is to have their candidate win either way. So you have to understand that. This country's being taken over. It's a coup. It's a philosophical coup. It doesn't matter. We probably don't listen. You have to stop. People have to stop now with this Republican and Democrat thing. That they're using this to fool you. Because it's going to come to a day is coming, where whichever candidate, the Democrat candidate or the Republican candidate, whichever one, is the same thing. That's what's coming down in the future. They will eventually be able to run somebody on each party ticket that is one of their own. So no matter what America chooses, Republican, the other one Democrat, you still sold the country down the tubes. And that's what they're planning. That's what they're already doing. That's why you see certain like Republicans who are not all in favor of Trump. Okay? That's why. You don't have any issues in the Democrat side. Notice that. But you have them on the Republican side. You have people who don't run Trump. Those Republicans, you have to question. You have to question, who are they really? Who are they really? And there's a lot of dissension in the Republican Party. Like I said, because the game is up. This game is on. They are trying to take over both parties. The Democrat side you're going to be unawares, because the Democrat side is aligning itself more and more with the liberal socialist perspective. So soon, you will not be able to distinguish between, a conservative Democrat, for example, of today, and the Socialist Party of today in the future. You won't be able to tell the difference. They're sure they'll have the Socialist Party just to say, no, the Socialists are here. But that's a lot of malarkey. The Socialists are in the Democrat Party. And they'll probably be the presidential candidate one of these days. Not to say that Biden is winning. Like I say, Biden is a puppet. Biden is a shell, is the shell of his former self. And it's sad to watch it. It's sad to see it. And in this issue of this election, this fraudulent election, he is a puppet. And like I said, if he has any spine left in him, he should just stick it to this whole issue and just concede, just for the sake of saying, F you Democrats who screwed up my election chances. That's, if you had, it's like Bernie. I mean, why does Bernie continue with the Democrat Party? It's like what I tell you, that's because he has a bigger agenda in mind. That's why he's compromised. And you can see it clearly. Because if you had, you had a pair, who would run again as a Democrat? They screwed you the first time with Hillary. You're going to do it again? He did it again, but why does he do it again? These guys are from the old days. I'm not that old as Bernie, but I grew up in some of that time. He's compromised. I can see it. Okay, that's why he ran again. Instead of running as an independent, at least. If he didn't want to run as the socialist that he is. But you see, that shows you the game that's afoot. Okay? The game is a takeover of the United States, no matter which party, Democrat or Republican, by the socialist philosophy, by a foreign enemy. That is already going on. And so part of that process, as we already discussed, the educational, the preparation of the generations so that they can be more amenable when this changeover happens. We talked about the legal division, the courts, how they are leaning also to the left, and they will be more favorable for changes in society, to force society to be re-educated slowly but surely. And then what's left of the politicians, the major parties, which to make them less American and more progressive, that's all just talking about it, just pointing towards taking over this country, changing it to something else. But God forbid that the United States of America continues as the United States of America. God forbid. That is what's running. That's what's going on. And most of you Democrats, I say Democrats, you know why? Because actually you have the most power right now to put an end, to put a stop to us losing what we know of as the United States of America. And that line right there is appealing to a lot of you who have been brainwashed and who share the sentiment that the USA shouldn't continue as it is. See, that sentiment that you have is anti-American. We have to slap you in the face. Wake up. Hello? You're destroying what made this country, period. So you wanna start another country. Is that correct? Because you have to realize that's what you're thinking. That your thinking produces a different country. Then go west and create another country. Matter of fact, California, for all respect to every Republicans out there, but California's been thinking about secession for a long time. Secession would be, create their own country, California, right? Because they're so different-minded over there, sold out to that left perspective, that they might as well be a different country. We act and live like we're in a different country already, okay? So that is what's happening. If you want California, you want all the United States to be California, you're dealing with a different country. And that's the point. Okay? These are the United States. If you wanted to change the name. Do something else, get some land, make it autonomous like these guys do over there in Washington or wherever, over there on the West Coast over there, Seattle, wherever, and make yourself an autonomous zone and name your country. Give it a name. Get your own John Hancock and write a new constitution for yourselves. At least come out with it, man. Have the balls to come out with it and do it, you traitor. You're traitors to the United States. Leave. Fraudulent election. Get this thing fixed. No one, even Democrat, because I know a lot of you out there, you're good people. I know you're real with you. I know you're friends. Democrat, good folks. But unfortunately, you don't look at the details. That I also know, because I grew up with y'all. You don't look at the details. You don't analyze it. You don't weigh the details. There's weights to be applied. There are priorities to be had. And in this election process, the priority is the Constitution. It was always that. But you've been duped into thinking about other things, like your own interests. You justify the murderer because he kills for his own interest. You justify the thief because he robs and steals for his own interest. You justify the rapist because he rapes for his own interest. Question, if, as Donald Trump claims, his actions are not about his loss, but about ensuring the integrity of future elections, why is he only investigating states where he lost? Well, Andrew, with all due respect, sir, have you been looking at the evidence? Do you understand how the Electoral College works? Because the Democrats learned the lesson in 2016. You have to understand. 2016, the Democrats were wondering, well, how did Trump win if we had the popular vote? The popular vote, and you had Hillary say, we had the popular vote. Hillary knows. You see, Hillary knows. She's been in government for a long time. Biden knows too. It's not about the popular vote. It's about the Electoral College. And the thing about the Electoral College is that it's determined by the state. And the state makes the determination by certain counties that swing the vote. That's why they call it swing states. they swing the vote. The swing states swing it for the nation, but within a state there are counties, election boards. The county has an election board, you see? The election board either has Republican or Democrats running it. So if the election board of the more populist or populated counties are Democrat, if they make the votes go Democrat, then the state is overcome by those particular areas because it becomes more of a weighted election. Same thing would happen here in Florida. Florida is largely Republican except for Miami, the southeast coast of Florida, Orlando, Osceola County in particular, Tallahassee. Jacksonville. Jacksonville is what I was thinking about. So these areas of high Democrat population, okay, can compete with the rest of the state, which is all red. But they can actually make the flip over if there's enough in those counties to counteract the red ones. So you don't need widespread. You hear that term, you have to be careful because even the Attorney General Barr talked about widespread. You see, you have to understand what widespread means. It means that in all of Florida, we don't see widespread cheating. You don't need it to win Florida. You just need to cheat in Miami, in Jacksonville, in Osceola County, and a few other counties in Florida. You don't need the whole thing. You need to cheat, or you need to have an overly large vote for one candidate over the other in certain counties. And that is where they failed in 2016. And that is where they cheated now. Even Obama, when you can see the news, go back and look at him. Look at the videos during the election. And the news reporters, when they made the comparisons between 2016, right? Obama, and then they made the comparison with Hillary. Look at that, because that tells you. You had Hillary versus Obama. Obama did way better than Hillary. Woo! He did way better than Hillary. But then now, look at this election, Biden. It is incredibly impossible. You guys are trying to say that Biden did better than Obama because that's what the numbers are showing. Biden did far better than Obama. How is that possible? Than Obama's second term, he was the most popular president. Are you going to tell me? Even I had no problem with Obama. I had full criticism on the way he did things, but I was happy. Obama, great, for the first black president, supposedly. It doesn't matter to me. It's a great thing for the country. Biden? No. All right, but anyway, forget that. Okay? Again, that goes into opinion, right? But the facts are too great to ignore. It's too great to ignore that. So that's the reason. The reason is that it's not because he's not contesting the election in areas where he won. That seems to mean that there's nothing wrong. No, that's not the point. The point is that you don't need to cheat in all the areas. So therefore, as I was saying, there's no need for widespread anything. When Attorney General Barr said there's no evidence of widespread cheating, he's right. But the widespread cheating is not needed for you to gain the electoral college in the state. All you need is a key districts, key counties. And then you affect the electoral college. In other words, you affect the state saying that Donald Trump or Biden won our electoral votes. That's what the game is about. So that's all that is happening right now. And so obviously, when you make the comparisons on those counties alone, you see the irregularities. There's no way in hell. Listen, they're hardly getting through with this. They're hardly being able to get away with it now. Right? Because the numbers don't match. We can see that there's something wrong here. Something's funny. Okay? Imagine if they would have taken a totally Republican district and done the same. You understand? It would be totally obvious. That would have been totally obvious. And basically, at this point in time, impossible for them to do. But it was possible because in those other districts, remember, Republicans control. So they control the electoral board. They're the officials. So they couldn't get away with it. But in the places where Democrats are the officials, So that's the reason. These are Democrat-controlled areas. Unfortunately, the system, one of the recommendations that I have personally, is that system be done away with. It shouldn't be Republican or Democrat-run elections in any place. And because of the thing I was talking about before, which I don't know if you were here when I was speaking about the silent takeover of the Republican and Democrat parties. So we need to get rid of the system where in a county it's either Republican or it's a Democrat focused officials on there. There should always be Republicans checking and Democrats checking, but the officials, the people running, how can we do that? Something has to be done to make that overview, that oversight, nonpartisan. It's because that's the only way, the easiest way right now to prevent cheating. To prevent cheating outside of going back to paper ballots, as Sidney Powell, I think that's her name, suggested, paper and fingerprints, that's it. FBI uses fingerprints. And that would eliminate this issue. Why aren't there, take your ballot, your vote, and then your fingerprint? That's it. It goes right to the FBI. And that's something that can be checked and verified. It would be easy now to verify the vote. And not easy for the FBI. It's a lot of work, but still, for that the government gives money and get that done. Every 4 years, the FBI has to confirm the votes by fingerprint. That's that. So again, but who would protest that? Republicans? No. The liberals. And you saw, if you were looking at the hearings, which you should, I invite you to, if you have some time, because I know you guys are busy, but if you have time, look at the hearings. And you hear the Democrat politicians there, state legislature, you hear the Democrats say, I always vote without any ID. See, it's always them. They're the ones who vote without any ID. Why does a senator of a state need to vote without ID? Why would that be something that, you see how it's so dishonest? He wants to do that because he wants to promote that. And they want to promote that. Why? Because that's how you can cheat. Now, I had run a campaign in New York, Democrat City. I was running a Republican campaign in New York. You see, in Queens, which is the Democrat capital of New York, okay? These guys, listen, I'm not new to this. So I know how they control the electoral process in their areas, okay? So I know that I have a long history having to deal with that. That's why I'm saying the things I'm saying. I know things that other people are not aware of. Okay? So again, the Democrats, they had their expertise in controlling elections in small areas, and they're now going bigger and better. But this time, you're dealing with something that's very serious, and it's not going to work out too well. There are going to be repercussions of this, at minimum. Sad to say, but if this election is allowed to stand as it is right now, this is going to not be a happy place. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to be a fun place. And depending on what other countries do at this point, in the next 4 years, I'm assuming that if Trump isn't allowed to have the win, which he, by the numbers, would have, except for these mysterious pumps in Democrat votes for Biden, we're going to have a very serious problem in this country. And again, the problem here is within, and if we get hit from outside, no, it's not an issue of losing, brother. You have to listen to the broadcast from the beginning. But you're not understanding this. Both parties are being taken over. You don't understand that. You're part of the problem for the Democratic Party. Because you're not realizing that you guys are being taken over. You're promoting it. You're allowing it to happen because you're asleep, because you're not aware of what's going on. See, it's not about Democrat and versus Republican. I'm talking about the country. See, you come here saying you're lost. It's not an issue of losing or winning. I win. As long as the United States stays standing and defends its Constitution, I win. I don't lose. I don't know what you're talking about. See, but it shows that this is another person who's commenting on the video, on the broadcast, you are promoting this Republican and versus Democrat competition here. That's what's destroying this country. That's why we have the problem we're having right now. Because you're dividing this country. That's divisive. I'm talking about the Constitution of the United States. You know that piece of paper upon which this country stands. And the electoral process is an integral process that cannot be fooled with. Because then we lose it all is being lost. So if I lose, if what you're saying is true that I lost, then we have all lost. Because the only thing that I propose and support is the United States of America and the Constitution upon which we stand on that Constitution. That is what I am defending. You don't care if the rug gets pulled out from under you? We both lose. You and I don't want to lose the country. So be clear. You have to listen to the video from the beginning. Don't come to me with the presumption, this is another Republican. He's so angry at the result of the... I'm not angry at the result of the election. Like I said, I wasn't angry when Obama won. I was happy for the black American. If you ask the people around me, you would know that. I actually have therapeutic philosophy for the black American, and not like any of the blacks that I see talking and doing XYZ, which causes more damage to the black community. I actually have solutions for the black community, and when Obama became president, I was happy. I'm a Republican, but I was happy that Obama became president, and I was happy for all the black Americans, because now at least they can feel good and they can have hope for themselves, and then start a process of healing and getting their things together and move on and have advantage in this country like everyone else does. What's 8 years? So I understand that. And now we're still with the divisiveness? Come on, it's getting silly. This little game that people want to play the imagination, allow yourself to imagine that there's an issue between Democrat and Republican. The only issue here is people don't understand that what's at stake is the United States of America. Who cares about Republican or Democrat? If there's no United States of America, there ain't no Democrat or Republican. So that's the bottom line. So you have to understand here the Rosado. You have to understand where I'm coming from and why I say the things I say. But don't make assumptions. When you make assumptions, you make an ass of yourself, but not of me. You try to make it of me, but I make myself clear that what I'm talking about is saving the Union, saving the United States of America. Okay? Now, at one time, a Republican president had to make a tough call on how to save the Union. We are getting very, very, very close to a similar situation here because we have people who don't get it. It weighed heavy on Abraham Lincoln to have to do the Civil War. But why did he have to do the Civil War? Because some people didn't get it. All right? So you have to understand that what's going on now in the Civil War, they separated from the United States of America. You have to understand what was happening. A group of states divided from the United States of America, and they were willing to defend that division, their separation with force. So President Abraham Lincoln had to make a decision. He either had to sit down in the White House and say nothing and do nothing, and say, that's the result of the election. That's it. It's what the people want. The South wants to keep their slaves. The South wants to have their financial independence from the North. They don't want anything to do with Washington, D.C. So let's let it stand because that's the will of the people. All the people in the South want it. But Abraham Lincoln made a decision to preserve the United States of America. See, and that's at the end of the day, that is what is most important. You see? So he made a decision, and the rest is history. So I don't want to go back there. But the simple thing is that for you to say, I missed, because the issue here is there's so much fraud going on, and now we have video of it. There's so much fraud going on in the key strategic districts controlled by Democrats. You know, how can you even feel proud as a Democrat that your boy won? Come on. You're talking about me losing? You gotta be kidding. How can you say you won? It's cheating. It's called cheating. Unless cheating is honorable. Is cheating now an honorable thing? Yeah, so as long as your side wins, you don't care about how it happened. This is the problem. And this is the reason that Cuba became communist. Because most of the people who are, they're living their life, they don't want to be bothered. They don't get involved. They don't want to say anything. But the instigators, the ones who are in a competition between this and that, okay, they're the ones who then started to make the changes, to push it, to force it. And everyone else, knowing that everyone else will just stay quiet. That's what Fidel Castro did. That's what he bet his revolution on, that everyone else would stay quiet. And after he took over, then he started to indoctrinate the kids. See, that's what you have in Cuba, indoctrinated population, indoctrinated by Fidel. But that's why you have the old guys in Miami, the guys who used to be in Cuba or have to leave. They know the truth. They know the reality. Okay? So again, Listen, we got to talk truthfully here. These guys start with this, he won, or he lost, whatever. Come on now. This is about the United States of America. This is about fraudulent election. This is about machines and software created by people in another country who had it used. It's fact. They used it to keep that guy in control in Venezuela. It's been used. This is not made up stuff. This is fact. And now this machine somehow has gone over into our elections by 2020. How fortunate. Right? So you're saying that you guys lost. Come on. This is not a fair election. This was not a fair election by a mile. Okay? All right, so that's right. But at least I'm not crying like you guys did in 2016. We're not crying. We're going to straighten this thing out. The one thing, we cannot let illegal activity. I will not defend illegal activity by no party at all. If this had been done by the Republican, I would be here this morning giving them hell, because again, the premise here is that both parties, I opened the show with both parties are being taken over, not just the Democrat. Social Republican, I let them have it, and I have in my videos, okay, because I know what's happening in the background. See, I know it. So since I don't know who, I let them all have it. All right? Again, it's like when I talk about the Bible. It doesn't matter the church you go to. It doesn't matter the faith you have. God says in His Word X, Y, Z. And so again, that is the standard. It's not an issue that I'm not in your church, or I'm against your church, or I preach or teach something different. This is what God says in His Word. Look at it. And 2 + 2 = 4, just so that we can check that we're thinking here. See? So that is, hey, listen, if your church has the truth, I want to hear about it. Come on, because I search for truth. I accept the truth. But do not look at me and say, oh, this guy is this church guy and he's from that faith and that's all. No. That is not me. Do not get confused. If you have the truth and you're showing it to me, I can accept truth, because the truth cannot or will always overpower and overcome falsehood. The light, you turn on the light, the darkness goes away, period. I have a very clear perspective of what to do. I don't need to be in my church. I don't need to be espousing what I espouse, but I need the truth. Okay? So if you have the truth, something else that I have not seen as the truth, and you can bring that to me, I would be glad to see. I can tell when the light is on. I don't have a problem. I do not have a problem going towards the truth and seeking the truth. And forgive me, let me put some AC on. Not AC, but a little fan here I have under the table, so because there's a lot of air. Some of you saw a lot of hot air coming out of that tub. But in any case, see, I'm truthful. I'm frank with you guys. So understand me. You have to understand me. If I had seen any saving grace in the Democrat perspective, I would be your staunchest Democrat. I would be doing Democrat shows left and right. I was raised in a Democrat home, for goodness sakes. So the battles we would have. Okay, so basically, listen. We saw the video. If you came in late, you didn't see the video. We showed the video of another instance of fraudulent election practice. With all the stuff that I have seen, and I've been watching the hearings in each state, because I have time like that, right? Especially for this type of thing. Otherwise, I'm doing software and other business activities. But I do make time to hear and search out the truth. Like I said, that's a priority. So I hear these hearings from beginning to end. And what I have seen so far is evidence. And I'm not going to say overwhelming evidence as the Democrats say it, because I have another video talking about overwhelming. I don't need to say overwhelming. It is evidence that this election is fraudulent. In those particular counties, and those counties are the only ones needed, really, to overturn the rest of the states to have an outcome that was preferred by the Democrat Party, or the Socialist Party for that matter. Enough evidence. Proof. That's it. I don't care if a left-leaning judge, obviously by the ruling they give, throws something out of court or whatnot, doesn't matter, because this type of issue, the electoral process, is not an issue of the courts. The courts, it can be brought to the court, but in the final analysis, this thing is determined by the state legislature. The state legislature is the law. As I explained to some people before on Facebook. They are the law. They establish the law. Matter of fact, the court determines the law determines their decisions based on the law that was written by the state legislature. That's where they base their decision. Okay? So who has the power, the courts or the legislature? You see that? Because who gives the state legislature the authority, the power? Guess what? The Constitution, my brother. The Constitution is what gives them the power. It doesn't give the court the power, it gives the state legislature the power. So all this baloney about this court threw it out, that court threw that out, this and that, this is all baloney. Because at the end of the day, the state legislature is more powerful than the court. Because they're the ones that write the law, and they can change the law. The court has nothing to do with it. And if the state legislature changes the law or enforces the law, the court can say nothing about it. The court can make a determination, but the state legislature can just simply restate the law and reaffirm the law. That's it. Because the law is established by the state legislature, not the court. You understand? You have to understand that. That's why cases go to the Supreme Court. Because obviously, why was there a system of Supreme Courts? Because there was always the possibility that lower court judges would be making the wrong decision based on whatever. Dementia, diabetes, fight with the wife, divorce. They're losing their mind. They're Democrat, they're Republican, they're communist, whatever. And so that's why it goes up to the appeal court. And then the appeal court does what they do, and if the plaintiff still seeks remedy, it gets presented up to the Supreme Court if they take it or not. And if they take it, because they take cases where they see that something is wrong. There is a situation here that is potentially wrong, and also maybe even widespread. So then the Supreme Court will take a case and adjudicate it. But what do they usually do? What does the Supreme Court usually do? They send it back. See, they say, okay, we don't agree with this. I think that was a bad decision. We're sending this back, essentially, for you guys to correct this mistake. See that? That's what the Supreme Court does. It basically tells the lower courts, out of respect, this is not what the Constitution approves of. You're doing something even within your state that your state doesn't approve of. So go back, do your homework, look at the state law, state legislature, remember, the constitution of each state, and then change this accordingly, because this is not good. Okay, that's it. That's what happened with the church thing in New York, the Archdiocese, Roman Catholic Church, right? Fought against the Cuomo, the shutdown, the closure of churches for the COVID thing, and the Catholic Church won. The state cannot limit church attendance. Okay? And now even that has been now being used in other states to also allow the other churches in other states to go against the politicians and whoever else setting a restriction against church assembly. See? That's how things work. It's the state legislature and the Supreme Court that make sure that every lower court and everyone else is abiding by the Constitution of the United States. Okay, so that's where it ends. That's where the game ends, right there, Supreme Court. But the game doesn't need to go there. That's my point. The game can just go with the Senate. The state senators, the state representatives, and the state legislature, because the final analysis is they have the maximum power in their respective states to enforce the law. And part of those laws are the election law. It's really the state legislature that has the power to determine who won the election. They're the ones. The only reason you have these electoral offices and officials is because the state legislature gives them authority. The state legislature has organized their state. So if you look at your state laws, for example, here we go, class of law. Again, like I said, I'm not talking out of having an opinion. I'm talking about things I know. Every state has their laws. And those laws are based on the state's constitution. So the laws are established by the legislature. And if you look at the state laws, you will see that they have laws governing every single possible thing in the state. The corporation, business, health systems, higher education and education in total, even religious things, religious freedom things within the state. That's what people don't understand, that the state legislature is the only one in the state with power, with true power. Okay, they're the ones that give that for the sake of order and organization and efficiency. They create the offices, the governor, this and that, this office, that office, controller, attorney general, this and that. These things are set by the state legislature. The electoral process, the way the elections will be run, the way they are to be counted, the votes, the recourse, and this and that, all of that is set by the only authority, true authority in the state, which is the state legislature. Okay? So you have to, when you look at the state law, you can look at it online, and you'll see everything in the state law, all of that, because it talks about the office of governor. The governor of the state is regulated by the state legislature. They have the maximum power, and they are the ones that the federal government deals with, the legislature. They're the ones who set the rules in their state. See? Again, the power of the people, the representation of the people is in your state legislature. That's where you have your maximum power. Your maximum effect is in the voting for your state representatives. Because they determine every single piece of law that affects your life in your state. So it's not the courts, it's the state legislature. It's not the election officials, it's the state legislature. They're the ones that have the control. They have the authority. Okay? So again, there's no, and a lot of people don't realize this, that the state legislature is the one that votes for the president, because they're the ones who elect the electors. They decide who the electors are going to be. Are they going to be voting for a Republican, or are they going to be voting for Democrat, or whatever, Communist Party? Okay, if that should ever happen in a communist state. But the state legislature is actually the one. So you are voting your vote, let's put it this way, your real vote is in the state legislature, the state legislators. Because in the end of the day, it's not even what goes on the election day that will determine who your state votes for. It's who you voted for in your state legislature. And that determines who's going to do where the vote's going for in the White House. So you have to understand that. It's a representative government. Your vote is for representation. And so the most powerful time for you to vote is actually when you're voting for state representatives. Because they're the ones with the true power in your state that affects even the election on the federal level. So that is something for you guys to realize and to think about. So in any case, this is what's at hand. I mean, I'm just saying that what the state legislatures have to think about now is what is their responsibility when the people they put in charge of the electoral process in their state are obviously invalidating the election. What's going to happen? Well, they have to take their power back. The state legislature has to retain their authority and say, wait a minute, you guys are doing something wrong. It's going to take a couple of years to get this straightened out, but right now, we're taking back our authority to determine who won this election. And by the facts that until you guys started doing your malfeasance, Trump was winning by a landslide, that is what we're going to do. And the state legislature can save the election and be the first process, the first level of saving this country by taking their responsibility invested in them by the people of their state in determining the winner of this election, who truly won this election without the fraud. And if they do that, then we can say, this is the president, let's fix this problem now in the time we have before the next presidential election, or even before any other election, truthfully, should be done. And let's ensure that from now on, this election process is transparent and also tamper-proof. And so really, that's the only thing that's going to save this republic from being divided in a division that will only result in an eventual civil unrest Because the Democrats are going to take it, and the Republicans, we are not going to sit back and do nothing. That's the problem. We're not going to sit back and do nothing. Okay, you see a lot of passion here. I am nothing compared to other Republicans out there who are willing to do 1,000 times more than what I'm able to do. Simply. And I envy them, truly, to be a hero for this country, for the Constitution, for the United States of America. So that we can have decent elections between Republican and Democrat. And then, hey, you lost. So I lost this time, but we're coming back in 4 years. That's fine. But not like this, folks. No, not like this. This has to end. It has to stop. We've had enough of all the BS and idiot this and idiot that. This. Again, why are you cheating? Do smart people have to cheat against an idiot? Come on now. Come on, stop it. Stop it. Admit it. Admit it that you couldn't win against the idiot. Okay? And you couldn't win unless you cheated. And that's what we see. That's the evidence that we're seeing and that we're hearing. But this is more than that. This is my point. Okay? For me, it's a settled matter already. Okay? But the danger here is that you guys do not see beyond what's going on. There's a reason for this. And it isn't Trump, man. It isn't Trump. There's something else going on. And that's what needs to get down to the bottom. We need to get down to the bottom of that. You see, my voice is already giving, I reach my max. But that's why I'm glad that Attorney General Barr has assigned special counsel powers to this other attorney. I forget his name. Anyway, I'll get it. Special. Let me find it because I hate doing this, and I'm having my Biden moment right now. Okay, so let me go into news. Because I've never, in all my news analysis, I've never done a video on this fellow here. Let's see how. Durham, right. So, making Durham special counsel. You see that? Now look at how the news is spinning. Do you want to see this? This is hilarious. Do I have this here? Where is that? Oh yeah, okay. All I have to do is bring it up. So, let's look at this for a second. Look at this for a second here. Let me blow this up. Yeah. By making Durham special counsel, AG Barr spares Biden tough choices. You see that? The tough choices is what? It's the thing that's going to bring a lot of his supporters down in terms of the politicals. And here it says Trump calls on Barr to appoint a special prosecutor to investigate. No, that was something else. Barr assigns U.S. attorney in Connecticut to review origins of the Russia inquiry. And I wouldn't be surprised before the end of their term if that's going to be. Throat time. I wouldn't be surprised if A.G. Barr, and now I'm talking in opinion and without having more knowledge, But I'm going out on the limb here and saying, but I wouldn't be surprised in either case. I'm not saying it can't happen. If AG Barr makes another special counsel appointment before January 20th, okay? I wouldn't be surprised, and it would be, it's almost called, sometimes, I'm sorry, is it like too loud that it breaks up? Because I do notice that the mic, it may not be using the right mic. Let me just check on that. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, it is using the right mic, but again, the battery may be dying on it or something else like that. So I'm sorry about that. You may want to adjust your volume. And maybe, I think it's the left. No, it isn't. It's actually this mic. I'll show you. This mic here. And the only thing wrong with it is that it is still green. See that? But what I'm noticing is that it is peaking. It's peaking highly. So I'm trying to make it lower like this. But, I don't like low videos. And so one thing I try to avoid is having videos where the volume is too low and I have to bump up the volumes. What I noticed, because some people are watching the other videos and they're high, and then they go watch your video, and it causes issues with that. But I'm sorry that you're having that issue. I've tried to lower it. I think it's an issue of peaking, and also my voice. My voice is raspy right now. Yeah, and the humming is because I have the fan on here also. There's other noises affecting the studio sound, so I'm sorry about that as well. Yeah, and I don't listen to it. So I'll be reviewing the video after, and I'll try to determine what that issue is. But thank you for pointing that out, and I appreciate you guys coming in to hear my rant this morning. But please consider the things I'm saying. I don't expect AG to make another appointment for special counsel, but I wouldn't be surprised. And I think it will thrill me to no end that even though now getting political, now I will allow myself as I end the show to become more political in terms of Republican versus Democrat. It's just sweet. If any of you guys ever played Call of Duty, I think one of the most interesting little, what do you call those add-ons? What do you call those? I obviously I didn't play Call of Duty to any length. Very short, brief moments I played it, and that was it. But they have these little perks or something that you win. They're like bonuses or little powers that you get, little abilities. And the one that when someone kills you, right, you still have like a grenade in your hand, and you blow up, and the other guy who killed you, because usually when you kill somebody, it's either you go to them, or you're near them, and then boom, they get it too. So it's kind of like the last survivor. Even in world of warships, there is a flag that you can get. I believe that it gives you survivor some last. If someone sinks you, you're able to do something. A last to give them a remembrance of you, or something like that makes that person also suffer damage or gets shot or gets blown up as well. Something like that. I find that this is what's going on. And even with the Durham appointment, AG Barr is leaving the grenade without the ring in it for the Biden administration. So listen, and that's nasty politics. I will grant you that. I'm going to grant you that. Yeah, it's my voice. Again, it's raspy already. I hear it myself. That's my voice. I have my throat is sore for talking already now for how long has it been? Almost 2 hours. This is my limit before I start losing quality in my voice. So, yeah, so he's going to leave the bomb, the stink bomb, if you will, in the Biden administration. This is just, it's called like what do you call it? It's not divine justice, but it's like Trump justice still lingering. Trump is going to linger in any way. And A.G. Barr just gave him, did a big thing to maintain Trump in the Biden administration through the special counsel and leaving this watchdog in there to hound the Biden administration if that's the way it's going to go. So simply, they do not have enough time apparently, or some other strategies. I always think that these are strategies. I don't think they're failures in administration. Some people criticize Attorney General Barr for the way he is. But actually, I like what he does. He plays a very shrewd game, okay? As a professional, he's very shrewd, right? And that's what you see in A.G. Barr. He's not coming out to Trump's defense. He's not saying there's widespread fraud, because there isn't. There doesn't need to be, but he comes out and said there's no evidence of widespread fraud. You know, when he said that, I immediately thought, oh, my friend, what are you devising? It came to me immediately. For him to come out and say, oh, there's no evidence of widespread fraud, you know, I said to him, you guys better run. Because, you know, for me, the first thing you got to do when you're going to go after people, you know what you do? Is you say nothing. You say, no, everything's okay. I see no evidence of this. Calm down, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right, A.G. Barr. There's nothing here. It's like, I don't see any evidence of this. Barr, he's shrewd. He is shrewd. Okay? Calm down and watch. Okay, so anyway, A.G. Barr, I think that move was spectacular. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if he does another. I wouldn't be surprised. But even just with this one, I think that is big, big, big. Just with this one alone. Okay, so that's it for my live today. We're going into take a break. I'm going to end the broadcast. And we'll start again with our regular Friday theme and regularly scheduled recorded shows for Friday, which are basically pay for itself type of things, projects that we have. And so you can tune in later and see what things we have there. Otherwise, have a great day. Thanks for coming in, sharing, and your opinion. They're highly valued. Follow, share, like, do whatever you like. I'm going to review this video for sound quality, as well as for other tidbits, and to share it and otherwise as its own video on social media. So until next time, and until this election is finally determined one way or another, and hopefully at the end the United States and its Constitution is preserved. This is Reverend Dr. Rosado saying farewell. Thank you for watching, and join us a little bit later as we do our regular broadcast day. Thank you very much.
What happened previously? Mueller, what happened? ¿Qué pasó con lo de Mueller antes? ¿Qué pasó? Sucio. Mentirosos. It was dirty, full of liars, initiated on lies, iniciado en mentira. Ese reporte mintieron a los jueces para ganar provecho. They lied to the lawyers, to the FSI, I'm sorry, to the judges, and the FSI discovery in order to get approval to do what they were doing, to admit this report. It was a false report. Era un reporte falso. What was the end result? Nothing. El resultado al fin era nada. See that? Now, ahora quieren hacer otra cosa. Empezaron otra vez con mentiras. Then they started something else now for the impeachment based on lies. So if you are a child of God, I repeat again, do not support those who are raising these false rumors and these false reports and lying. De la palabra de mentira te alejarás. Ese demócrata, ese chef está mintiendo. Ya después de la mentira de Mueller, de esa investigación, ahora viene esto, todavía empezando con otra mentira. Lo primero de Mueller también fue empezado por mentiras, por un reporte falso y mintiendo a los jueces para tomar provecho para la investigación. Y ahora, ¿y qué terminó? Nada. Y ahora tienen esto, empezaron en mentiras otra vez. Y los cristianos no pueden seguir apoyando la gente política que sigan usando la mentira para hacer que el pueblo siga pecando contra Dios. You are following these men who are causing the people of God to sin. Because first they are promoting a platform that removes your obligation, your responsibility in the eyes of God to do something for the poor. You are following a political party that proposes to do for the poor for you, who proposes to do for you or do in your place what is yours to do, what God's told you to do, thereby causing you to sin. Así que tú estás apoyando un partido político que te está diciendo que pecas contra Dios. Nosotros vamos a ayudar a los pobres, nosotros vamos a eliminar este asunto, nosotros vamos a hacer esto, otro, y hacer que todo el mundo vive feliz. Cuando Dios te dijo a usted y a mí que lo hiciera, no los políticos, no al gobierno, a ti y a mí. Y cuando quitan de ti y de mí la responsabilidad que tenemos delante de Dios de obedecer en lo que Él dijo, entonces eso es pecado. Entonces están haciendo que los creyentes pequen contra Dios. Y de eso es su política. So they're causing the children of God to sin. That's their political platform. Don't be fooled by that.
Hi everybody, it's election day. Already voted before 8 o'clock. I was back home by 8 o'clock. Dropped the kids off in the bus stop around 7:15, about 7:15 to 7:20 the buses came. And then I just headed over to the polling site and cast my red wave vote. But what I want to talk to you about is about politics, about 2024 and 2028. And you figure, well, this is election day, 2020. Why are you already talking about 24 and 28? Because the fact is this, folks, listen. We got something going on here in the United States which is more severe than just the political custom that and ritual we go through every 4 years. Like right now, you would figure there's nothing to do for a while. We gotta rest up from all this mess that we had for the past few years, or at least for the past year. But the reality is this, that the fight that we have, the battle we have here in the United States is greater than just election campaigns. You know, we have a bigger battle. It's what people are not understanding. It isn't about just politics. It's not politics, folks. Don't think that the same political game is going to work, you know, and for the next presidential election. Don't think that this is just politics, because it isn't. There's more at stake than just the presidency. There's more at stake than just a few Senate seats or House seats, etc., etc. You know, we're talking about a very great challenge to our democracy, to the United States, to our Constitution. This is a very serious problem that we have in this country, and it's only going to get worse after tonight, after the election results come in, whenever they do come in, and it's final. It's just the beginning, folks. It's just going to be the beginning. So I'm asking for all of you patriots out there, those who are really, really concerned about the United States, about your country, about the Constitution. You can make a difference. It doesn't matter where you are in life, what strata you find yourself in. The only thing that we're concerned about is that you are concerned, as we are, about the future of our country, and yet you want to keep our country the United States of America. Simple. The way the framers framed it, the way they created and wrote the Constitution to reflect or to maintain, that's what you want to do. That's what I want to do. That is the noble cause that we have. And we know that this is more than politics. It's more than politics. So I've developed the viral political machine. It's a movement that is addressing not the politics. It's not the politics, but it's the mentality of the American population. We're going to come against that mentality that puts somebody up in the White House who has the intention of changing America. Changing, can you imagine? Changing America. It's an incredible thought that someone would actually think that America needs changing. You know, the Constitution, forcefully. That's a forceful change. That's a coup. Okay, so this is what we're fighting against. If you're interested, we're interested in you joining us and starting now. We got to get this thing started now in every county, in every section of the United States. That's what this is all about. So I want you guys to head on over to mycbh.com/LP/VPM-biz, B-I-Z. I've created the program to be a business, to generate income for you. You can look at it as a full-time job. It's a business, really. And we're going to give you the training. It's a training program. It's an educational premise. And we are going to teach you to become the future political consultants that are going to make a big difference. Remember, the game is changing. So it's not about the politics normally as they've been. The things are changing. And you guys are key to helping this country survive what's coming ahead. So join us at VPM-biz, mycbh.com/LP/VPM-biz, B-I-Z. And that'll give you more information about it. And I thank you for being concerned about your country. It's an urgent thing. and it has to get started now. We can't wait till 2023 and 2024 to you guys to get started. It's too late then. That's for the regular political game. And as I said, this has nothing to do with politics. It'll end up in the politics, but the job that has to be done to make sure that the United States wins, it has to be done every day from now on. It has to start today. Join us today. Okay, this is what's happening with the Supreme Court issue. Ruth Bader, is it? Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I'm in Florida, I say Gator. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, her passing and the vacancy left, it has just brought more highlight into what's going on in this country, and it's a dangerous thing. It's very sad. And the prospect for the future of the United States as a country, or as it was, or anybody's mentality or speculation, is greatly at risk. So we see that we're not looking for justices that will rule justly. We're looking for, the Democrats are upset that the Republicans are pushing through a conservative. This is a conservative. And what was wrong when they pushed their liberals? If you don't want conservative justices, then get rid of the liberal ones. Let us all come to an agreement that you will have unbiased justices, which is what I thought we had. But obviously, it doesn't happen that way. If you don't want conservatives on the court, then get rid of the liberals, because we don't want them either. The American people would not want liberals or conservatives, right? We want justices that are professional and that are going to preserve the law, because I don't see any reason for the Supreme Court unless it's going to maintain the Constitution. If you want to start another country, then you need a war. You don't need a Supreme Court. You need a war, and you're going to get one if you keep trying to change this country. But if you're looking for a Supreme Court, then only approve and vote for justices that are going to be just. I think that's a simple thing, isn't it? And we have a good candidate, a good nominee there in this Miss Coney Barrett. Very good, great American, mother of children, a wife, exemplary career, exemplary, you know what I'm trying to say, life, right? So, what else do you want? Where are we going to find justices? If she's not good for y'all, who can be? Who can be? So again, if there's reasons that you guys are afraid of her being put into the court. You guys wanted the president to cut his term of office short. You didn't do the impeachment 45, right? And we let the Democrats do it their way in the House. And now you guys come with your presumptuous attitude that the GOP Senate is doing it their way. What you've been doing all these years trying to impeach President Trump? Weren't you doing it your way and failed? It's so hypocritical to watch these Democrat senators. You know who you are. You know you're hypocrites. How dare you even say anything to the GOP about promises? You guys gotta be kidding me. You don't allow the president to fill out his term of office. And now that he has a vacancy on the court, he has all the right and duty to fill it. And why are you guys in the Senate anyway? I said this, I think, in another little video. What are you guys pretending to do there? Aren't you in isn't this an election year? Isn't this, we have the election coming up? So by your philosophy, you shouldn't even be there, period. Right? But you are there. Why? Because you have a duty to fulfill your job until the very last day. That's why. And that's the same reason that President Trump has all the right and responsibility to fulfill his job till the very last day. And that's it. And the GOP Senate has the right and the responsibility to do the people's will. 2016, the people's will is still in effect of 2016. Now, when the election happens in 2020, in a few weeks, then we will see what the people's will is. But don't be talking about the people's will today, because the people's will today is still from 2016. And it'll be there until 2021 in January, when the same thing goes or someone new is there. That's it. But until then, the people's will has to be done, just like you guys said. Exactly right. And the people's will is President Trump and a Republican Senate. That's the people's will. And I would have loved that the people would will a Republican House. It didn't happen in 2016. So be happy with what you have. And that's that. That's the end of the story. Take care.
¿No puede trabajar por temas relacionados al COVID-19? Muchos trabajadores pueden tomar hasta 2 semanas de permiso pagado por enfermedad bajo una nueva ley laboral. Si usted no puede trabajar porque está bajo orden de permanecer en casa, en cuarentena, buscando diagnóstico de COVID-19, cuidando a sus hijos porque sus escuelas o guarderías cerraron por la pandemia, o si usted está cuidando a alguien en cuarentena, usted podría ser elegible. Para saber si califica, cuánto permiso pagado puede tomar y cuánto le pagarán, visite dol.gov/FFCRA o llame a la División de Horas y Salarios del Departamento de Trabajo de Estados Unidos al 1866-487-9243.
Did I say? Today, we hear the lawyers for Trump and for the election reveal the conspiracy about the Dominion machines and the software, Smartmatic or whatever, smart guy software there, essentially invalidating this election, folks. The election is invalid. Sorry to say it, it's a sad day, but they finally come and did that. And it's like I've been saying in my previous videos, if you've seen them, no matter what is the proclaimed outcome, this was going to be a bad election. This is a failure. It's a failed election, and there's nobody is going to sit down and be okay with it. I don't expect it. I expect Americans, either way you look at it, because even for the Democrat side, this is a failure. It's a failure. It's a coup. Even though it favors your side, it really shouldn't be let to stand. You have to stand up for your country, you know, because today it's in your favor, but how about tomorrow? How about when they start disagreeing with your point of view and they start messing around with your election? You have to put a stop to this. This is it. The time has come for the American people to stand up and to fight to retain integrity in their country. We've had enough with the press. We had enough with the so-called FBI and so-called DOJ or whatever it is. You guys aren't doing the job. There's no confidence in the structures of this society left. So this has to stop. Somebody better do something fast, very quick and decisive, or else this is going to go badly. Okay, it's going to go very badly. So you guys stop fooling around. Stop thinking this is just Trump being a sore loser and all that, because that's all baloney. It has nothing to do with Trump. It has to do with these elections being tampered with, manipulated, and this is a serious. We have no confidence. No confidence. Let the government know. Let the officials know the American people have no confidence in what anyone has to say any longer. This is it. And all you guys that are ready to defend your country, get ready. The time has come. I want to tell you, I'm a peaceable man. But if these guys want to fight about this country, you want to knock this thing down, you're going to have to come through me and through a whole lot of other good Americans. This has to stop. It's going to stop now. We're going to end the BS. So let's making a call now to end the BS. It's time for the Americans to stand. This is the time right now to get up and to save this country. Okay, so that the election is invalid. Period. The election is invalid. We either have new elections, we have safeguard our machines, or we go to what we know was the good part of the election, the good votes that we can depend on, and that's that. And you guys can wait another 4 years to figure it all out. But right now, the way things stand, there's no confidence. And there's nothing that's going to work in this country. I don't care about stock market, crypto, whatever it is you think you guys got and make you safe, it ain't safe. There's nothing that's safe. There's nothing sacred anymore. Because you guys just closed out our sanctuaries. You have put your dirty, filthy hands on the church. There is nothing left. Get up and take action. Let your voice be heard. This is the time to move.
On December 7, 2005, I was deployed to Baghdad, Iraq. As I was searching for the bomb, the bad guy and the bomb found me first. After the explosion, I was left with a 1% chance of living. During my road to recovery, I had a tremendous amount of support from friends and families and the Coalition to Salute America's Heroes. The primary mission of the Coalition to Salute America's Heroes is to offer financial emergency assistance to veterans and their families.
Visit saluteheroes.org to learn more.
Out for my afternoon walk, waiting for the bus to get here. Car broke down after taking them to school this morning. I'm also waiting for the AAA to replace their battery with a 3-year warranty. We're in the 2nd year. And hopefully that should be the problem, or at least we hope it is. But talking about what we hope should be the only problem is this issue with this election that we just went through. I've been talking about this for quite some time and saying the same thing over and over again. How most of us get complacent with the political machine, the old and tried, sometimes true and sometimes completely off the mark, although tested throughout time, political machinery that has worked in the past, and it still worked this time. You know, really, you have to be honest. You know, the machine works. However, things have changed in the socio-political environment. And that machine needs to be adjusted, because right now, with this election, it was not adequate to deliver the decisive win, unquestionable win. That's for either party. And unfortunately for President Trump, 45, it may be his undoing, and hopefully not. If still, you know, and it's not because he didn't get the votes, or he doesn't deserve the Electoral College votes. I think, given any other presidential campaign year, he would have been declared the winner already. However, because of the environment, we're here. The next 4 years are going to be years of turmoil. There's going to be, you have half the country. I don't think anyone can argue. Half the country is going to be, whichever way it goes, even with Trump, if Trump won, you still would have half the country. More so than the last 4 years, would be worse, the coming 4 years. If Biden is the president, you will have 4 years of divided country. And that can take many forms. It can get quite difficult for you and your family to survive. It can get there. The pandemic issue is not over with. This is by far not the last pandemic or global problem that we're going to have to face. And the country, the way it is, divided the way it is, it's a lot of things are going to fall apart before anything can get better, if it can ever. Next 4 years easily will put your families at risk, your preparedness to the test. And you guys, all of you, need to be ready. You ought to be ready first spiritually in most things. Spiritually, I'm waiting for AAA, so I'm looking at some of the trucks coming by. And you need to be ready physically, and by that, yeah, I'm also walking a lot, you know. Physically, yeah, in that term too, health-wise. But you need your home prepared. You need your family prepared for survival. Things can happen. Food shortages can occur. Did I say that right? Shortages. And stoppages of food delivery. All of that could happen in the next 4 years easily. Again, this has nothing to do with Biden per se. It's just that the country's divided. Things will fall apart when things get a little scary, when the governments of the world are facing either the same pandemic or a worse version of it, or a complication, a few things together at the same time, war. So your family needs to be ready to survive. You should have already been preparing with the COVID-19. You should have been preparing. You should be prepared at this point for any stoppage of food. If you're not, if you're listening to me now, prepare your home. Stop fooling around. A friend of mine came over the house Sunday, and I asked them, did they have their preparations in their home for survival, this and that? And they said no. I said, boy, you know, you guys are really taking a risk. If you are not prepared for survival right now, you better do it. You better do it. Because the next 4 years is very likely that something will happen. And it's not just one thing. It's a mixture of things. And we already got the protests. we have riots. You know, those things by themselves are bad enough, and they can stop traffic, they can stop deliveries. If there's a pandemic at the same time, that's it, folks. You know, between the pandemic and between protesters and blocking this, and they'll be stealing from these trucks. They'll never get to the stores. You know, you listen, don't take the chance. Get yourselves ready, get yourselves prepared. And you know what? I hope I am wrong. I've always hoped that. In all my life, I've always wanted to be wrong. Some of you can relate, I'm sure. I've always wanted to be wrong, so you understand the reality, okay? And at the bottom line, it's better to be ready, to be prepared than not to be, right? At the minimum. So get ready. It's the smart thing to do. Nothing happens, fantastic. Beautiful. I'm happy as can be myself. But this pandemic by itself destroyed a lot of my multi-million-dollar programs. You have to understand that. So if that was all I was depending on, luckily I am financially independent, but I'm a rare breed. You understand? On top of that, if it wasn't for COVID, I'm financially independent right now. Okay, so I have nothing to worry about. But this year, next year, and the following year were going to be my super multi-million-dollar years. Okay, that's when everything was going to come in. Ooh-wee. But then the pandemic hit, and that all blew up. So, not that I'm out for the count, but we just can't do anything right now in this environment. So, but luckily, or thank God, not luck. Luck had nothing to do with it, just following God's lead. I'm financially independent, so I don't have to worry about putting food on the table unless there's a stoppage, which is what I'm telling you guys about. But thankfully, also to God, even if there is one, I have nothing to worry about either. My family will be fed, and we will survive. Thanks to God. Thanks for His leadership, for God's guiding in my life. And I've been telling you guys, I've been sharing with you. So, in all of these things, the bottom line is this. You have to do now, what you have to do now is to prepare your home, prepare your family for inevitabilities of hunger, food shortages, wild protests in the streets, and whatnot whenever. It may not have anything to do with the election. Election will be long gone. It'll be something else. And it doesn't matter who's the president. It will happen to either president, or sooner or later, even after these 4 years. Sooner or later, it's going to happen. It's better to live prepared. You have to change the way you're living. Live ready to survive. And I did a video series for 8 weeks. Your home should be ready for 8 weeks of survival. Your children should know how to use it, how to use the cabinetry in your home, how you have it set up for 8 weeks of survival. So look up my video series on that and check that out. And then from there you can go longer term. But these are things that you have to set up now. These are things you have to set up now and be ready when the time comes. Okay, so that's about it right now for this message. The idea is to be ready. Something can happen relatively soon, or it can take a few months or even a couple of years. But my family right now, we are ready. Okay, my home is ready. Make sure your home is ready too. God bless you. and welcome everyone once again to our Viral Political Mondays, except today is Tuesday, but it is the first broadcast after our summer sabbatical. And what we wanted to focus on today is, again, a common misconception spread by Democrats all over the place. They've been doing this for a long time, and I like to let some people just I like to let when I'm fishing. I like to let the fish take the bait, give them some more wire, as they say, rope, because as the saying goes, they give them more rope so they can hang themselves with it. Well, that day came. Hanging is now here. So a lot of comments that Trump didn't do good or well with this pandemic, and they focus on all the numbers of debt that we have from this pandemic, saying that Trump never didn't do a good job, and then of course comparing it with Obama and Biden, of course, as vice president, which would be after you think a little bit, Obama would think for himself what to do. He would obviously, hey, Biden, buddy, what would you do? What are you thinking about this, right? So he had the president's ear. So between both of them, we saw that in their swine flu issue. Let's look here. Let's look at the official site here. Well, when you come with me, hopefully this works. Yeah, that works. Again, forgive us any technical issues as we're just starting up after a hiatus of our summer sabbatical. What we see here, that according to the CDC, these are official numbers. This is not political talk. These are official numbers. Yeah. We have from April 12, 2009 to April 10th, 2010. CDC estimated there were 60.8 million cases. This is in the U.S. 274,304 hospitalizations, and obviously there's a range. And then there were 12,469 deaths in the United States due to the H1N1 virus. Now, you guys can see that on the CDC website. You're seeing it here, right in front of your faces. So, and what the Democrats and everyone else is pointing to, or they keep repeating, simply is that that there were less deaths. This is what I'm looking for. Less deaths under Obama and Biden than under Trump now with the COVID-19, which at this point, or at least just recently, it must have gone up a little bit, but just recently it was at 194,000 deaths. Now, 194,000 deaths is more than 10 times the amount of deaths under Obama and Biden. So everyone would say, you see, Trump is doing a terrible job. He's doing a miserable job. So what I'm going to show you folks here is how you are being fooled. Okay? This is how you're being fooled, so that you can understand why I point these things out. You keep voting Democrat, and they are lying to you horrendously. They are not informing you as you are worthy and you deserve.
They are simply lying to you to get the vote. And that is so dishonest, deceitful. It is very low, and evil, truly evil. No one is teaching you, no one is educating you. You just simply, oh, look at this. You're a dummy, so look at this. Isn't this shocking? This is terrible. Trump is a terrible president. He's an idiot. Look at look at the difference. It's clear. 194,000 deaths. And Obama and Biden only had 12,469 deaths, right? I mean, you see it right there. So, why are they fooling you? How are they fooling you? This is how. Because what you have to do is have a brain. See, I know it's difficult. I know you want just everyone just to tell me that Trump is an idiot. Tell me that Trump doesn't know what he's doing. Tell me how it is. See? But if you would do your thinking, I know it hurts. I know, hey, listen, I see the kids every day trying to do their schoolwork. Math? Oh my goodness. I know how it is. But yeah, you got to do some math with this one. Let me show you what I mean. So, what you have here is that, let me get the calculator out here. Hopefully that shows up. Okay, good. So, let me show you something. Now, what you have to look at is how many people die in relationship to how many people get infected. Okay, it's very important because you need to know how this virus is behaving. Okay, so like you see, people would have voted for Hillary. Hillary may have been president. Biden, you may be thinking of getting Biden as president. So you need to know how they think and how effective their thinking would have been with COVID-19. After all, that's what we're blaming Trump for, right? So he's COVID-19, he's inept. Look how well Obama and Biden did. So let's look how well. So in Trump's pandemic, we have 194,000 deaths with 6.57 million cases. So let's look at this. 570,000 cases. This is how many cases there are in the U.S. of the COVID-19 flu, okay? COVID-19 virus, the pandemic. Out of these 6,570,000 folks that got infected, we have 194,000 deaths. That's how many people die. Outrageous. With Obama, Biden only having 12,000. It's a big deal. It's over 10 times. It's disastrous. So what we do is we divide the number of deaths with the total number who got infected or who are infected. And what we came with, what the calculator comes out with, is 34, meaning out of every 34 people that get infected, one will die. So that's the potency. What you're looking at is the potency of the virus in its killing ability. Its killing ability or its potency for death of those that get infected. Okay, 33, and we'll just use the 33 just to be easy on the math. I know it's too early for a lot of you. Okay, so what we have to do now is take the same number and apply it
to those who got infected under Biden, Obama and Biden, right? Because then it goes to show really how the effectiveness, the true effectiveness of Obama Biden with COVID 19, not with the swine flu, because the swine flu was different than COVID 19 is. See? It's a different animal, it's a different virus. This one's killing at a rate of every 33 people who get infected, one dies. That's the rate of death, the death rate of COVID 19. But the swine flu had a different death rate. That's what you have to understand. You just can't go by what people talk. They talk, but they don't do the math. See? And when it comes down to knowing the truth, you need your math and science. I'm sorry. But you need to do the math and science. You have to verify. You have to check things, not just listen to what everyone else is saying. Trump is an idiot. Trump doesn't know what he's doing. But look at the numbers, because the numbers will tell you who knows what they're doing or not. When we look at Obama and Biden, who wants to be president, Biden now, he says he can be president. He would be better than Trump. Let's look at his performance from before. And how many people got infected under Obama Biden? Well, under Trump it was 6.57 million. And under Obama, right, we have 60.8 million. So Obama had 60 million 800,000 infections under Obama Biden. See that? Under Trump, compared to Trump, it's only 6.57, 6 million, as opposed to 60 million. So right off the bat, before we even do the math, we can see that a whole lot more people were infected by swine flu than those who got infected under the Trump administration with COVID-19. It could be because President Trump banned the travel from China. Remember when Biden criticized, the travel ban. As a matter of fact, you Democrats have been fighting Trump in the courts against his travel bans. You remember that from last year and the year before, right? Trump has been trying to ban travel, stem the travel for a long time, and you guys have been fighting him left and right. So here we go. He bans the travel from China, and Biden comes out with an official statement. He's overreacting. He's prejudiced against the Chinese. Why are we doing? We have Pelosi also, doing what she's having the street parties in Chinatown over there. And, there's so much paranoia about the Chinese and about this thing. So we have Pelosi also traveling to China, trying to going in contrast, in contradiction to President Trump's attempt to limit travel to and from China, to limit the amount of exposure Americans would have to this virus. But again, Biden, since he has experience, he was against it. So let's take the potency of the COVID-19, now that we know what it is, and let us compare it to the Biden philosophy of open borders and no ban on Chinese travel when the infection started spreading all over the place. So according to this, 60,800,000 infections
because there's no ban on travel, right, under the Obama and Biden philosophy. Divide that by 33, because again, out of every 33, the COVID-19 kills. 1 out of every 33. And now, if Biden were president, there would have been today 1,842,424 deaths in the United States due to COVID-19. What has Trump done? 194,000. Biden, 1,842,424. Trump, 194,000. Now, for those of you which this broadcast may be too early for you, maybe in life, 194,000 is way less than 1,842,424. Okay? So this is the reality. A vote, if you're thinking of voting for Biden, you're voting for 1,842,424 people to have died due to COVID-19, because that's the way the Democrats handle things. They can't say no, that's the history. But according to history, Trump has fared much more better by limiting the amount of people to get infected from this killer, because this flu kills at a rate of 33 infection, 1 death. See, and under the Obama one, you had like what, 1,800, something like that, before it killed one person. And that's not the end of it. The next thing is this. Officially, there was not available in any large quantity a vaccine until late November, after the peak of illness during the second wave had come and gone in the United States. That means under Obama-Biden, the second wave of the swine flu came and decimated lives and had gone off before a vaccine was offered in large quantities. But it really, if you look at the news, it looks like Trump, before the next big wave happens, Trump is going to have a vaccine available. I don't think anyone can debate that Trump is handling this pandemic exceptionally well. Obama and Biden did not do that well with the swine flu. Simple as that. They didn't kill as many, but that's only because it was a baby flu. It was a baby pandemic. But if they had to deal with COVID-19, 1,842,000 lives dead, and they still would have been far, far from any vaccine. Take that to the polls come November the 3rd. Take care. So this is the issue, folks. Listen, God is telling you, don't vote for the gift. Don't vote according to any gift. No votes por el presente. No eliges a candidatos por el presente. Porque el presente, lo que sus intereses te ciegan. See, what happened is, and this is what's happening with the folks here, that they took the gift, they're voting for their interests, and now they're blind. That's what happened. This is what's happening in the environment. You voted for your interest, your gift, and now you're blinded to the truth. Ustedes no quieren ver la verdad, son cegados, porque solo ven el regalo, el presente. ¿Por qué están enojados que el presidente Trump ganó? Porque el presente ciega a los que ven. ¿Por qué están enojados? Why were people angry at Trump winning? Because they were voting for their interests and they lost. You're blind. You weren't voting for the right thing. That's why you cried. Así que ustedes no estaban votando por lo correcto. Estaban votando por sus intereses. Por eso lloraron. Por eso lloraron. You saw people crying like babies. Why? Because they lost their ally. They lost their bobo. In Spanish, we have the sucker. You know, they lost their little sucker. That's why you take a sucker from a baby, cry. Así que si tú sacas el bobo de la boca de un niño, llora. Por eso estaban llorando. Están claros. Oye, la cosa. Porque estaban votando por su interés, por su bobo. Because you were voting for your interest, for your little sucker. You took it away from Trump. Sí, llorando, crying like a baby. Still angry, todavía como infantes, and still like little children. Anyone have children out there? Like little children. Así como niños pequeños ahí, por tanto tiempo. When do you guys grow up? ¿Por qué no se maduran ya? Because we need grown-ups to deal with the fact that God is saying what he's saying about you guys sinning. Ustedes tienen que ser más maduros para bregar con esta realidad que están pecando contra Dios.
Why is VPM a business? I'm going to explain it to you because I'm not Soros. Okay? Simple. We can make money at this. You can make money to support your families. You don't have to worry about your job. You don't have to worry about income while you're helping your candidates win office and protecting this country, defending this country. That's the reason why it's a business. We believe in capitalism, and we promote it. Okay, so because a lot of people, they all start talking, oh, why is this a business? Why is this? Come on, this is the United States of America, for goodness sake. You don't like business, then go to China. Anyway, VPM-Biz is a business. It's involved in politics because we have a winning strategy. It'll work. Okay, we're training you to be political consultants. You will help candidates all across the United States win their elections. And when the time comes for the Senate will win. House will take over the House and the White House. So that's what we're doing. We have a winning strategy. We have winning technology. We're at the front edge of all technology that is available, and we can do this. There's ingenious strategies that we have that if they would have been implemented in this past election, we wouldn't be in this issue of not knowing who the president is. Can guarantee you that one. So let's do this. Let's make it happen. Do something great for your family. Don't worry about the income. And even if you have a problem right now with income, this will help you with income. You'll be taken care of. Take a look at it. And if anything, you have any questions, just contact me. But you know, I've always suggested everyone just click the button, take a leap of faith, and I'm going to help you to make those payments that you have to make as a business license involved. And that's it. Do it for your country and join us. Let's not risk this country any longer for any reason. Take care.
But look at them historically, look at them biblically. You have a problem, Christian, if you are in the Democratic Party. Si tú estás en el Partido Demócrata, tú tienes un problema histórico, bíblico, en total. Y ese es el problema. All I'm telling you, you can be a Democrat in terms of what is it that you like. You got to check. I'm not going to tell you to be a Democrat because at this point, why are you a Democrat? Why? But if the gift, then you're wrong. But what they give you, the people, you're wrong. Abortion, you're wrong. Because therefore the black people, you are wrong. They want to help you. Where's your 40 acres of mule? They'll never give it to you. You're wrong again. Estás mal pensando que te van a dar los 40 años. Tú estás mal si crees que ellos están a favor de los negros, de los afroamericanos. Está mal otra vez si tú crees que ellos están porque ellos te dan los presentes. Está mal, votando por sus intereses. Mal. Históricamente, ellos son los que esclavizaron los esclavos y querían mantener la esclavitud. Y por la aborción están muy mal. So right now I got 5 things. 5. That gives me the authority to say what I say. Eso me da la autoridad de decir. Son 5 cosas. 5. That's sad.
Why should you support the Democrat Party any longer? Think about what they've been doing. Look at what they've been trying to do all these 4 years of the Trump presidency. They started the impeach 45 early on. They were getting things together to start impeaching Trump. And what happened? They failed. They didn't have any good evidence. If you see my videos, I went through it with you. And you can see, it wasn't even enough. It wasn't enough. It wasn't even serious. And you saw also that Biden's the one who did the quid pro quo. You have to get serious, folks. So, and the Democrat Party, after they did Hillary, which was hilarious, now what did they do for you? They give you Biden. Is this supposed to be a serious attempt at campaigning against Trump? Really? It's just as bad as the impeachment process. It was stupid from the onset. There was no basis for it then, and there's no basis for it now. Biden has no reason to be in the White House. No legitimate. You talked about Trump wasn't a legitimate president. You have someone who doesn't even know he's running against Trump. He calls him George. What is that? George Washington? You guys are hilarious. Simply hilarious. Are you proud to be a Democrat? Does that make you a proud Democrat that your own party puts up this clown? He spent 47 years in Congress, in the government, 8 years under Obama as vice president, but it's time to rest. It's just, some people need to understand that there's a time where you need to retire. His brain can't do it anymore, folks. And I don't know what's wrong with your brain if you actually believe that Biden would survive as the president of the United States. So that leaves Kamala Harris. Even Kamala Harris said he was racist. You guys gotta be kidding. This is the funniest joke perpetrated on the Democrat Party I've ever seen in my life. You're a Democrat. They're joking with you. You're a joke. They're clowning with you. That is hilariously funny stuff that the Democrat Party is trying to perpetrate here. And you're the butt of the joke. I don't know if it says brunt of the joke, but you're a butt of the joke. Because right now, everyone's laughing at you. You're funny. It's sad. So let's go. Let's get with it now. I mean, come on now. You guys got to stop the silliness. Biden is in no way able to handle the presidency. He is no better. He is not better than Trump by a far degree. So stop this, Kamala. Let's not talk. That's another video. Take care.
Let's get back into this. So, keep thee far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay thou not. Okay. So if they're lying, when you have a case against somebody and you start off with a lie, what kind of thing is that? I've already described what would you do if you were sitting on a grand jury and you saw that the police officer lied. What would you do? That's my question to you. ¿Qué tú harías si tú estuvieras revisando un caso en un corte como jurador, se dice? Right? Como uno que van a oír la evidencia. ¿Cómo tú vas a hacer cuando tú oyes que la policía admite mentir? Arrestamos a esta persona con una mentira. ¿Qué tú vas a hacer? What would you do when you find out that the police officer arrested this guy based on a lie? What would you do? Let's go. See that? So Schiff, the guy presenting the impeachment thing, he said he lied. And we all know he lied because we have the evidence. Así que vimos la mentira, él admitió la mentira y tenemos la evidencia del Schiff, del demócrata. Y todos los demócratas lo saben y todos los demócratas votaron para que se continúe sobre estas mentiras. So he lied, Schiff, and all the Democrats lied in their vote. They're supporting and raising a false report again. What is that? That's sin against God. Es un pecado contra Dios. And everyone else that supports it is sinning against God. Y todo el mundo que apoya esto está pecando contra Dios. So what would you do? I know what I would do. I would not allow that case to go to court. Simple. This case is dead upon arrival in a jury that I'm sitting in. Because if I hear any case that comes to me as a juror, I'm going to fight like hell that all those others see that lie. That lie, that's what we have to stop in society, is the ability for police officers or for any other person to malign someone based on a line and get it through sensible American thinkers so they can try to get this into court. My foot. It's not going to pass me to go to court. A lie. Something based on a lie. Like that guy that was entrapped by the police and whatever else agency was involved in that stupidity. Así que yo como americano, como ciudadano, como humano, no voy a permitir que alguien levante un reporte basado en una mentira y yo voy a sentarme ahí y permitir que eso pase de mí a un corte. Ahí yo lo paro ahí mismo como jurado. De mí no pasa eso. Hay que dejar el desorden, parar ese desorden de policía y de otras autoridades de levantar columnas falsamente con mentiras. Hay que parar eso inmediatamente. Porque de eso no está basado los Estados Unidos. Y la libertad que nosotros tenemos es protegido por gente como yo. Usamos la cabeza y no permitimos que la mentira reina. So it's the American way of life, the Constitution, our lifestyle, our freedom, our liberty are based on or protected by people like me, Americans like me, who stop the BS. Please stop it. It will not go on. I don't care what else is discovered. You do not use a lie to start anything with anyone. You got to have that stop immediately. That has to stop. What kind of country do you think we're living in here? A banana republic? That's offensive to some of the banana republics. This is the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. You have to stand up for what's right. Christian people have to stand for what is right. The moment this thing happened with a lie, you guys had to, you know what, pack up, send back your Democrat member card, tear it up, send it back, tell them why, and you know what? And be a Christian, be a child of God. That's the political party you need to be in. Usted necesita ser el partido de Dios. Sencillamente, cuando ellos empezaron con esta mentira de Dios, y entonces ahora con esto de impeachment, admitiendo la mentira, usted tenía que romper la tarjeta de demócrata y enviárselo diciendo por qué y ser del partido de Dios. Punto. So that's really ridiculous. I would do the same thing on the Republican side. They started doing that BS. Si estuvieran empezando esa porquería los republicanos, yo también haría eso. You understand? You have to be either you're for God or you're against God. But don't be playing this political thing back and forth, being submissive to people that you see are lying, that admit to it. They're lying. They're telling you right in the face they're lying. That's how they know they have you hypnotized and enthralled. Sí, así es claramente que ellos saben que te tienen hipnotizado porque te mienten en la cara. Sí, yo mentí. Os digo que admiten la mentira en tu cara, sabiendo que tú no vas a hacer nada. Porque ellos saben que tú no vas a hacer nada, que tú vas a seguir votando demócrata. How is it that they know that you won't do anything? That you'll continue to vote Democratic? How do they know that? You see that? Because you're already compromised. And I'm going to show you what God tells you right now. Tú estás ya comprometido. Y yo voy a enseñarte dónde dice eso.
Okay, what this United States needs is leadership by the people. And it begins with you. If you're not willing to become a leader and to start leading people to the right thinking and right decision making, then there's no point. I mean, we have this election. We don't know who the leader is at this point. They're still counting votes. But with a president like Trump, we shouldn't have been here. This shouldn't be happening. And it's only happening for one reason. And that's because of all the time that I've been doing these videos and giving you guys, telling you about BPM-Biz. You've been seeing my videos, or some of you haven't seen my videos, but still, you know, I've been telling y'all that we need to get together to do this something different. Not the same old political. I'm not doing a political group like the others. I actually have something different. I have a strategy that no one else is doing. See? And I know my strategy will win and will be effective. Okay, but it can only be effective if you join and become one of our leaders. One of our political consultants will be training you. You'll be earning a six-figure income. That's my work with you. That's what I'm going to help you to achieve. And together, we will achieve great things for this great country. This great country deserves our greatness. We deserve the best from us. We have to defend this country. We have to defend the Constitution. Okay? And all of those things that we hold dear in this country are at risk right now. If Biden wins the presidency, thank goodness that he didn't get the Senate. Democrats didn't get the Senate. So, but it's still going to be a battle. 4 years of constant battling. But we have 4 years of a pause. That's what's going to happen. It's 4 years of a pause if Trump doesn't make it. It'll be 4 years of pause. We can do a lot, but you need to join now. You can't wait. We're not waiting. It's a mistake to wait till the election year comes down. It's ridiculous. That's what everyone likes to do. We all want to relax now. But now it's not time to relax. You got to see what's happening. This country is being overrun by people who don't care to do away with the Constitution of the United States. That means they don't care about this country, really. They want a different type of country. They want a different America. They want to change America, you see? But if you're a person like myself who likes America, I like it the way it is, okay? And we can just become greater. If you believe that, if you feel that in your blood, your American blood, then you need to join our program. The Viral Political Machine is a program that will educate you and train you to be a political consultant. You'll be working with all the campaigns there are out there, particularly for the GOP, and you'll be a major impact and influence in all future campaigns in this country. But you'll be more than that. You'll be more than that because you'll be an influencer in this country, period. In your neck of the woods, in your city, in your state. All right? And you'll be commanding an income that will, you don't have to worry about spending the time or
following others that are sinning against God because they're looking for their own personal interest instead of national interest. Hay gente buscando su propio interés en vez del interés nacional. Hay una diferencia. There is a difference between your personal interest and national interest. So you have to get that straight. Because these Democrats, you expect the Democrat to teach you these things? They're never going to teach you these things. Los demócratas no te enseñan esta cosa. Now they want to give you 40 acres and a mule. They'll never give you 40 acres and a mule. Ellos nunca te van a dar los 40 acres y una mula. Ni te van a educar. They're not going to even, all they have to do was educate you on how to get the 40 acres and a mule. Have they done that? I do that. I'm a Republican. Yo lo hago. Yo enseño a gente cómo obtener sus 40 acres y una mula. Yo soy republicano. ¿Dónde están enseñándote? Los demócratas no te quieren enseñar. The Democrats don't want to teach you. And I taught about that in another video at another time. So, just if you're interested in knowing that, just keep watching. I'll eventually do my 40 acres and a new program again. So you'll watch it then. But they're not, that again, it's Republican. I'm Republican, right? So I'm the one who am giving you 40 acres a mule. Where are the Democrats giving you that? Nothing. They get for your what? To gain it's a present. They want to give you a present. They want to give you a gift. See? El demócrata quiere darte un presente. Ellos quieren darte un presente para que tú votes por su interés. Y quieren darte 40 acres y una muda, right? Quieren hablar así, quieren hacer esa promesa, están mintiendo. They're lying to you, folks. And I told you in another video when I was talking about it that they won't want, they cannot give you the 40 acres of land. You know why? Because you would have to move away from their district. Simple. There ain't no 40 acres where you live. No hay 40 acres disponibles donde tú vives. You guys gotta think. Put your heads together. The moment all y'all, if your representative would give you 40 acres, each of you, your family, kids, all your uncles and cousins, all of y'all got 40 acres and a mule, you wouldn't be living where you're living. And where would he be next time the election comes around? Out of office. They're not going to give you 40 acres. See, they're lying to you. And God tells you what? Stay away from the liars. But you don't listen to God. You rebel against God and you sin against God. That's the facts. You have to smell the pork and then wake up, oh Christian. Así que cristiano, tú tienes que hueler el café. El demócrata no te quiere dar los 40 acres, porque dándote los 40 acres quiere decir que tú te tienes que mudar. De donde tú estás ahora votando demócrata, tienes que mudar a otro lugar donde, bueno, votan republicanos, ¿eh? Y entonces, el lugar donde tú vivías, ya no hay suficiente demócrata para que ese demócrata siga en su puesto. Ese es el problema. Nunca te van a dar los 40 acres. Son mentiras. Son mentiras. Te tienen engañado. Pero la palabra que dice, aléjate de los mentirosos, no quiere alejarte. Tú sigues en pecado, tú sigues en rebelión contra Dios, por eso tú no tienes nada, ¿verdad? Eso es el tema. So, right there, I mean, it's so clear, it's very clear, it's amazing that the people are not waking up and smelling the coffee. Look at the lions, look at them. It's a party out there. Mira los mentirosos, es un partido. Yo dije en inglés, fiesta, pero también esa palabra también quiere decir partido. Es un partido.
Terry on socialism or teaching socialism in our society, socialism. I'm here out walking, waiting for the school bus here, my children. I want to talk about that because it seems to be a major impulse or threat even to the United States, the way we work and operate as a capitalist country. And to talk about something, because, you know, as I was growing up, and as a young man actually, I began to see my friends' children when they were in school, because I didn't have children, you know, at that early age. But they did, and they were growing up in school and coming home with homework, and they were starting to express their opinions on things. And I began to notice that there was a heavy socialist leaning in their attitudes. I said, where did this come from? Because, you know, when I went to school, I mean, we were capitalists. And this really was a strange thing to hear from these kids, you know? And I said, who's teaching them this junk? Obviously, I was a businessman, starting businesses and stuff like that. And, you know, socialism just doesn't jive with a businessman, you know? But anyway, and the one thing I noticed, though, was that they had no idea, really, of how things would work. This seems to be a commonplace missing link, if you will, in the socialist thinking. People who are leaning towards socialist mentality. You know, you fail to understand how things work together. And you don't provide any idea that's really conclusive, holistic, in the sense that, socialism has been tried. And I haven't seen any country really like the United States that is socialist. If you look at any country, any competing country with the United States, it's not competing in terms of the people's liberty and freedom of expression and things like that, even to start businesses, and be free from government sticking their noses too much in their business. You don't really see that. The Soviet Union, the Soviet Union is not known for starting your own business. China is also not known for starting your own business. These are not places that people think of when you think about, starting a business. So that's one thing that's lacking in all of these socialist ideas, is that they really don't have a clue. They say, well, this and that works in so-and-so country. These are small countries. They're not the United States. We're a massive country. And, capitalism is what runs this country. But I have a challenge for all you people that want to do things in a socialist way. And that is this. Start. Simply. Be socialist. You started in your building, in your neighborhood. Start it. Start the experiment. I would like to see that. If you want to prove that it works, then start living in that way, and do so with your neighbors. And you know what? Preach your gospel, live it. Same thing you tell us ministers, live your gospel. Live what you preach. Well, then do so. And show us all that socialism works. Because, I had a lot of people come from Cuba. Fidel Castro would indoctrinate the children by dropping candy from the ceiling in the schools. He would tell them, pray to God, ask for candy. And the little kids would pray and nothing would happen, of course. And then he'd say, now pray to Fidel for candy. And they pray for Fidel for candy, and it would fall from the roof. This was obviously their trick to indoctrinate the children that, trust in Fidel, trust in the government. The government will supply all your needs. And socialism is what we're doing there. So, but if you go and look as an adult and you see the way they're living, socialism has done nothing for the Cuban people. It has enslaved them and kept them impoverished. They all have the same stuff, nothing. They share nothing because they have nothing. Everything that the government produces or that the people produce is sent off to another socialist country called Russia. That's the fact, And so you want socialism here? So are we going to send all of our products to Russia too? To China? You want us to bend over for Russia or China? Is that the intent of your socialist views? Because socialism doesn't work. It really doesn't work. If you feel it works, go to Cuba and help those people out. Matter of fact, go to Russia and China, because the way you see those Chinese, they need your help. You know something they don't. Okay? Well, we're not interested here in America. I like a capitalist system. That's right, capitalism. And you guys need it. Because all you guys who want socialism, you're living a capitalist lifestyle. What are you waiting for? But you like the money. You like making the money. You like the way things are now, you're doing pretty good. And you know it. So stop being a hypocrite. If you're in socialism, stop getting anything that the government gives you, because that's coming from capitalism, not from socialism. Stop being the hypocrite. Okay? Produce your socialist society. Do it now. Leave the rest of us in our capitalist one. I like it better. Take care.
Don't go there. Don't support that. No apoyes esa mentira. Él admite que mintió. No apoyes esa mentira. Y el que es mentiroso, él admite que él es un mentiroso. ¿Cuándo vamos a creerle lo que dice entonces? You know, so he admitted that he lied. So where and when are we supposed to believe him? Christians, stay away from that environment. Cristianos, salte fuera de ese ambiente. No apoye a Schiff ni nada que está haciendo él. You shouldn't be supporting Schiff or anything that he's trying to do, because you can't trust him. You can't trust him. Así que no podemos confiar en estos líderes ni en lo que están haciendo, porque no es confiable. Yo no puedo creer. See, they messed it up. If Trump is alive, right? Schiff messed it all up. That means that no Christian should be trying to find anything in this process right now, or believing anything that comes out of that committee. Right now, nothing. Simple. Nothing that Schiff is trying to present is something that a Christian should even consider, because he already damaged it. He already destroyed it. Así que Schiff ahora mismo ya destruyó cualquier credibilidad en ninguna cosa que dice, que trata de proponer, en nada de aquello. Y los que apoyan lo que hace él y este impeachment son aquellos que están levantando el falso rumor y están desobedeciendo a Dios, no alejando de esas mentiras. So those who support now Schiff, anything that comes forth from that committee from now on are rebelling against God and not doing what God said. God said, take this, stand away from that. Get away from it. Do not raise that up. Do not support that. Do not believe it. That's it. That's done. And that's not Trump's fault. That's not my fault. That's not on Twitter. No. That is because Schiff already admitted to lying. And he has therefore killed it for himself and for that committee. In terms of Christians, anyone who's not a Christian, you can go ahead and follow. But if you're a child of God, you have to now mix this whole thing. Así que si tú eres hijo de Dios, tú tienes que cancelar este asunto. Tú dejas que los pecadores sigan tu locura y tu ceguera. Pero los hijos de Dios no se pueden meter en este asunto. Esta cosa es sucia. Ya se ve lo que hay. You can see clearly as a child of God that this thing is dirty right now. What's going on right now is dirty.
What do you have here with Biden with a fracture, or a broken ankle, or a strained ankle? What did he do? Sprain? What is that? What does that tell you? Does that tell you something? I mean, come on now. First we have his cognitive issues, and we don't know what's the thing about the dog. Come on. We don't know if this accident has something to do with a dog or not. I'll tell you what this accident had to do with. He was pissed off. He said this Trump doesn't concede, damn it. And he probably kicked the table. And that's how he got the frag. I'm telling you now. Okay? This is what we're going to deal with the Biden presidency. Oh my goodness. I think what's going to happen, if everything goes down the way the potential of it is right now, but the Biden presidency there'll be books written on the presidency that never was. And this is the feeling I get about the Biden presidency. We just have to watch. There's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of, and it should be going on because there's a lot of fraud here in the election process this time around. I mean, there's so many irregularities that any state legislature or any court that does not point that out, does not respond responsibly to these election irregularities, fraud. I mean, you guys are betraying the United States of America. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen. It has nothing, an absolute to do. It's simply the Democrats or the enemies of the United States, or if they're the same, I don't know, but it looks funny. They went overboard here. They went totally bonkers. And you know what? They stuck their foot into it. Because now, we as Americans, we're not going to stand by and have our elections and our votes stolen from us. That's not going to happen. Regardless of what the courts decide, regardless of what states want to disregard the Constitution and certify, the American people, the true American people, will not stand by and let this happen. And so that's going to go down. How it's going to go down, we're going to see. But I would really be surprised. I would really be surprised that this ends up with a Biden presidency and nothing happened after that. That is really, I think even Korea is going to start shooting off its missiles again. Okay? So you heard it here. This is not going to sit. It's not going to stand by. And what is Biden going to do then? What other bone is he going to break in his body? It's like ridiculous. Go home. Stop this joke. Hello, everyone. Thank you for watching MYCBH-TV. What we are doing today, we're basically have certain topics that we focus on a day-to-day basis as we're getting ready to do as close to a 24/7 broadcast schedule for 2021. So we are building behind the scenes. We are building the resources, the videos, behind the scenes. These are videos on the topic of each day that we have produced, and there are going to be some off-topic videos also as we continue to expand. And what we're trying to do is create a more TV-like experience, even though each day will have some type of focus. And I'm sure in the future it will be less and less noticeable as we expand the resources, we create more content, and things of that nature. So that being said, this is what you're seeing today. Sometimes I'll come in live and do something live, again adding more content to our resources, and we'll be creating obviously some commercial messaging and things like that. Although a lot of the videos we show are commercial in nature, they're based on the activities of our network, not just the TV network, just one of our companies, but we also have other things that we're doing, and they are business related or commercial related, some sort. I'm always doing business. Even with the gaming, I mean, I have my own gaming development venture going on. So again, it's very hard for me to talk about a subject that I'm not financially involved with in one way or another. But this is an attempt to develop the TV part. It's going to be play a major role moving forward in everything that we're doing. So bear with us. If you see repetitive content, this is mostly what you'll see today is things that were already broadcast. Not that everybody in the world saw it, but in any case, these are replays mostly, unless I come in live and I'll probably say that I'm live, and that will be content that will be only viewable really for people who are watching live or will be watching the replays. And there could be some material that I will record and it will show up in future um, daily schedules. So that's it. Just wanted to give you that update. What's happening? Why? It seems because most people are used to just seeing me pop in once in a while with some video, some one of these videos once in a while. But now you'll be seeing us broadcasting more and more on a daily basis. And I just wanted to let you guys know why that is happening and what we're doing in the background. We are working. You guys who have chat, uh, most likely, if you're seeing this video, if you're seeing this now, and if you're watching, us broadcasting, it's very likely, not all the time, but very likely that I am watching the chat room. So you can put in a comment in the chat. If I don't respond right away, understand I may be away for a while. Maybe have to go run to the store or pick up the kids at the bus stop. You can look at the time, Eastern Standard Time, pretty much know if you're gonna catch me or not. But you'll have when I get back, I'll see your messages. So hold on, wait, for a while, or come back, and I will respond to all messages. And so, thank you for commenting. I really do appreciate that you do interact with our channel and make a comment, and even whatever it is, it's still appreciated, really. And I thank you for that, obviously. And also, if anyone has any question, you want to leave your contact information in the comment, if that's allowed, or you know how to do that, and you needed to ask a question about any of the programs that you're watching, the videos that you watch, you can do that as well. I will answer. If you're seeing the broadcast, I'm around. I'll either get here before we end the day of broadcasting or whatever. I'll be answering you, so you don't worry about that. So that's enough for now. Let's enjoy the rest of the programming for today. Thank you for watching. Hello and God bless you. Welcome tonight. We're still rolling heavy here after the Trump rally. We're back and we got some more tweets to entertain ourselves and educate ourselves with. What we're going to talk about is this issue of the problem that the DNC and a lot of people on the left have with the Electoral College. What's the problem? It's very interesting. And I was going to entitle this a little differently, something having to do with real estate, since I have that real estate workshop across the nation and going across. One of the things that coming for 2020, by the way, 21 and 22.
So check your classiforum.com. Look at the real estate. Right now, it's low. You got it at the lowest price it's ever going to be. Every month, the price goes up. So right now is the time. If you're interested in getting into real estate investing profitably, not the regular stuff. This is special training here, special education. This is not your run-of-the-mill real estate investing you can learn online for free, okay? You can learn this stuff for free online. But the stuff that I'm going to be teaching is exclusive. Cannot be done outside of this workshop and outside of what we're building. So take advantage of it, and you're going to be really glad you did. We're doing a lot of things, a lot of developments coming along, and I mean that in the real estate sense. Come and join this group. Okay, so look for it, classiforum.com. Look at the events section, although you'll see it right now, the slideshow right there in the front. You see the ERIs. About the 120 cities, top populated cities in the U.S. You're on tap, so get to that right away. Now, you can't travel to it. You have to live in the city or at least an hour away. Okay, so just take a look at that and join up as soon as possible. Okay, so let's go into this tweet here for the basis of today's teaching. And this is entitled Winning in America 2020, as you see here. Radical Dems want to change rules of the road because their ideas are not winning. Of course, that's an opinion of this poster. They're mentioning banning the Electoral College, also legalizing ballot harvesting, and giving illegals the right to vote. It's just painting the picture that the left or DNC want to break down these barriers. They're barriers to election. Okay. Let's call it what it is. These are barriers for Democrats to win the election soon in short term, because it's not going to be forever. I mean, you guys going to win the White House sooner or later, right? But store, you have your favorite foods. So you go to your favorite store, you buy your favorite foods, you listen to your favorite music. Does that sound like you? Right. And so most people go with what they're familiar, what they like, what they prefer, what makes them feel comfy. So, we take our politics in the same fashion. So we listen to what we feel comfortable with, maybe safe. Maybe you feel safe with the message. You feel that your feelings are vindicated. Where did you get the feelings from? You can't say about, in terms of the black population, you can't say slavery because none of you were slaves. Your ancestors were, but not you. So, but you're part of the community. You identify yourself with a community, and this community is supposed to feel this way about racism, about this, about that, right? So you become part of the culture. You're in the culture, but you're not dealing with issues objectively. You are simply subjective. Okay, so you have to understand that those differences. I'm sorry, I gotta tell you the truth. You have to know the truth. If Jesus said, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free," and that's true with everything. When you get educated, it sets you free. The thing is, what education? Because there is education that makes you enslaved. You have to be careful. Okay, because you can be educated into slavery. And how is that? It's when you are taught things that actually make you enslaved to a frame of thinking. And when you get enslaved into a frame of thinking, you're a slave. Simply, you're a slave. And I don't want to get into the Bible right now. I don't want to get into too much of psychotherapy. I can, but I don't. That's not the intention of this broadcast. But yes, I just to point these things out. These things you can research and delve into a little more if you're so predisposed. It was a thing even God, Yahweh, Jehovah warned warned Israel about. He warned them not to take the subject matter, the things that he was saying, like slaves. How did he do that? When did he do that? He did that in Exodus chapter 20. The first thing, before he gives them the 10 commandments. What are the 10 commandments? It's the law, right? So before giving him these commands, what's the first thing God tells them? He tells them, remember, you're no longer slaves. I have taken you out. See? Right? Out of the land of slavery, of bondage, of the house of bondage, right? So he's reminding them, hey, you're no longer slaves. So what does that tell you? What are you supposed to do? See, are you supposed to just follow what I'm going to say blindly like a slave when you just told us we're no longer slaves? People don't understand. And I think a lot of you are not understanding this point. See, you need to step back and see what is being said. And you can do it with me now. But please do it also with the messages from the Democratic Party, from all these DNC and left groups and their speeches and their sayings and these politicians. You need to step back and listen carefully, because what's happening, don't tie it into what you've been told and what you've been taught, because part of the problem is that they're feeding into your slave mentality. They're feeding in to what you've been told, what you've been taught all these years. And they do it, and you guys believe it. And you guys are not stepping back to see what it is that's being done. So again, you have to look at what they're doing. What is the DNC doing? What are the Democrats doing? What are they trying to do? When you see a listing, because if you're not looking at the news and like tweets because I'm looking at these tweets to catch the vibe of what people are thinking and what they're saying, and the things they say is based on what they're thinking. And when you start looking at what the DNC is trying to do, like banning the Electoral College or devaluating it and making it look lackluster, non-important. Hear what's being said. The Electoral College is one of the most important things in this country. It's one of the most valued support columns for democracy in this country. And anyone talking ill of the Electoral College, that's a dangerous person. And you should really hold that person as an enemy of the state, because in reality, that's what they are. They're an enemy to the USA, to the way it was supposed to be, the way it was founded, established. They are enemies to that. Because the Electoral College is what maintains the integrity of democracy in this country, in any country it would be. We have it here. I can't say about any other country what they have. But the Electoral College is the sure guarantee of democracy in the United States, outside of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. The Electoral College is a vital mechanism to maintaining the integrity of democracy for the American people. Somebody else knows that, not only I. I'm not the only one that knows and understands this. Other people do too. But they're not telling you that. No. They're telling you that, the Electoral College is no good. We don't need that. We have to go by the democracy. We have to go by the popular vote. They're being so dishonest. So dishonest. For the sake of destroying the country. That's what they really want to do. And the guys that would tell you, no, I'm not doing that, those are more dangerous than the guys who know that they're doing that. Because actually, if you're saying and believing, anyone who does, that the Electoral College is not good, you are not understanding. You're engaging in the destruction of the United States of America, and then you're too dumb to realize it, which makes you a very, very dangerous person, indeed. The beauty of it is the following. Now, be very careful. Think about this. The Democrats don't like the Electoral College. Think about that. They want to do all of these things to bring about a more popular vote, and they want to go by the popular vote. But they don't want the Electoral College either. Why is that? Why is the Electoral College? Why? Let's forget the Electoral College and let's put up the list there again. Those three things are important for you to look at this. See, the top three things is ban the Electoral College, legalize ballot harvesting, and you're not seeing this, of course, because let me get to there, and then give illegals the right to vote. Okay, so forget about the ban the Electoral College. Forget that for a moment, and just look at legalized ballot harvesting. See, and give illegals the right to vote. Why? Ask yourself the following question, because again, like I said before, most are not asking questions, and that's why you get easily fooled. Why isn't legalizing ballot harvesting enough? Why isn't giving illegals the right to vote enough? Right? You notice that? If you give more people that are in the U.S. legally or not, and you give them the right to vote, right? And hopefully, right, it's the consensus is if these people vote, they're going to vote Democrat, right? So let's deal with the facts. These guys are going to vote for the Democratic Party just for the stupid, insane, and unreasoned reason that if for most of them, and let's say Hispanics, they see democratic, and they say this is the party. I like that. I don't want anything but democracy in the mind of the Hispanics. Simple as that, folks. Believe me, believe it. It's as simple as that. So right off the bat, you're going to get all of these illegals, and even not illegal, American citizens. They swore allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, but they're still Hispanic. So hey, the Hispanics should be voting, right, for the Democrat Party, right? Isn't that the mentality? Isn't that the thing that blacks should be voting the Democratic Party, right? Isn't that the mentality that the Democrats are for the benefit of the slaves? I mean, after all, the masters did take care of the plantation, didn't they? Okay, but we won't get into that. I don't want to get nasty with this now. I'll save that for later. But why isn't that enough? Yeah, ask the simple question. Why isn't that enough?
Let's let all the illegals vote. Why wouldn't that be enough? Because if we allow legalization, ballot harvesting, and giving illegals the right to vote, you know that would not help the Democratic Party. That's the truth. It wouldn't help at all. It wouldn't have made a difference in 2016. Trump would still be the president of the United States today, even if you allowed all of the illegals to vote and you did the ballot harvesting was legalized. None of those things would have prevented 2016 win for Trump. And do you know why? It seems incredible. I mean, even when you consider the DNC, their form of democracy is, it doesn't matter if Bernie was popular. We're going to talk now, I'm sorry. Bernie Sanders, come on now. He had a lot of voters. But what did the DNC do? The Democratic Party, the party of democracy, has their super delegates, something that the GOP does not have. So the Democrats are supposed to be for democracy, yet they have super delegates. They created this thing in the Democratic Party where they lock in, what was it, 50 votes or something like that? They have 50 delegates. That's a big chunk that they control, and they say, okay, you guys are going to vote for Hillary Clinton. That's it, right off the top. Right? To win the nomination. So they got locked in 50 delegates. Which is what they did. Bernie had a good chance of winning the nomination in 2016 if it weren't for the DNC's democracy in action ploy of using super delegates to smash to guarantee the win for Hillary Clinton. Again, the GOP doesn't have this feature. The GOP goes raw. Let's have the vote. Let's have the delegates. Let's see how this thing rolls down. Okay? But the DNC, the Democratic Party, doesn't let it go like that. So that's the party supposedly wants the popular vote, yet the party itself locks in 50 votes for the candidate they want. You see that? I don't care if you're Hispanic, black, Chinese, or what you are, white. That is manipulation. That is control. That's as plain and simple as can be. How can you, even I, oh man, if I had been a Democrat and I saw this game with this 50 superdelegate business, I would have left the party just on that. Just that idea. It's not democratic. It's not democracy. That's control. That's manipulation. That's fixing the... Can you believe that if you were trying to, do something, playing lotto or making a bid on a certain property or something like that, and somebody had like 50 big delegates to control a good portion of those bids and do you understand what that would be called in any other type of business and other type of transactions? What would you call that? It's not democracy. And it's curious also that the DNC now wants to further exacerbate this, what I see as open, blatant manipulation and enslavement of its people, its followers, with this 40 acres and a mule thing, right? Because here we go again. Now the Democrats are positioning themselves to fool the black population once again. They already duped you. I mean, who were the ones that were promoting the slave trade back in the day? Come on. Okay, and now still they're saying what now? After all these years, the Democratic Party is going to do what? They're going to give what? 40 acres? Are we talking real estate? Oh, you're coming up into my alley here right now. 40 acres? So right now the Democrat wants to give the people, the black people, the black folk, that group they have there, they're always defending them. They want to give them 40 acres and a mule. All you're going to see is the donkey's butt. That's all they're going to show you. As they walk away after you vote for them, that's all you're going to see, their butt. Walking away to earn their political salaries. Let me tell you why you'll never see those 40 acres from the Democrat. And you will know that when a Democrat goes to you and talks to you about 40 acres and a mule, you should really throw your shoes at them. Really. And I dare you to do that. Because it's full of baloney. They're full of baloney. And I'll tell you exactly why. Because those 40 acres and a mule will take you away from the popular vote, and they will lose you into the electoral college. Because what they're not telling you is the reality, and that is that the electoral college is all about land. The country, remember, the United States of America, and any country in the world depends on three things: the people, laws, and land. Very, very important. People, law, and land. Okay? That's all that matters when we talk about countries and nations. The Electoral College is based on land. Very important. See? So, again, that the land, in another way of speaking, make it simple, not to get complicated, it's the land. And with the people on the land that elect the president and decide who the president is going to be. People and land together, not people alone. Doesn't work. It's people and land. And these people have to be connected to the land. See? That's who votes for the president of the United States. But the land is what the Electoral College represents. What does that mean? This is how it affects things. Now, I'm going to watch this and pay close attention to this, because this is exactly the reason why the Democrats will never give you 40 acres and a mule. By the way, I'm a Republican. I have a program that will help you get your 40 acres and a mule. And I'm a Republican. You will have a better chance with me getting a 40 acres and a mule than you will with any Democrat. The Democrat will never help you get 40 acres and a mule. For the one reason is, the basic reason is that if that Democrat lets you get 40 acres, guess where you'll be moving? You won't be staying in town. For those 40 acres and a mule, you'll have to move away. Okay? You'll have to go someplace else. And where you have to go, it's not Democrat country. That's the real reason. That's the real reason. Take a look at this. This says here, in their infinite wisdom, the United States founders created the Electoral College to ensure, I don't know if I can bring that up closer for you guys. Let me see. Is there a zoom here? No, I don't have that control here. So it says basically that they created the Electoral College to ensure that the states were fairly represented. Why should one or two densely populated areas speak for the whole of the nation? The following list of statistics has been making the rounds on the internet. It should finally put an end to the argument as to why the Electoral College makes sense. It says here, and I did some fact finding, which I'll share with you in a moment. There are 3,141 counties in the United States. Trump won 3,084 of them. Now, counties are based on land. These are little boundaries of land, like little states that have their borders. This is what counties are, okay? So counties represent land. That's what it is. People live here, they live there. It's not really the people, and that's what you have to understand. People move. Land does not. So you have to understand that. You have to understand that concept. Very important. So it says that out of 3,141 counties in the United States, Trump won 3,084 of them, and Clinton won 57. Now, I did some fact finding. The numbers are different, but still, the point is that Trump won most of them. Now, let me get that for you. See if I have it here. Where is that? So that we can have it in real time for you. Where is that? There's a listing I had here. It's an article. Let me just look for it for a second. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So here's an article from, I believe, what is this? From the New York What? Let's bring it here, and hopefully you may not be seeing this on your screen, or you will be seeing it. Good. Okay. So this is from the Dispatch. This is a story December 6, 2016, right there after the election, a month after. And it says a trending story that claims Hillary Clinton won a total of 57 counties in the presidential election is untrue. You see, I do check the stuff that I bring to you. The Associated Press finds that Clinton won 487 counties. Okay, so that's the true number, and nationwide. And so compared with 2,600, and I'm blowing this up so that you guys can see it. This is the Dispatch. Compared with 2,626 for President-elect Donald Trump. See, so that is the true number. The point is what? Is still that the president is elected from the number of counties, land that votes for him, that where the majority vote for him. How does he win? He wins through a majority voicing expressed county by county. That's how the president is won. So all the counties are equal in that sense. So that's what you have to understand. It's the land. It's the land. You have to understand that the president represents the country, and the country is tied to the land. Okay? Remember, the Democrats want to give you the 40 acres. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. They'll never give it to you. They'll never give it to you. Because it can't happen now. You understand? In other words, the country has there's no more land being made. So you gotta understand. So who right now, where is the country, the land? Who did the land vote for? The people controlling the land, who did they vote for in 2016? So you have to understand that. 2,600 and what was it, 72, 92, whatever. Those count, all of that land voted for Trump, while only 487 now with the real number voted for Hillary. So that's the reality you got to come to understand. That is not, in terms of the land, it is not a popular vote. It was not a landslide for Hillary. Absolutely not. See, but that's what they will want you to believe to fuel the erroneous ideation that is somehow you have been negated in this election or in any election to boot. Okay, so let me get back to what we were reading there, because I think it's absolutely so important for us to keep reading that. Let me see if I can find that. Is that here? Sorry about that. I'm looking for that slide. All right, yeah, this one. So, getting back to this, here we see Clinton. There are, and to give you a further example, they go into New York. So they say there are 62 counties in New York State. Trump won 46 of them. That's land. And Clinton won 16. You understand that? So Hillary Clinton won less land. Trump won more land. So that's what you have to understand. It's not by the population. It's by the land. The DNC is not teaching you. It's not educating you. They're keeping you in the dark. And do you know why they're doing that? Because it's the only way they can win local elections. And the only way the Democrats really are playing the game for what they win. You see what they win all the time? What is it what they're winning? The strategy works. You just gotta see what it is that the Democrats are actually winning. What do they actually win? They actually win the local representation in Congress. The Congress, that's their game. They rule when they get their president to win, when their candidate is able to persuade the land, to vote enough of them to vote in their favor. So that's an electoral race, and they really have to fight hard, right? But where they win a lot of the seats are in the highly populated areas, because that goes by population. So that's why they win in Congress. They have the House of Representatives. Because those representatives, are going by the population. So that's the balance. Okay, we have the popular vote. The popular vote elects the House of Representatives. So according to the popular vote in each section, each area, in each district, you have then a way to counterbalance the Electoral College whenever the Electoral College goes to the opposing party. But particularly, the Democrats win this and to maintain controls, more or less, when the president is Republican. More or less. It doesn't work like that all the time, but that's their game plan. They have to have the game plan because not enough of the Democrats own the land. You guys living in the city. Or you're poor. You've been kept poor because the promises made for you to have 40 acres were never kept. And they fully will not give you these 40 acres. Why? I already showed you that. Because you would have to move, and then they will lose in the local elections. They lose it all. Don't you see? If they lose you because you win and get your 40 acres of land, which I'm going to give you in my program, Republican that I am, aren't I a good Republican? See that? But you will be moving away from the populated areas where the Democrats need your vote to get their local boys and girls in. You understand? That's their game plan. They need you there. They're not going to give you 40 acres and a mule. They can say that and promise you that, but they are lying. They are lying to you. It's not even, oh, they're going to try. No. It's not even that. They're going to act like they're trying. But they're not going to be trying, and they know that the GOP isn't going to be making a point of it either, you know? So it works. Because the GOP and the Republicans, they have control of the land. See? So they're not interested, right, in giving up that control of the land. They're not interested. The Democrats, they're not interested for their reason, because then they lose you to the local, for their local election and local powers and ability to get into Congress and control Congress, at least the House of Representatives. And they won't get people elected. Really, if you guys leave New York City, Los Angeles, wherever else you guys are found on the map, you know, the Democrats will have so much of a difficult time. They really have to go more right to even win a few elections. That's what's going to happen. So that's what they're not trying to have happen. That's why they're divisive. They keep you divided. They'll make the promise to you for the 40 acres and a mule, but they're lying to you. And you know why they're lying to you now? Because in order for them to keep that promise to you, they are killing themselves. They're shooting themselves in the foot. And what they're doing, though, the senators who would actually give you the 40 acres and a mule, they have to be committing seppuku, political suicide, because their office will no longer be democratic. When the next election comes, it will be overpowered by the landowners, not the population. And then there won't be a Democrat in that seat any longer. That is their fear, and they're right about that. They're right to fear it. You will not have a dominance in the 40-acre country either. So you will not be the dominant voice or force there. The Democrats then will start losing in the Republican area, in the Democratic, traditional Democrat area, which you might as well call them as plantations, regard them as that, because in actuality, they're the ones keeping you enslaved there. I agree you should get 40 acres and a mule, because that will set you free off the plantation. They're not going to give that to you. I will give you that. Okay, so you look for my program as I advertise it and promote it. Get into that, because there is a limit, though. Listen, the government can do you more good than I'm only a businessman, so I can help a few of you, about 100 in each city. That's about it. So if you're interested in 40 acres and a mule and Forget these Democrats with their empty promises. Then follow me and join my program when I announce it here. Get involved, because that's the only way. I can only take 100 of you, and that's that. So take a look out for that. Now, let's get back to this wonderful article here. Clinton won the popular vote by approximately 1.5 million votes in the 5 counties that encompass New York City: Bronx, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Richmond, and Queens. I come from there, Queens. I'm a Queens boy, like Donald Trump. So I understand Donald Trump. You know why? Because I come from Queens. He's a businessman. I'm a businessman. I exactly know. I'm a New Yorker. He's a New Yorker. I know what's in his mind. I know the environment he grew up in, that he helped develop, that I grew up in. So we're like-minded, he and I. So I understand Trump. Most people don't, because basically you just don't understand a businessman in New York mentality, and someone who had a fight to make more of what he had. And not that he was poor or anything like that, but still, it's a big jump from a few million to a billion or so, right? It's still a big jump. That's a lot to do. And people who say, oh, if I had $1 million, I can do this, they're full of it. They're really full of it, because they have the equivalent or more than that equivalent in the ratio between what they're earning now or what they have now and $1 million. Why don't they make $1 million? They're full of it. They wanted to, again, but anyway, that's another video. All right. So anyway, and what we have here, then Clinton received well over 2 million more votes, it says here, than Trump. So Clinton won 4 of these counties. Trump won Richmond, which is Staten Island. Okay, so Richmond County is Staten Island in New York City. Okay, so again, this is what we're talking about. Now, why is that? Because Staten Island doesn't have projects. Oh, it does, but the projects and apartment living like that isn't the main thing in Staten Island. Staten Island is mostly homeowners, landowners. Remember what I said, owning the land. See, Staten Island voted for Trump. See, that's the understand. You have to. They're all poor people in Staten Island. See, the Democrats understand this. You got to understand it for yourself. Because if the Democrats gave you the 40 acres, you would be moving out to other areas, and it would be other Staten Islands. There'll be poor people there in the midst of landowners, right, who traditionally vote red, and then you come in, got your 40 acres and all that, and you will, if you don't start voting red right away, you will soon do it, because it just makes more sense for you in many ways as a landowner. As a landowner, certain things make more sense to you that don't make any sense to you when you're living in the city, apartment dwelling, or in impoverished conditions. This is the same issue with gun control. I know it's a hot topic, but living, I came from New York, no gun there, why not? Even though people were trying to shoot me all the time. Growing up, they shot me with a BB gun. You guys have a fascination with guns in a city that's supposed to be anti-gun. Let's not get talking. But you come out here, Florida, alligators and all that, all the things that and other parts of this country. I mean, you need protection. You need a gun. And it's not just self-protection against other people. I mean, that's not really the main concern here. The main concern is wild animals. They're hungry. They come out. You're in your land. You need to defend yourself. Okay, so people are not understanding that there's a different reality of life in the land of the United States. You guys that live in the city don't get it. You're in the city. It's fine. You got each other. The lights go out. You go and hug and kiss each other. It's nice. It's a beautiful thing. Lights go out here in Florida or in the countryside, and the animals come out. They'll come out looking. So you need to be packing, you know? So that's the reality here. We're living in a different reality. So anyway, therefore, it says here, these 5 counties alone. So let me tell you. So when you become a landowner, 40 acres, all right. Again, you'll be you'll be changing your point of view and your perspective. The Democrats are going to lose you as a Democratic voter. It's going to happen sooner or later. In either case, they'll lose you. They'll lose the effect of your vote immediately because you'll go and be watered down in red country, and then they'll lose you in blue country, which is like New York, Los Angeles, whatever. They'll have less votes because there's still Republicans there too. So the less Democrats they have because of the 40 acres and a mule, the less they will be able to maintain their seats of power in government, local and all the way up into the House of Representatives of the United States Congress. That's the reality. So that's why you should never, if you're sitting around and you are listening and soaking it in when a Democrat tells you about, we're going to get those 40 acres, you deserve the first, they are lying to you. You need to understand this, that they are lying to your face. Okay? You should walk away. Now, between the 50 superdelegates, you should have walked away already. What they did with Bernie, you should have walked away already. Now they're coming with this 40 acres and a mule. Walk away already. Stop being duped. It looks like you're a hungry, I don't want to say what it is, but you're bending over. You're saying, do it to me, do it, please, I need it. Give it to me. You're bending over. That's what you're doing. How many times does the Democratic Party have to abuse you? And you just, you're licking it up. That's what you're doing. And I'm using those references because that's exactly what it is that you're doing. You need to wake up and look at the addiction that you're in slavery, you're in bondage. And you need to wake up and smell the coffee. The 5 counties comprise, now therefore these 5 counties alone more than accounted for Clinton winning the popular vote of the entire country. That's it. So the popular vote lives in a limited space on the map. That is the reality. It has nothing to do with the popular vote. That's what I'm saying. And the land, again, the United States of America, that has nothing to do with a popular vote. It has everything to do with the land. You see? And the people on the land. Where people come to play in a role in the vote is when the people are on the land. This is their land. This is where they are. But the land is what delineates or defines the bulk of the vote. And that's what you guys need to understand. See? The Republican president and the Republican appointed general who offered the 40 acres and a mule. You understand that? He was granting you great power. The main, for a white man, now we got it. Now you got me talking. Now you got me to talk about it. Who was the one who promised the 40 acres? Right, Sherman. For a white man knew and understands the value of the land. It wasn't just reparations. Like people say, it's reparations, pay us for the hard work. When you have a mentality like that, that's really sad. And I'm going to tell you why it doesn't work for you, and the Republicans are going to take advantage. I'm a Republican. I'm going to tell you, they're going to take advantage of the thinking you have. And I'm reprimanding them too, because see, I'm talking the truth. See, you know when someone's talking the truth, he's hitting them both sides. Both sides, Democrat, but also Republican. Now, you guys don't abuse the people. Don't abuse them. But Sherman understood where the power lay. I'm using loose English right here. He understood the value of the land and the power. It wasn't an issue of just reparation. You know, Sherman, for him to give over land, he had to have viewed what was done to the slaves as a totally appalling thing. I can only imagine the things that he saw that caused him to think of a way to provide reparations to this damaged nation of a people, the black people, the enslaved people there that he liberated with American white blood. And there were blacks fighting too. Good for them. Amen. God bless them all and they account them for righteousness, for doing the right things. I can tell you, because Sherman was giving away the bank. It wasn't an issue of just reparation, like you think about. Oh, he was giving them some land so they can work on the land. It wasn't just that. Ooh. Oh my. Sherman was giving you power. He was giving them power because he knew that he gave him power there in the South would guarantee that the black community, the slaves, former slaves, could live freely with empowerment. That was his quick way to empower the blacks so that the whites would not oppress them again. He was trying to ensure their freedom, not just by declaration, but by land ownership, giving them power to elect the President of the United States. The Republican Sherman was trying to help you have power today to truly effectuate who the next president would be in this country. It wasn't just about economics. It was about political power, which is why it never happened. And they used economics to take it back. But it's not just about money. It is. It's a loop. But it's really about power, and the power brings the money. So it's a loop. It's a round loop. But they did not want to include the slaves in that. There's too much power there. Oh, you know, I know about giving them money, but the power, the land, oh, that was too much. Now you went too far. You giving them land? Ooh. So that's the real truth of this matter. You need to understand that. You need to understand that these liars that are promising you 40 acres and a mule, you know, they know they sure do know that if they come to fulfill that promise, there's no more Democrat in that seat that they hold now. They're not going to do that. They are not going to do that. Because the final analysis is that they believe that that is a way for blacks to make it. And that is to become a politician. And then you may have the money and you can buy some land and live where you like. See? So they're not going to destroy that pathway. And that's it. And some of them, you know, I would appreciate some honesty. Because some of them who have to say, listen, this is a pathway for our people to get up into politics and then move on out of the community. So we need to maintain this the way it is. But they don't want to go and tell you that, because it's like saying only one of you or two of you can make it. So let's just keep it the way it is and just be happy that one or two of us make it every generation. That's basically what's going on now, folks. And I don't know about you, but I think that's a little bit too, it's bad. It's just bad. Okay? Because they're just preserving their political expediency. There's other things we can do. We can be farmers, and you can make it rich as a farmer. But even in that, you can develop the land, do something nice, creative. I mean, look what Walt Disney did here, just next door to us over here. Wonderful. What you can do with land is a marvelous thing. So I think you're getting disenfranchised. And the guys who say they're trying to help you are actually the guys who are robbing you for whatever reason. Some of them may justify it in the way that I just hinted at. But I think overall, they're robbing you blind. And let's finish today with the final part of this. These 5 counties comprise 319 square miles. The United States is comprised of 3,797,000 square miles. Again, land. See? So the counties, the land that voted for Hillary, it was only 319 square miles of land. But the land that voted for Trump was 3,797,000. Now, you may be thinking, or somebody may be telling you that you guys, the Democrats, have a good chance of winning now. If you ever did some walking, there is a gigantic difference between 319 square miles and 3,797,000 miles. Okay? Ooh. Now, when you have a country that encompasses almost 4 million square miles of territory, it would be ludicrous to even suggest that the vote of those who inhabit a mere 319 square miles should dictate the outcome of a national election. Right? I mean, it just makes sense, doesn't it? So, if you're looking at it the way you were supposed to look at it when regarding the election of a nation, of a president of a nation, you got to understand this. But since most people, you're not taught law or what makes a country, because if you would have been taught that even in church, that's why I get on the case of all these ministers. Ministers talking of, favoring, let's say, the Democratic Party and talking against Trump and all that. You guys are so funny. That's really funny. Why don't you try to teach your people about what makes a nation a nation? Remember that? Like a Bible school class? Because then people can get educated. Teach the Bible. Why don't you? Because it'll actually teach more about politics than what you're doing now from the pulpit. So that people can realize, wait a minute, you need land. The land is part of being a nation. And therefore, if there's a leader of a nation, that leader has to be a leader also of the land. That makes perfect sense. So that the people on the land are what elect the president. So now the land becomes an important, not just people. Because if it's just people, you don't need land. If it's just people, then we don't need land. Land is not needed to have a country or nation. Well, you will try to find a country or nation without it. Doesn't exist. That's the whole point. So you have to, and I teach this also in the real estate, because you have to understand that real estate is more than just money. Real estate is power. Real estate is opportunity. So you have to understand that. You need to really understand that. If you don't have a good grasp of this, you're never going to understand anything. And this is what's happening in this country. People don't understand things. They're easily duped, and that's great for the Democratic Party because you don't know what's happening. 50 delegates, duh. Hey, it's the democratic process. So listen, this is the thing. Listen, what you're looking at is simple. We went through the list. I showed you the list. Having popular vote and doing these things for popular vote is good. Hey, let's get more votes here. But the Democrats know that they won't win. They won't win unless they decompose and decompile what makes America America. And part of that is the Electoral College. After that, they want to decompile the Constitution. They want to nullify the Constitution by having Supreme Court justices what they call politicize their seats and their judgments and not follow this Constitution. What they're supposed to do is to lift up and support and maintain the Constitution. The country's not supposed to move on and away from its Constitution. That's not what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to maintain it. But since the program here is to destroy the U.S., to weaken it, then all of these things, now look at the list. Destroy the U.S., weaken the U.S., ignore the Constitution. Let's get these judges to ignore the Constitution. Make new legislation from the bench, right? Get rid of the Electoral College, so disconnect and divorce the land from the president. So then the president is the president of the people, but not of the land. So there's a disconnect, divorce. It's a disunity. It won't make any sense, and it will collapse in many ways. The reason that the land has to be represented is because the land is what we have as our asset, and our living, our farming, our eating is on the land. Our living, our breeding, our identity as a nation is attached to the land. You know, it's just total destruction of this country, one thing after another, that when you, Democrat, learn the reality of these things, you will begin to see and hear the message that you're hearing from these candidates. And you know, or you feel at least, that they're not trying to destroy the United States. But then they're idiots, if that's the fact. If they really don't realize what they're doing, and if they're just not lying to you just to get your vote. But if you think that they're not idiots, and if they say that they're not an idiot, then they're either lying or they're ignorant. And that's the only choices you have left. Now, my question to you is, what are you? Are you ignorant? Or are you an idiot? Because lying is not what you're doing. You just are one or the other. Vote the right way in 2020. And if you want your 40 acres and a mule, follow my stream, look for my 40 acres and a mule program, hunt it down, because only 100 in your city can get into it. But you're never going to get it from a Democrat. I'm a Republican, and I have your 40 acres and a mule. Way to go. Take care, and God bless you.
understand? You have to be either you're for God or you're against God. But don't be playing this political thing back and forth, being submissive to people that you see are lying, that admit to it. They're lying. They're telling you right in the face they're lying. That's how they know they have you hypnotized and enthralled. Sí, así es claramente que ellos saben que te tienen hipnotizado porque te mienten en la cara. Sí, yo mentí. Os digo que admiten la mentira en tu cara, sabiendo que tú no vas a hacer nada. Porque ellos saben que tú no vas a hacer nada, que tú vas a seguir votando demócrata. How is it that they know that you won't do anything? That you'll continue to vote Democratic? How do they know that? You see that? Because you're already compromised. And I'm going to show you what God tells you right now. Tú estás ya comprometido. Y yo voy a enseñarte dónde dice eso la palabra aquí mismo. So let's look for that right here. If God gives you the answer, you don't have to strain your brain. Aquí tú no tienes que estar pensando, ¿cómo esto? ¿Cómo puede ser? Look at what it says in verse 8. And thou shalt take no gift. Mira el 8 aquí. Éxodo 23, 8. No recibirás presente, regalo. ¿Ok? Porque el presente ciega a los que ven. You see that? Do you see it? Usted lo ve. It says, don't take a gift. Why? Because the gift blindeth the wise. Even the wise. He's not talking about the regular folk. Regular folk, you guys are done. See, if you're not wise, you're done. Look at what the Word of God is saying. Listen to the Word of God. Let's look at it again because you're not catching what God is saying. You got to read it. And thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blindeth the wise. Don't you see what it says about the regular folk? Come on now, who's a regular folk out there? Come on. Tiene gente regular por ahí. Levanta la mano si tú eres una persona regular. Una persona de aquí, de la tierra. ¿Ah? Dice que tomar regalo, que tomar el presente, ciega al sabio. Entonces, si ciega al sabio, ¿qué haría con la gente típica? It's saying that they doing things for your benefit. Because what is the gift? ¿Qué es un presente? ¿Qué es? Algo que te da gozo, algo que te da alegría. Eso es un presente. Anything that makes you happy, they give it to you. It's given to you. It's offered to you, but it's an offer, right? And you accept it. That's it. So if the wise can get blinded by this gift, you guys are done. Don't you see that? Así que si el sabio puede ser cegado por este presente, entonces los demás están ya olvídate, no hay cuestión. No te puedes decir, aún los sabios se ciegan. Imagínense la gente regular, que no tienen mucho, ¿no? Son la mayoría. I'm sorry, you gotta understand. The Bible talks very clearly. La Biblia habla muy claro. Oye, la gente regular, pero aún los sabios se ciegan con el presente. Y el presente es cualquier cosa de beneficio que se les ofrece. ¿Qué son los que están haciendo la política? ¿Qué hacen? ¿Sí? What are the politicals doing when they know I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and people try to get them to say, are you going to fix the road in front of my house? Yeah, you vote for me, and I'm going to fix that road in front of your house. See? So you're going to vote for him. Why? For the gift. Tú vas a votar por alguien y tú dices, oye, tú me vas a arreglar la carretera frente de mi casa, que estoy pidiendo a alguien que lo arregle hace tiempo y nadie lo arregla. Tú, si yo te voy a votar por ti, usted me arregla la calle frente, y ellos dicen que sí, ¿qué tú vas a hacer? Tú vas a votar por esa persona, pero estás votando por su interés. Eso es un presente. So you're voting for your interest. You're voting for the gift. You're voting because you know that if you vote for this, your organization's going to get funded. You might get a job in the government. You might get this or that. And that's why you're voting that way. You may get some cheese. Puede recibir queso, un trabajo, la calle a frente de su casa arreglado. Eso es recibir el presente. Que Dios dice, no lo tomas. Y ustedes lo están pidiendo. ¿Qué cosa? Porque el sabio, fíjese, el sabio no lo va a pedir, pero los demás sí lo piden. So you got a whole bunch of people asking for the gift. The wise man won't ask, but he'll get it offered. They'll offer it. Everybody else is getting it. Everyone else asks me, what can I give you for your vote? O sea, los demás, los pobres ya me han pedido. ¿Qué te voy a dar a ti? Porque tú no me has pedido, porque tú eres sabio. See that? That's the difference between the wise and everyone else. The wise are smarter than them. They're not going to go, give me something for my vote. But if someone comes to them and offers them something, and thou shalt take no gift. So a lot of you guys are voting, you're in the political system, but remember, the political system, a lot of it, to many of you, is a gift-giving process. Voting democratically, I don't mean that by policy, by political party. I just mean the democratic process, voting, election. The voting should not ever be based on what you're going to get. Votando nunca debe ser basado sobre lo que tú vas a recibir. Los beneficios a ti, the benefits to you. Especially the presidential race. Especialmente la campaña política para presidente. ¿Qué tiene que ver el presidente contigo? What does the president have to do with your day-to-day? How is it that you're going to be voting for your interests in the presidential election? ¿Cómo es que tú vas a votar por su interés en la elección presidencial? Solo una manera. There's only one way that you can vote for your interest in the presidential election. What is that? If your interest is in upholding the Constitution of the United States as it was written in 1776. Así que la única manera que tú puedes votar por su interés en la elección presidencial es que si su interés es en mantener la Constitución de los Estados Unidos desde 1776.
How you doing, guys? Listen, what are they doing, these Democrats? This is how they're fooling around with you. That's how much they care. If you watch my VPM videos, my viral political machine videos, I did a video on the best candidate for the Democrats to have nominated to run against President Donald Trump. And the only one who could have really won against Trump. And that candidate was, and still is, Michelle Obama. I told you guys that the DNC should have gotten Michelle Obama to run against Trump, because what could Trump say against her? Simply, what could Trump have to say against her and not damage his own self worse than what you all consider right now? But really, it would have been harder for Trump to deal with Michelle Obama than any other candidate. But what did the DNC do? This Democrat Party, what did they do? Instead of getting Michelle Obama to run and giving you all and this country, quite possibly, very realistically, its first, or our first, black and female president. What did they do? They ran an old white guy again. See, the Democrat Party, who's supposed to be anti-racism, they ran an old white guy. That's the one they supported. They didn't like Bernie because he was too socialist, right? But they got the old white guy. Someone who was even racist in his 47 years of political founding. And who did they give as his running mate? Not Michelle Obama, even. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, who accused Biden, I wouldn't say even accused, she correctly pointed out the fact that Biden is racist, has a racist history and association with racist key leadership in the U.S. And they make her, offer to her the chance at the second spot in the country. Now, let me tell you something else about Biden, if you didn't notice. Biden, he's losing it. You see what Pelosi has suggested now? Pelosi is looking to activate the power, exercise the power to remove the president. A lot of people looking at possibly her using it against Trump. But realize, if Biden should win, Pelosi has also the power, if she's also if they have the majority after this election, she would also have the power to remove Biden as president. Once Biden starts showing more dilapidation, more incapacity, because right now, if you haven't noticed, I mean, Biden is running against George Washington or George Bush, whatever he's thinking. He doesn't know. He's losing up here. And this is the candidate that the Democrats have put up solely. Well, what do you think that the Democrats would put somebody who is slowly losing their mind? So that the vice president, Kamala Harris, would take over. And she's not much. I mean, she used to be a DA. She put a lot of black people away in jail. But she would be a total puppet for whatever the Democrat Party is planning. And I'm going to do another video and talk about what possibilities they are planning for. Take care.
Welcome to our show today. Today is Viral Political Monday, Machine Monday. And I'm just having a little lunch right now. And we're going to have a lunchtime type of fun program today. Actually, I'm going to look at all the anti-Trump memes and graphics out there. And we're going to study a little bit, just look at it. We're going to use a random slideshow thing today on based on, I guess it's Google, Flickr, whatever images, and just make an observation. And that's what we're going to do today. We're going to see some fun stuff, funny stuff. We're going to talk about it. So join us today on Viral Political Machines, Political Monday, and it's going to be a fun show. Usually my shows are a little bit, I like to say they're academic, but others may opine differently. But today, it'll be a fun day. So join us. Good, then that's how a little introduction, a little short than I would like, and we'll see we can work on making that a little longer. But in any case, let me just share out. It doesn't give me enough time to share out the broadcast when I get started, so we'll try to share it out to my to the VPN page, Viral Political Machine. If you're on Facebook. Viral Political Machine has a page on Facebook. Okay, so we've just shared it out. And again, we have the chat up. In today's political conversation, we'll be doing some Spaceparium today, the game that we are developing, and we're going to do development within the political framework of Spaceparium. So it's a political day, but we're getting other things done as long as it has to do with politics in one way or another. So let's get to it. Let's see what we got here. Where was that thing I was looking at? Yeah. Okay, so we'll have to get it try to get it again. We're going to look for a slideshow. We're using the slideshow.net for this. It's kind of like an automated slideshow. You put in a term, a word, and it loads in like Google. It loads in just images using, I believe it uses Google and Flickr, stuff like that, things that are freely searchable online. And what we're going to look for today is, just to get this started, we'll just do Trump. So today we'll look at Trump, and we'll see what images are out there in the world and what our thinking is or what our impression is of them. And if anybody wants to comment as we go along, you're perfectly welcome to do so. So let's get started. Let's go to the screen here. This is, again, slideshow.net. I was trying to use this for a few programs in the past. I never really got to do anything with it, so I guess this is the first day we're gonna at least have the chance to feature it. So here goes that. Let me set my transcriber to go, and everything's ready. So here we go. Okay, this is the first thing we get. Obviously anti-Trump treatment or sentiment. Let me blow this up here a bit. and a warning for children. If there's any children around, really should not be watching this program because the images are unfiltered. And again, I've not prepared anything. This is not an I prepared. This is just an open search. And we have this added artwork. Obviously, most of these things are photoshopped or whatnot, and so that's what we're seeing. So this is the sentiment. It can go either way, obviously. It would be sad if somebody who's an anti-Trumper created this, if that's a fact, because again, since it can go either way, it really doesn't do all the damage that I guess they would imagine. Some of the reasons I'm doing this is that because some people imagine that they're doing some damage to Trump in some way or to the Trumpers out there, and that's the reason why I'm actually doing this type of thing today, so you can see that, so we can have that discussion. Is this something that's effective for the anti-Trump sentiment, or does it just sing to the choir? Is it part of the choir? Hey, anti-Trump. Okay, let's go to the next one. And again, this is just a wonderful painting, actually, of President Trump. So there he is, and there's nothing to say because it is what it is. Simple. And I don't know why this is here. Something in here is probably Trumpish. Here we go, a country road with a building with the Trump letters there. As you can see, the word Trump, or the name Trump, on a country road. Good old back. This is the places, by the way. This is not where the popular vote is. So that's number one. What this picture depicts is not where the popular vote is at all. But it is where the Electoral College makes the difference, right? The difference is made in the Electoral College. So this is the things that people need to understand about elections. It's not about everyone you talk to, everyone agrees with me. There's so many. I mean, where our whole town is anti-Trump. It doesn't matter. I mean, that's the problem, actually. The problem is that your whole town is anti-Trump. That's the problem, because once you leave your town, it's a different country. All right, so these are the things that people need to realize. And here we have Super Trump, I guess, would have to be said about this, right? And this is Super Trump. And a Photoshop imposition of the face, some over Superman, little belly there, right? So, again, is this a negative? This is the question that we're positing today. Is this a negative image? Is that what? Again, wouldn't it depend on the viewer, who's watching, who's looking at this? Doesn't it depend on their perspective? Something like this. So many would say out there that this is a pro-Trump image. There's no wording, there's no other indication. I mean, we can philosophize and we can analyze this photograph, because obviously it's not Superman. Obviously it's being held up, propped up. You can say that he's just, and the imagery in the face, the facial expression, right? It seems like he's saying, "Wow, I'm flying. I hope I don't fall." Is that what's happening there, or is he just like in your face? Wow, that's, again, depending on the person watching. This is a house, again, not where the popular vote exists, but again where the Electoral College makes the difference. And we see in the windows the signage for Trump support. And forever, and the open hood of this car, obviously someone's working on the car. whatever that will mean for anyone. Here's a good one. This is a very nice one. I have to admit that myself. Illegal immigration brings along criminals, drugs, and violence, and we can add believe me, right? So we can add that. And the chieftain there below saying, I know. So that's a good one. This is like great. I love this. This is wonderful political satire, nice comic relief here. And again, but isn't this really a comment, though, that goes up against all of the United States? It's something I'm not sure that this actually is a anti-Trump effect. I know it's intended. It's intended to be anti-Trump, but when you have the Indian, they see Trump and the Indian there's no opposition there. There's no relationship there established in order for you to connect the two. So in a way, I'm going to teach you guys, what not to do when you're doing your statements. Or somebody thought this up. This is a political thinking. This is a result of political thinking. They're matching together. They're mashing, I should say, two distinct elements. The Indian here with Trump, as if the Indians ever had an issue with Trump. Now, there could be some factions, some groups out there. Maybe they don't like the pipeline thing or whatever, but this is not dealing with pipeline. This is just dealing simply with the statement that Trump says about illegal immigration, which brings along with it criminals, drugs, and violence. And then the Indian responding, I know. The relationship to the Indian and with immigration, illegal immigration, that's the direct correlation, is the illegal immigration. So if someone this is the lunacy of things like that. If the person who created this was anti-Trump, which it appears that that the person would be, they're totally missing the messaging. They messed up the messaging because the topic of the image is illegal immigration, and that's what it is. Because the only right that this Indian has in being here is the illegal immigration. The view that the immigrants that first came to the U.S. were the white man, right? So here's the white man there. So that's the only correlation. There's no other correlation. But then that includes all the Democrats, doesn't it? It includes everyone that's not an American Indian, plain and simple. So that's where this is the time. This is a good example of a lot of the anti-Trump political memes and commentary, opinions, thought process that a lot of the anti-Trumpers, which are more than just the Democrats, utilize or depend on or comfort each other with. And it doesn't work. It helps you guys. I'm sure you're getting some type of therapeutic comfort in this regurgitation, but it really doesn't do anything to help your cause. It really doesn't, because if you're thinking that this is supposed to persuade Republicans or pro-Trumpers in any way, it doesn't. And I would seriously doubt that even among the Afro-Americans that it has any effect at all. I mean, what's the Indian have to do? That doesn't speak to them. So again, it's like a weak attempt. It's a weak correlation, and I don't think it works. it shouldn't work because intellectually or cognitively, it's a mismatch. It really has nothing to do with anyone today and any of the issues that confront the nation today or that will be in play for the upcoming elections in 2020. Has no relation at all. It's simply a silly comment. It's baseless in terms of it doesn't have a relationship with our current the current debate, the current what do you call it, messaging. It's just another stupid meme and has no effect at all. It's just really just stupidity. Now this one is the elephant. Obviously, you have the flag in the back there. I'm trying to ascertain something climbing atop the elephant there, or it's attached to it. And you have the springy feet. This one's a mystery to me. Actually, there's some imagery here overlaying here, but I don't see the significance of that or any relationship. If anyone knows, you guys can add that into your comments. But in any case, there's not much here for us to discuss. It's just a picture. Here we have the Trump head and the shark coming obviously towards the Trump head, and obviously it's again, is this really anti-Trump? Is it pro-Trump? The shark is coming. People don't like sharks. So the imagery of a shark, automatically the shark is a negative thing. It's not Trump. That's the negative here. It's the shark. Now, if you're watching this, if you saw this, that's like, oh, that's a good one. I like that. If you saw that, understand that you are looking at a shark going to eat a human being. And it doesn't matter if it's Trump or not, but you're looking at a shark going to feed on a human, no matter if it's Trump or not. That's a mental image which you are liking simply because it's Trump. Now that shows that is honestly a level of evil that you need to recognize that you have. And some of you say I'm okay with that. Okay, so that's good. I'm not saying anything. I'm just, the point here is not to tell you that you're not okay with it, or that you are okay with it, or that you should or shouldn't be, or anything. The point is that you understand your thinking and your positioning based on, commonly held positions and perspectives on common imagery. As simple as that. And so you break the mold by, so it's a thing that you need to come to grips with and understand that that's what you're doing. You're actually approving of something that is a negative, a no, something that should never be acceptable. The devourment of a human being by a shark should never be something that you would agree to or enjoy. And the point that you are doing that, for the rest of us out here, that's a problem. Okay, that you need to take care of, because really it's an issue that you have. Okay, so that's all. It's just that you come to that realization. Now, after these few Trump attacks, then we have a Trump Tower. We have a building with the name Trump proudly sitting on its face. That's Trump. Okay? I'll be talking about this more as we go along. And here we have a nice sculpture. I can't place it, sorry. I'm just doing this on the fly. Now I know what it is. Now I see. I saw this before actually, but now I didn't see why this had anything to do with Trump. But now I see why it has to do with Trump, because actually in the backdrop behind here is a Trump building. You see Trump there, because I didn't see it before, but there it is. And so I guess it's the juxtaposition, intended or discovered, whatever, between this obviously Afro-American face. There's probably two faces, but the vantage point does not allow us to appreciate this other face here. I'm guessing it's a face. It looks like an upside. It is, in fact, an upside down face. So you have a face regular, right side up, and another one next to it upside down. And by my view here, it does look like another Afro American face, but upside down. So you have that juxtaposition. And then in front of or behind, this looks like the behind area of a Trump building, or an area that's, I guess, on the other side of a highway, whatever. I can't tell here, but it looks like this is a highway here. Now that's interesting. We can talk a lot about this, what this sculpture here in relation with the building kinds of represents. This upside down black face, and then a right side up face. Not that either face is happy or sad. And I hope, I don't know about this paint dripping down this front part here. I don't know if that's part of the sculpture or not. I can't tell. And it's it looks, I don't know. I can't say. But in any case, just the general image of it appears to me a little bit relevant in terms of the Afro-American positioning, which they're pretty much, I can't say divided in terms of percentile, but they are divided in any way. There are Afro-Americans in favor of Trump and appreciative of what Trump is doing, don't agree with everyone else that he's a racist or something like that. And when I say everyone else, the other Afro-Americans. And then you have the Afro-Americans that are totally anti-Trump. And the upside down face could be that anti-Trumpness manifested there or represented there. And, their beliefs or understanding, the way they view things, and they see Trump as being an issue. And we have these two different Afro-American realities or saliencies in our society today in relation to Trump there. And looking at it artistically, if this was intentionally placed there, if this is the place that this sculpture is officially placed for its placement value, then the fact that it's the black people still far from the Trump reality and still affected by it, and the world or everyone else just going by in their highways, in their cars, their day to day, and that we still have this reality lurking somewhere in the mix in this whole context, and divided between two perspectives. And in either case, by the way of the faces, they're still, either way, they're just still not where they need to be. I think that's basically, it's a good take on at least this picture here. So that's something that is of that's interesting to that degree. And then we have the next picture. We have a Trump building again. Trump. Let's stop here. Let's pray that it's only hot air. Only hot air. And then here you see again the hot air. This is the Uncle Sam government some hot air. Trump is comes open mouth, hot air, what he's saying, obviously, and the Statue of Liberty holding its nose and leaning backwards in indignant offense at what's happening. I think it's a good depiction, though. Even though it has the negative connotation, it does show actually what's going on in, I guess, with the United States, the people represented by the Statue of Liberty. Everyone, wherever your standing is on the government and on Trump, still, this is what is the reality that we're seeing in the population. Parts of the population are obviously, maybe the majority of the population, if you go by the popular vote, then that can be very close to reality. The connotation, though, that it's a lot of hot air, it's a little bit funny because the Statue of Liberty is actually in New York Harbor, or actually in Jersey, isn't it? It's on the Jersey side. I believe it's in the Jersey waters, if I'm not mistaken. I came from New York. I grew there, so I know the little gossip and the little fight they had with the Statue of Liberty, if I'm not mistaken. And so, but in any case, it's recognized as being in New York Harbor in general. And where the popular vote in New York is very anti-Trumpish. So that's, I guess, interesting in that sense. But the Statue of Liberty really is supposed to represent the freedom, the whole United States, not just New York. The whole United States, and by way of the Electoral College, does not agree with this depiction. At least that the government, that Trump is a hot air, full of hot air, and so they don't, not necessarily agree with all this. And the Statue of Liberty, again, represents all of the United States, not just the popular vote or the New York vote or anything like that. So again, it goes to the people who have negative connotations against President Trump, thinking that what they are seeing is as an American, that all Americans feel this way, or at least should feel this way. Again, with art, it's never a definite, it's always a possibility or a grade of whatever it is. Actually, just the fact that you're painting something, you're using shades, and those shades are grades of a color and things that even in its context, its material, its texture, art has that messaging already involved with it. So it's not necessarily what you see, it's everything together. So again, the question now that we have to ask is this is this effective as an anti-Trump? Because it's not a pro-Trump thing, but is it an effective thing? Does it hurt Trump in any way? Again, it's a freedom of speech thing, isn't it? It's a freedom of speech thing. People have a right to, as they say, their opinion, which it's an incorrect statement. But anyway, let's let the society determine what the society is digesting. It's offensive to those who support Trump. Those who support Trump don't agree with this imagery, and so that's that. Again, what is the purpose of this image, right? So I think that is just to sing to the choir. It's preaching to the choir. That's what it does. It's preaching to the choir because it's not persuasive. I think one of the things that you need, if you're going to do political communication, okay, and it's fine to preach to the choir. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it, but at least that you need to know that that's what you're doing. You're not convincing anyone to vote a different way just because you have this thing there. You're preaching to the choir. The issue is, are you wanting to continue to preach to the choir while Trump wins another election? That's what I want to know, because I'm trying to figure out why is this great impetus and a lot of anti-Trump posts, memes, graphics, etc. That you had it in 2016, Trump still won. You guys kept it up going through all of his term right now, and it looks like he's going to win by a landslide, as far as we can assess today. And I mean, are people actually thinking that something like this is going to move something? What else what are you thinking about? This is it. What are you thinking that this will affect? How would this affect or improve anything for you? Again, that's the question. So that's what we're looking at today. We're just making this analysis. Here's another one. I hope I catch it before it goes. Okay. Here's one. Obviously, another piece of art. I call all of this art. It's okay. It's fine. What happens is that, of course, Hillary is misspelled, isn't it? Yeah, I have to check these things. Sometimes I like to. Let's go to Hillary, because I would pronounce that as Hillary. Hillary. That's not Hillary. Yeah. So yeah, and there is let's see what this says. Looking at Google, it says that. So let's just go this for education purposes. Bring that in. As you can see, here at Google, you can see that Hillary actually is a version of the double L spelling, and it's a name. It's a name. So, but it's not Hillary Clinton's name. You see that? So it's not Hillary Clinton's name, but in either case, whichever way, Hilaris is only with one L, and that means cheerful and merry, which comes from the Greek hilaros, cheerful, merry, which in turn comes from hilaos, is propitious, gracious. And so that is where Hillary, both spellings, double L or the single L, are derived from. But again, it is not the spelling for Hillary Clinton. She has two L's. So that causes an issue, because most people reading that would assume that says and is referring to Hillary Clinton, right, with a misspelling. This is another thing that I want to address. It's the way that people are misspelling words, and in this case, this name. And what does that do to the messaging? See, what is being said? He's obviously grinning and all of that, and the message below this Trump is vote Hillary, right? That's like a joke. Again, this was probably something back in 2016. Vote Hillary. But I would not read it Hillary. I would read it Hilary. To me, this is to be pronounced Hilary, not Hillary. So that's the way I would do it, because it doesn't have the double L. So it loses, at least in for me, as I'm the spectator of this piece, it loses for me any of its value. In either way, it's cheerfulness, it's joyful, it's like haha, sarcastic. So I guess this is the best way to label this piece, is that it's a sarcastic piece, simply. Next one, again now after a few of these negative types of pictures. Again, these are not arranged by me or edited. This is just raw feed from the public database of images. And so again, now we have, based on this word search on Trump, for Trump, and here we have then Trump. This is Trump, a Trump building, a Trump property, and that's what we see. And again, this is what society sees. What I'm trying to point out to you is what society is seeing. Here you go again. Trump Majesty. Gigantic building, tall, wonderfully. You can see it has a wonderful design in it. It's just reaching up into the clouds, and then the name Trump. The sky reflected in those glass windows. Okay, this is imagery, and the difference between this and the negative stuff that you've seen up to now, and will continue to see throughout this broadcast, is that this is reality. This is real and big and shiny, and all the other stuff is just, paper. Somebody's feelings, somebody's thought. Here is accomplishment, and the other thing is just whatever came out. Probably some hot air, like you saw in that other thing. And here we have someone else's right to opine. Trump, the cunt, I can say it. That's not wrong. The people saying that all over the place. And so, again, and one of the funny things that I've always said is, with all of these curses, most of the curses that are used, bandied about, most of these curses, some of them, or most of them, I should say, which I did, they don't make any sense when you're using them. You're using things disparagingly about what? People's sexual members. It doesn't make any sense, guys and gals. I mean, why are these things disparaging? This is one of the things that you guys have. This is it would be interesting to do some more research on this. Is why do we take our own body members and make them disparaging in some way? I guess the old woman and man, male and female, right? Isn't that a result of sexism? This word, and to hear or to see someone that's probably accusing Trump of being a sexist. What is that? What is that exactly? Yes. So we have a society. I think we have a hypocritical society, that a society that is against these things, these issues. Yet they're implementing the what do we call it? The tools that were fostered by the very same issue that they seem to want to label Trump with, either rightly or wrongly. It doesn't matter. How does doing the same thing you're accusing a person of doing, how does using the same thing right, justify? So again, why doesn't this stuff work? Why is this not something that's going to sway the Electoral College, which, after all, is the one that elected Trump in 2016, and most probably will do it again in 2020? Yeah, 2020. Why should it be any different? Is there some type of cognitive value here? Like I said. This is something that I didn't see then, and I don't see now, unless, now looking closely, there seems to be a figure here on the wall, you see here, that may or may not be a reference to Trump there. Ah, I see. And now I see what really is the reference here. Is actually it's signed. Oh, it's not signed Trump. There's another signature on the other side. Let's see that. We can remove that. Yeah, so the artist's signature is down by the right side. If you can see it. You can't see it, I don't think, where you guys, your vantage point. But you can see, I think you can see the Trump over here, can't you? Yeah, you can see the Trump where my cursor is at. So that's, it says Trump there. So I don't know if that's referring to our President Trump or some other type of thing, but it is what it is. If anyone else has an idea about that, they can also communicate that with me, and I'll be happy to bring that up in some future broadcast. Here we have Trump with some people. Obviously, in I guess one of the places he's dressed up for golf, and it should be at his Mar-a-Lago, if not someplace else. People smiling, women smiling with him. Not their sexual member is not being groped or anything, so they're smiling, right? So I mean, that's what you gotta. I mean, you gotta see. This is the things that we've seen. And after that, we see now another Trump, or the same Trump building as before, much very popular, I guess. A lot of it, we've seen a lot of this building in particular. And now we see it again, standing erect and very tall. And I said that erection thing very highlighted, and highlighted it again, because these are images, and images, images are intended to carry a story. And even in our buildings, when the architect designs a building, there's some imagery there. There's always going to be image. An image may or may not be purposeful or done on purpose. I remember one time I did an image for a logo I did for a church. I actually was a Bible Institute. And, I said, I can't figure out what to do because I'm not an artist. I can paste things together, but artistry, these people who can draw these things, and I really admire that, because I can't do that for beans. But anyway, so I decided on taking like the laws of Moses, the 10 Commandments, and then I put behind that a church window. So the church window is a little narrow and then ends in that in the arch. So it was like that, and then you had the 10 Commandments underneath, and the lady. She was a female director of that Bible Institute. She tells me the design. You made a nice design here. It's a little phallical. She was speaking in Spanish, so we don't have. We didn't. I don't think she used that word. She was a little more down to earth with it. But she would have said this looks like a male sexual member. And I looked at it, and I didn't want to say, well, you have a dirty mind. It was not appropriate. It's just that this was the initial thought that she saw in it. And I guess because it wasn't a circular logo or anything, my defense was, everyone has a circle logo. Every logo in town is circle this, circle that. So I wanted something different. And it could have been that she requested something different. So she didn't want a circle. So, well, then, what are we going to have here? It's either circle or square, right? Or rectangle. So I went with that, and she agreed with I gave her my explanation, my defense of it. That it's a simplistic but effective logo. It's church, it's Bible, it's Word of God, and it brings out the main purpose. Now, if you want to look at it in a different way, then we're going to run out of logos real quick. And anyone can say, well, a circular logo is half a testicle, right? Half of a sack of testicles, right? You can always say that too. But in any case, we can make all the comparisons you want. You can really tie things in, and we'll run out of ways of doing things really quickly. But in any case, people have these associations on the brain. So that's basically something that we have to recognize, but we're not going to be childish about everything. Here we go, the famous image of the crying Trump baby. There you go. There you have it. Right? So again, what is the reaction? People, oh, it's cute. He's a baby. But don't you guys love your babies? This is the thing I always trying to figure out. Don't you love babies? Maybe not the Democrats. That's a point. Maybe not the Democrats. Wow. I never realized that, but now that I'm looking at it and I ask the question, don't you guys love babies? Now we have maybe that this way good, but doesn't that go for your choir though? Isn't it that your choir that supports abortion would see and not like this and appreciate this negative image? You see that? And aren't you strengthening the conservative view that, against the abortion issue? And you guys are parading around with a baby as a balloon. You see that? So what I'm trying to just to try to bring out to you is that maybe the images you're using, instead of them being negative to us on our side, they're actually positive in the sense that it gives us more motivation, more reasoning, and strengthens our resolve that we're right. Stuff like this, and we're looking at you. You guys are hypocrites. You should have aborted that baby. Now, listen, because then they got this guy. There's some guy went and stabbed the balloon. Remember that? Did you see that in the news? They stabbed the balloon. And by the way, just to give you guys a heads up, those of you on, I believe, YouTube, if you're commenting on YouTube, I can't see your comments. I should fix that. Let me just do that, just in case. Because I have to remember that when I do certain broadcasts, YouTube does not show up on my chat mechanism here. And what happens is that, of course, I can't get, I can't see any comments from YouTube. And so let me just go in there, and I should make a link. I should create a link from the chat directly. So I'm going to have to get that directly. We picked up a subscriber, no doubt. We picked up a subscriber, so that's very good. So, and welcome to our channel, by the way, in YouTube. Now, channel is Global MyCBH Network. It's not the Viral Political Machine. I'm pretty sure I have another channel for Viral Political Machine, but I haven't set up the live streaming on there, and maybe I won't be setting that up because of the limitations YouTube have. I have a lot of channels, so I may not do that. But in any case, I just got that going here. So like I said, this guy went and stabbed the baby and deflated the balloon. So stabbing the baby wasn't that an abortion? How many Democrats were against that? You see that? This goes to show the lunacy out there. People not understanding. You guys are crazy. I mean, not individually. We do crazy things in mass. If you've been watching my Sunday teachings on TSPCI, you would have learned in Exodus 23 that God is actually against a lot of the stuff that the Democrats are doing. Okay, so this issue is rebellion against all of things that God has stated. And then it goes to show, well, is it wrong or is it right and whatnot? But you guys got to realize that if someone goes and aborts the inflated baby Trump, that you guys really should not have been against that. If you think about it. You should have stood by your philosophy that the baby should be aborted, should be killed. That's what you should have done. You should never have made that big mistake, because all you did was tell us conservatives and people who are pro-Trumpers and things like that, who are against abortion, that we're right. And you agree with us. Killing the baby is a bad thing. You're right, absolutely right. See? So you agree. There is a hypocrisy. It cannot survive. I don't see how you guys that are anti-Trumpers and in favor of abortion can survive. How your posit can survive can only survive if everyone is nuts. And granted, you guys keep this going long enough, and I guess, as I've read in some memes at some time, that you guys, we should kill the Trumpers and all that. I guess getting rid of us will give you a country that has similar mental health states that you're comfortable with. I'm sure of that. As a psychotherapist, I know that. But given things as they are right now, you are displaying some dichotomy, some disagreement, internal conflict, cognitive conflict in your thinking. Your thinking doesn't carry through. And so now maybe that's why it doesn't work. Maybe your politics, your anti-Trump politics is not working because your thinking doesn't flow through. There's something wrong with it. And that's usually an indication of something wrong. I teach Bible. I teach people how to find what is the truth and what is not the truth in the scripture. And one of the things is that you carry the thinking through. Because if the thinking doesn't flow through, and you see that there's a problem when you get over beyond the surface, now we have a problem, then that thinking is wrong. It's incorrect. And now here again, in this, we have it. The guy went, killed the baby, and you guys are in an uproar. Hypocrisy. Simply hypocrisy, and probably and the hypocrisy, and if it isn't, if you say, no, it's not hypocrite, then it's mental illness. It's one or the other, but it is one of them definitely. Simply your thinking is not carrying through. So that's another thing that you had to go through. But I find that it's a cute thing. Babies are cute, they're adorable, they can't do anything wrong. Okay, but this again, the babies cannot do anything wrong. They don't know, they're innocent. But you don't hold Trump according you. Your image of Trump is not this, or is it? Is this the image of Trump? Because if this is the image of Trump, then you guys are really bashing in a baby. The impeachment trial is persecutorial against an innocent child. You see where it doesn't fit? So what's new with your politics? This is the thing you have to realize. And then I don't know how Christians can find themselves in a messaging that is so contradictory, hypocritical, oppositional to its own declarations, self oppositional. What's wrong with you guys? Something you guys are also in this problem. You have a mental health issue, or you're hypocrites. Which one is it? Something's going on. Something's wrong here. Now we have the image of the snake here with the image of Trump there. Again, the snake obviously is a reference to the Garden of Eden, the Satan, the devil, all of the evil things. And then you have Trump. Now, is this a positive or negative? Well, I guess depending how you want to look at it. I personally look at it as a positive. This is, again, a psychological thing. He's under attack, simply. It doesn't show that the serpent is like coming away from him, as would indicate that the serpent and Trump are together. This is obviously, and you see that by the way the eyes are looking, and Trump in his stance is like, yeah, come closer, come closer. He has that type of look, that imagery. Yeah, come closer. You see what's going to happen. That type of face, and the eyes looking at that same serpent, and he's standing still. He's not in a defensive position. He's at ease. He has his arms down by his side, and he's just looking calmly. He says, come, like trying to say, yeah, keep coming. So I look at this as a positive, pro-Trump imagery. Some other people, how you doing? Hey, yeah, good question. I'm sorry, I've been without a question for all this time. So, are you a believer? So yes, I have a question, but I want a serious answer. That's all I give. I don't give comical answers. Well, sometimes I get humorous. But go ahead and answer your question. Do you know me as giving an honest answer? I always do that. Now, this again, we'll see what type of question. This is from Twitch, so what we can expect is, whatever. But anyway, at least there's life on Twitch, right? Anyway, and this probably doesn't have to do with this imagery, so we can go on. But what was your opinion? Is this pro or against Trump? I gave you my opinion. Why does God take people away as in death? I just lost my father a few weeks ago, by the way. You may know it or not. So the question is, why does God take people away? And the answer to that, let's go back to the beginning. I would say in the beginning is always the answer. And the issue is that God didn't take anyone away. In the beginning, God told Adam, and since we're talking, we have the serpent here, so he can tell you too, right? God told Adam, do not eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The day you eat of that tree, you shall surely die. Okay, so God told man, do not do that because you will die. Okay, so in other words, that death will become a thing with you. I did not create you for death. But if you do that, death will come to you. Okay, so he told them. Of course, we know the story. Adam went and disobeyed God. So again, why does God take people? God doesn't take away. You have to remember something. He said that very day you shall die. The question that you have to ask is, why are we still alive? That's the question. Not why do we die or why do people go away. Why are we still alive? Because really, we're not supposed to be alive. That is the question that should be asked. So basically, since we are not supposed to be alive, we should be thankful to God for every day we are. Because every day we are, it's a gift, literally. Because we're not supposed to be alive. We should have died when Adam ate the apple. Oh, I'm sorry. Now I'm talking like all the other. When Adam ate that fruit, it wasn't an apple, but the Bible doesn't say it was, so I'm not going to say that. But it was the fruit of the knowledge, because an apple doesn't give you knowledge of good and evil, right? So again, it's not an apple. The fruit was actually the fruit of knowing the good and bad. Why I don't have anyone who cares about me, so why isn't everyone there? Why I don't have anyone who cares about me? So these are like basically two questions. So the first one is why I don't have anyone who cares about me. And then why isn't everyone dead? Okay. So basically it's not true that you don't have anyone who cares about you. Remember, God told Adam that he will surely die. The question is, why are we alive? So in the Bible, God tells us why. It says that in John 3:16, to answer your question, the only reason we are alive is because for God so loved the world, and the world is all of us, he gave his only begotten Son, so that all who would believe in him shall not perish but have life eternal. So the issue is that we're still alive because God loves us. You are here because God loves you. So when you say that I don't have anyone who cares about it, that's not true. Because then God wouldn't have allowed you to live. Matter of fact, God had to fight to keep you alive, because there's a whole lot of Democrats out there. They're trying to kill you before you're born. So quite sadly, but true. So quite literally, God had to fight to bring you into this world, to keep you alive and away from Democrats, into this world. See? So that is a fight that he won, but it's one that you have to recognize. And then everyone else, he loves everyone. He loves all people. Okay? So again, we're here to give the message. And really, the purpose of you living is to hear and receive this message of grace, of the gift of God, so that he can turn around what happened in the Garden of Eden. I haven't felt it a single day in my life that someone loved me, because I think you were looking in the wrong place. You were looking for a person, a people, and not realizing that God loved you, and you're not recognizing the love that God has for you already. So that's an issue. We have to first know that and understand that. So really, if you are hearing this message today, you have to walk away with the knowledge that the only reason that you're alive today is because God loves you. You are loved. It's not true that you are not. And if you're not seeing that, then that is an issue. That's a thing that you have to, just like you got a cold and you go get cold medicine, that's something you need to take care of because you're having an issue. But you are loved because you are, quite simply. So, and then also there's the issue of feeling love. What is that actually? And I can't answer that for you because everybody has a different upbringing, a different way that you grew up, experiences. Some people had parents, some people had terrible, horrible families, and like you're now sharing with us that uh, you had a very sad situation within your sibling group. That's part of the things that we're talking about. That is very sad. You need to understand because I raise therapeutic children here. So I'm talking to you not as just as a psychotherapist, but as a foster parent and a therapeutic one at that. And we have a lot of children who come through trauma like you have had in your life. And what happens is, depending on when it occurs in your life, in your development, it leaves different types of impressions permanently, in many cases, on you. But one of the things that can happen is probably what you're suffering from now, is that it damages your spiritual or mental definition of what love is. See, it damages you, and so that you don't know if someone loved you, you wouldn't even know it because it's not registering now. But no one can see that my whole perfect life is fake, but God knows it. And if you were in my immediate surrounding, if I was someone in your life trying to help you, you came to me for advice and for help, I would see it. I would know it. You would have told me, and you would say, I'm having this situation like you're doing now. Then why doesn't He show me? You mean God? Um, the question is, have you gone to Him for Him to show you? And by that, let me tell you a little, just slightly, just once, a few seconds worth, that when I was 8 years old, I went to God and I told Him, if you're real, because I was just 8 years old, I said, if you're real, then show me what the truth is and take away what other religious people have put in my head and what they're doing, what they're saying now. Because I was in a church, I said, how do I know this is the truth? So listen, if you have a sincere heart, the Word of God says, if you have a sincere and humble heart, God will hear you and He will answer you. How that answer is different for each person. And but He proved, let me say that He proved, because, hey, listen, I'm a person, I like the scientific method. All right. So God had to prove, okay? God had to prove that it was Him, and He did it. Okay. So for every person it's different. Then why doesn't He show me? I said that even the shrinks couldn't see it. Well, the shrinks are, again, you're talking about shrinks. A lot of them are divorced. So, where does their shrink help them with that? They're shrinks by training. I'm different, right? I have my thing comes natural or God given, whichever way you want to look at it. So every person that came to me for help has been helped. Now I have a perfect marriage record. In terms of people coming, they were having troubles and they were getting ready to divorce. They were right there. And those that I took on as clients, they're still together. And a few of them have passed on, and they died having stayed in their marriages and gone through without any more issues. So I have a better track record than most of your educated doctors out there who rely on their education but don't have the grace of God to help people really, naturally or internally. So again, um, that those are numbers. So that is where it is at. Even the shrink screens. I went to church and asked to a priest. I jumped from a bridge. I even jumped under a car. It feels like torture, but never got answer because they can't see past the mask. Right, but again, I mean, you have to understand something. It's why, when you're looking for help, um, you just have to, stop using the mask. At least with yourself. Are you using the mask on yourself? Are you doing that? See, because that's also something. If you're looking at yourself, see, when you look in the mirror, are you looking at the mask? That's the question. Oh well, you see the difference. I don't think it's a joke. I know what you're doing. That's why I asked you the question about the mirror. Right. So yeah, well, again, these things are not funny, and I deal with again children who have been traumatized, and help them through it. And it's not an easy thing. Okay, so even when coming to God and asking Him to guide you and to teach you, it's not an easy thing. You're talking about doing away with most of the things that you identify with yourself. So that's not an easy thing at all. It's very slow. Um, no, I see my sad self. Yeah, you see your sad self. And so again, it's you need to have the right combination. This is hard work. It's hard work that you have to do yourself, and hard work that someone with understanding has to work with you on. So I wish I had an easy answer for you. Again, you would have been. God may have someone for you, by the way, because I'm telling you these things now, but I can't believe that you're here by accident, and God is trying to reach to you. So there's somebody either in your life right now or coming into your life very soon that will be able to help you. They will tell you similar things that I've told you now, and you will get the feeling, oh, this is like what that big guy was saying on the computer, on Twitch. Yeah, you need to connect, and and don't expect overnight miracles. It's not going to happen. We're talking about a very long, lifelong walk here. Okay, so be patient with yourself overall, and with anyone who's trying to help you. The only one who cared died. Then my pets die one by one, and everyone says it's just my own, I guess, fault. Well, nothing is your fault in and of itself. But if you choose to look at it in a negative way, again, not appreciating the life that we have, then that is especially after hearing me today, it will be your fault if you choose to ignore what I've told you. So that's the only thing that can be your fault. Things happening are not your fault. This is what happens. So you can't take it and add that to you. You are who you are, and that's that. Now what happens is a result. Again, what happens from now on is a result of your decision making. So I would suggest that you simply open your heart now to God, and let's just take a moment and just do that, so at least we know that we're grounded, but we started, right? You want to start and at least have that moment for yourself. So let's do that now. You just simply close your eyes, you open your heart, and you just say simply, God, I've heard these words now, and I reach out to you. I ask you to guide me. I'm reaching out my hand and asking you to please guide me. And I will walk in faith, trusting that you are guiding me. Show me, indicate to me who it is that's going to help me and simply protect me. I have no other way. I'm tired of this mask. I'm tired of this sadness. And help me walk on and in trusting you and in having faith in you, because basically that is all that is left. And I accept, and I would encourage you now to receive his help. His help, again, as we said in John 3:16, was that he gave his only begotten Son, Jesus Christ. So I urge you now to receive and to say to him, I accept you, Jesus Christ. Father, I receive your gift to my life, Jesus Christ, into my life. And I ask that you um, uh, receive me and that you guide me unto all truth and righteousness, which is doing the right things and thinking the right way. So if you've done that today, amen. So if you've done that, then we have a starting point, and you have a starting point. Now, the Bible says that all the old stuff, everything in the past is gone. We're starting new. You're starting new today. And now you're walking with the Lord. You're walking with God, and that is a good thing. Amen. Praise God for that. I've had faith for 18 years, but he never answered all the prayers. Not all the prayers, right? But he never answered. So again, it's like I said, I don't know what church you were in. I don't know what teaching you got or anything like that. Usually in our relationship with God, we shouldn't be in a relationship where it's like I'm asking, you ask and ask and ask and ask. I mean, again, if we're just simply living and breathing, that's already a very thankful situation. You should be always in thanksgiving, thanking God for another day, because simply every day is Lent. So again, it depends on how you're looking at things, and the way you're looking at things is obviously a lot to do with how people are teaching you or what things you are learning from whom. But obviously, all the things you were learning up to now has not helped you at all. If you look at things the right way, then you will have a better understanding of things. Not that you'll feel any better, because there could be other reasons, and sometimes it's medical. Sometimes you need some medicine to help you see things differently. But understanding, you can always understand. So understanding will help you through a lot of times. Okay, so that's what I have to say about that. I mean, obviously, we can have a lot more conversation. If you follow me on Twitch that you're at, every once in a while, you can always ask questions. I'm teaching on Saturdays, on the Sabbath. I'm also teaching on Sundays. And you can always chime in with a question. You can basically educate yourself with watching my Bible teachings and learning, because I talk a lot about psychology, a lot of things about depression and things of life, so that you can understand why things are the way they are. Why do we suffer what we suffer, and things like that. I always go through a lot of that as I do my program. So yeah, so do that. And again, make this the first day of the rest of your life. There's no reason, as far as I can ascertain, that you cannot make a big change. And now, if you're trusting God, you trust in Him and in His Son. God did all His work in fixing our problems in Jesus Christ. So as long as you go and you cling on to Jesus Christ, you received Him, and you move on from this point on, things will start and you get the education, because that's very important. So I'm here, I'm online all the time, and there's other ways to get more of what I teach and all that. You'll be seeing and hearing that over time as well. So it's basically really up to you, my friend. So I really encourage you to continue in that walk. Okay. Um, so I guess that's that time. And again, we're here to help you for any future questions that you may have. Okay, so we're thankful about that moment. It's great that we have a moment that we can be of assistance to someone looking for help, especially on Twitch, because usually on Twitch it's like it's no man's land over there. They got the game No Man's Sky, but here in Twitch, actually the chat rooms are just no man's land over there. But anyway, I encourage you in the Lord, my friend. I encourage you in the Lord. Okay, so if you have no other question, if that's okay, I'm moving on with my broadcast, which I really I'm going to wrap up. Let's see how much time I have had so far. It's like 1 hour and 20. So I'm going to wrap this up in about 9 minutes, 8 minutes or so. Okay. All right. So that's a good thing. At least we're able to help somebody who's really looking for the truth in their life, and that's exactly what we're about here, and what I do on Saturdays and Sundays, every day really, and even throughout all my different broadcasts on different topics, because that's the type of guy I am. I have different interests, and I explore them and develop them more fully as the Lord permits me. So that's what we're doing. Here again, we see a Trump building. This is probably the same building we've been seeing all day in this broadcast today, but it's a different perspective. It's a nighttime picture. Again, it's I mean, look at all the buildings there on this. This is, I believe, it's Chicago, if I'm not mistaken. And then look at all of these other buildings. You know, it's the only building with the Trump name on it, right? Again, this is an image. It's just an image. It's what goes out there as opposed to the others that we've seen. This is social media available imagery, and you know, just a regular search, and this is the search results. That's basically what it is, but it is what people are seeing. The messaging, here we go again, another I guess the same one, again under construction, when it was under construction, and again, these are the things that are seen. Another building, these are the different ones, the Trump Plaza. At some time, again, some of these images are certainly old ones. I'm guessing this is what used to be, or still may be, in Jersey City, Atlantic City, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on things Trump, but it doesn't matter. You see, you should be seeing already the difference in what people are saying negatively and the real life photos of Trump. See that? This is the dichotomy in our social construct today, and so that is the reality that you know, the 2020 elections are going to happen with this reality. Here we go again, the Trump building again, standing tall. Here we have the 2016 messaging, and a hope that this would affect or be the sentiment for the election, which obviously was not. Again, singing towards the choir. There's no reason. His hair, they made a thing about the hair, and somehow the hair has to do with something. There's other things were said about his orange skin and stuff like that. Again, orange skin and all, he still became the president, the 45th president. Again, these messaging, and people spend time in doing that and preparing that, but nope what, you know, It's not. It's just saying no and nope and whatever other memes you come out. It's not enough to do anything. It just makes other people with the same sentiment say, yeah, yeah. It's just another. It does nothing because all it does is just it's the obvious in the obvious audience because you're not gaining any traction with that. Here's another one. Uh, um, with whatever way they made that happen, whatever lens they're using, there's types of screens and lenses you can put in front and make that happen, right? So here it goes again. Uh, all that does, it's alarming when you look at it. It's alarming, and so it brings in this gigantic picture. What this does is that it impacts the person. It doesn't bring in a negative. It actually impacts, which is a different thing. When you're trying to do a negative, you don't want to be overly impacting, because when you're overly impacting, then your messaging is overwhelmed by the impact. So you lose the message because of this overwhelming impacting image. And basically it works against you. Again, it's great for people to laugh at, but laughing isn't a negative. It really isn't. I mean, we go to enjoy ourselves in a comedy club. It's not negative. Laughing is not a negative thing. So making people laugh is actually a positive thing that you're doing. And then obviously, if your group is the Democrat Party or people are anti-Trumper group, then they're being impacted, right? They're being impacted in a positive sense, not negative. It's a positive. That's it. And the impact, so it works the opposite, right? So then if this is taken to a Republican looking at this, again, you're making Trump, look at what you're doing to make people laugh. You're making Trump bigger. Like his Trump building, you see what you're doing? Making him bigger. The baby idea was better, except for the hypocrisy in it. Really, the Democrats shouldn't own the baby thing because you guys don't have a right to own the baby thing. So on the face of it, even though the baby thing was better, it really doesn't belong to you. So it's dishonest and hypocritical. So it also loses its weight and loses its impact on anything. Okay, so again, they're just not thinking on terms of how to combat against this. See that big head over there? They like, let's look back at this, because here's where you get to see it. See, big head Trump. He's an idiot. He's dumb. Look at the stupid thing Trump did. Look at the stupidity that Trump said today. He's a total idiot. He's an incredibly idiotic. See what happens? See what happens to the whole Democrat platform against Trump? It falls flat on his face. That's the cement. That's the dirt upon which Trump built his buildings. And that's the problem with your whole posit. Everybody's saying he's dumb. Everybody's saying he's an idiot. If Trump is an idiot, where's yours? See? And if you don't have this, then you are more of an idiot than Trump is. I'm not saying that Trump isn't an idiot. I'm just saying that you are worse, because this is what an idiot does. If you're right, This is what an idiot does. I'm trying to get my finger right there. See, that's, according to you, that's an idiot's work. That's the product of an idiot, of a stupid person, of a crazed maniac. This is the work of crazy, according to all of y'all. And somebody needs to call an ambulance for you. And that's why you're not going to win. None of the candidates in line are going to win in the coming election at all, because you guys are baseless. Against Trump, sorry, it just doesn't work. It doesn't hold water. And you guys are almost like these crypto promoters who are always bullish. Oh, it's coming down, but it's going to go up. It's going to be 50,000. It's going to be $1 million by the end of the year. That's what you guys are doing. You guys are full of it. It's not Trump that's the hot air. It's you guys. You're full of hot air. And this is today's broadcast for Viral Political Machine. Thank you very much for watching. Okay, sorry about that. We're in our test week. It's usually the week we test everything after a sabbatical, which we just had for the summer, and I'm just trying to get everything back in play here and get everything ready. So obviously, when I started now, the mic wasn't set into its proper inputs. Okay, so today we're going to talk about, and we expect us to have an issue. Please forgive that, because this is a part of our test week where we just go through with the broadcast and see what isn't working and fix it on the fly. So forgive us for that. It's unprofessional, but it's also the only way I can do everything in the world, which I'm doing, and do it with some time savings. Okay. All right. So let's go into these political tweets. Today is VPN day for me. I have everything my wife was telling me was, I guess, pointing out, emphasizing last night how I have a day for everything and every time and everything set out. So that's her observation of me. And today is, in fact, Viral Political Machine Day. So most of the things that I work on today for efficiency is dealing with our Viral Political Machine political consultancy program. And so that's what I'm doing. I'm doing all sorts of things. As long as it has to do with the VPN program, I'm doing it. And since we have to test all the streams, we're doing that right now with this one. So please forgive any bumpy roads or anything like that. Matter of fact, if you want to look into our VPN program, becoming a political consultant, right now it's only open for GOP. Sorry, guys. Preferential, yes, but it's also, there's a reason for it, and so we only have it open for GOP candidates at this time. And for anyone in the GOP who wants to do something more significantly than just say MAGA and what other things they have in their Republican GOP type of comments on Facebook and your social media. If you want to do something more proactive and more meaningful, then we suggest you pay a visit to our landing page. And let's see if I can bring that up. See if we have any. No, it's not going to work. Okay. Yeah, that's not what wanted to see. One moment. I'm going to take a moment. I have to answer the door. So one moment. Let me play the. Yeah, sorry about that. We have the children getting home from school, and although they're with an adult, they don't wait for the adult, and they come in and knock on the door, and I'm thinking the adult left their key and wondering how did they lock the door when they left. And it turns out the door wasn't locked, and I was just disturbed for childish reasons. So that's what happened there. So that was a childhood failure. A child failure instead of a wardrobe failure, which also can happen, we'll never know. Okay, so we'll continue with the screen. It's not working here, so I'm going to try to fix that on the fly. So let me. Oh, I see. Yeah, because it's a different thing, and you'll understand it in a moment when I get it fixed. I see. So that's the browser. So that's always going to be that way. What I need is another. I need to have is it a window capture for this, and or really just a display capture if we can get it to work. So yeah, so that it looks like it's working. So yeah, okay, so that'll work. And let me try to get okay, and let me just position. I'll be right with you folks. So here's the screen. Now this should be good for us right now. Okay, so like I was saying before, if you're interested in becoming a being of significant impact on the coming elections, and you're in the GOP, and you want Trump to win again as president, we help you to do more than just be one of the gang. To become very effective. And this is also an opportunity for you to become a professional consultant, a political consultant. There's about 5 or 6 different job titles that this program will train you for. You get the course at our university, so you get tied into the university to get your training. And you should really just take a look at this video on this page To get to that page, you have to type in MyCBH, MYCBH.com/LP/VPM, as you see there, VPM-BIZ, VPM-BIZ. And then you can get to this landing page, watch the video carefully, and really consider playing a major role. What we need are people that are going to play a major role, not just people going to sit around enjoying the entertainment of the political season, but actually people who want to take a major role and really change your life, because this is going to empower you to enjoy 5 to 6 figure income with the political industry. So it's not just preparing you just to be a ringleader for this election, but actually to set you into a winning position and helping the politics you believe in for many years to come, and earning a very, very good living at it. So you're becoming part of a network, you'll be earning income, and you really need to watch that video and get involved in that program. Okay, so what we're doing is what we're going to do today is reviewing and commenting on tweets that are political in nature. What I have here are 2 columns of tweets. One is MAGA, the other is filtered for Vote Trump. And, we have a few tweets and treats for us to look into today. We have one here from Sukaloma. I don't know if you can see this well on your screen, but it's Sukaloma Savvy. And she says, for me, it's Harris or Warren. I'm praying that we put Trump out, but will men vote for a woman? And, the question is that the only qualifier? Will men vote for a woman? That's the only consideration? So I guess what? Men just vote for men? There's no other distinguishing features that men vote for? It seems to be not for anything. I'm not poking fun at this tweeter here, but you see the mentality. When you start looking at things like this, you start looking at the mentality involved in the election process of this country at this point. It seems to be just an issue of color, which we already proved that American men would vote for a black man, for president of the United States. That's already been proven. So I think the question of racism is also something that's really not valid in terms of presidential races. Okay, so we're limited to presidential races. Can a black man win the presidency of the United States? And the answer to that is absolutely. It's already been done. So no one can say that the U.S. is racist. And people who say that, obviously, if you're going to say that, you are obviously, for anyone looking or watching, you know that the person does not know what they're talking about. Okay, simply they are trying to make a case where there is none. And where we usually put political talk, right? It's usually political talk. When they try to paint the other side as being something they aren't, but just because it's politically expedient. So you need to know that certain things are being done and certain things are being said for the sake of political expediency, not because they're true. I think truth is the farthest thing that we are being exposed to within the political environment. That's the farthest thing we're being exposed to, or the last thing. I'm going to open this up. What you're seeing, say, how do I do that? Is because this is a special software, a proprietary software that I made. I do my own software, and so that I just remembered I couldn't make that bigger for you to read that. So that was the original tweet there. And also this software will be showing you guys how to use to great effect also in the VPN program. So this is part of the things we start teaching you really how to use the tools that I have developed. These are tools I personally have developed. So I don't use another developer up to now. I may use it in the future, but up to now, I usually do my own software, do my own things. All right. So, and I did comment on it. I can't show you the comment here now. I don't think so, but right, because it'll only go into a new comment there. But in any case, I did comment to us, is this the only factor? Why can't a woman run for president, or why can't a woman actually win the presidency? Is there a real problem with that? I don't think so. I think men will vote for a woman to be president if only the woman had the perceived acumen of running the country, especially with all of this. Can you imagine? See, one of the main reasons that a man would not believe right now that a woman, and a lot of you gals may seem this to be sexist, this statement, but you know, after what's going on now with Trump, all the bad mouthing, all the false news, fake stuff, all of that. Can you imagine? I mean, someone can comment, and we're open for comments, by the way. If you're wherever you're seeing this and you have a facility for commenting, I am able and willing to respond to comments. So you can try commenting. I should see all the comments here. And those that I do, I will respond to. And let me just do a quick share on the viral political machine. A second here. And get that shared to that page. There you go. Okay, so we just shared that on the viral political machine on Facebook. All right, so yeah, I'm interested in anyone who has any comment on this issue. I believe that, you know, if after Trump, I mean, you know, even thinking about running for president, you have to start thinking, who's really thinking of running for president right now? I think that's an interesting topic. Who could possibly be thinking about running for president right now? What could be possibly running through that mind after all of this thing that's going on? I mean, and then think about it. Who would have the guts, the stamina, the testadura, and you need dura testa, to deal with all of this garbage day in and day out? And you can say, no, but no one else would have all of this baggage for which people are criticizing Trump for having and whatnot. Listen, in the world of politics, the people are ready to put baggage in your name. Okay, you got baggage waiting for you. All right, I don't hardly ever receive. I don't order too much online or anything. I mean, not like these kids of mine out compete me with ordering stuff from Amazon and whatnot. I thought I was bad. I get big items. I get the multi-$1,000 things with Amazon, but they every week they're getting sneakers and shirts and stuff like that. Every time that door is knocking, I say there's another Amazon or somebody. So I mean, you got to understand that when you or anyone runs for the presidency of the United States of America, or even you're nominated to be a Supreme Court justice, even with that, you don't even have to be the president of the United States. Supreme Court. People, you got to realize here, like I don't receive packages every week, but if I would run for presidency of the United States, all of a sudden, there's going to be a whole bunch of undelivered mail showing up, popping up, a whole bunch of emails, a whole bunch of packages, baggage, trying to attack me. I mean, I had someone, I wouldn't call it a doxing. It was almost like that, but someone tried to destroy my reputation in a Facebook group, with their opinions and their perceptions and whatnot. And I'm not even running for president. I was just, they were just sick and tired of me, saying my 2 cents, and the 2 cents is more like $200. You get what I'm trying to say. And they just couldn't handle, the value that I was bringing in and the challenge to their posits. And this guy was trying to trash me and whatnot. Like, unbeknownst to him, I'm very well adept in dealing with falsehood and bad conceptions or misconceptions, and people trying to dox me or persuade other people against me and this and that, blah blah blah. It's all just ridiculous. It's games for me. But I can imagine if someone doesn't have that wherewithal to deal with this constant, be able to push back with this constant barrage of lies and twisting, because anything is twisted. I've seen this, a lot of people wondering why you guys for Trump, why you support Trump, look at this, look at that, and you guys are throwing a whole lot of screws out there. See, and that's the thing that I don't think many are realizing, that you guys are using screws, and the problem with screws is that they have something, a threading on it that is twisted. Maybe you're not noticing. You think it's a point. This is my point, but it's a screw. It's not a nail. That's why you haven't been able to nail the coffin, right? The last nail in the coffin. You haven't been able to do that because you're not nailing. You see, you don't have nails. Nails have a point. You have screws. And yeah, you're trying to screw. You're trying to screw the man. But they're screws. Just like a screw can come in, screw can come out. Okay? So basically, but when you're asking us to look at this and you're showing us a screw, you don't have a point. The screw, now that's the issue, right? Screws don't have a point. Most screws are flat pointed, right? They have that flat end, which is the end that goes in, and they don't have much of a point. And if they have some point, there may be some point to it, but it's not like a nail. No, that's a point. So that's the difference. So that's a quality difference. Some people don't understand why is it that when we say something, you guys aren't registering. You guys are not understanding, because one of the reasons why is because you don't have a point. A point. You want to screw something in, but you don't have a point. So that's the difference. So obviously, that is one of the considerations that you have to have when you're considering all this. Now that we're entering the political season for the presidency and other positions, that's something that has to be considered. So again, just this comment alone, it goes to show how people aren't thinking out there, really. men will vote. Hey, listen, I would vote for Michelle. I know a lot of, I'm a Republican that would vote for Michelle Obama. Share it out. I just said it. Go ahead, just share that out. A Republican will vote for Michelle Obama. And it's a great nifty way for Obama to become, get back into the White House for whatever intensive purposes that can serve. But in any case, why not? Why not? If Michelle, and I'm not being funny with this, I'm being very serious. If Michelle will come to me and say, help me get elected, I would seriously think about that. Because first of all, she brings in great popularity. I don't need a screw in my head to figure out that she pulls in. She got coattails and she can pull in a lot, when she comes down, walking down the hall, if you get my drift, okay? So that's a lot of, that's power that she has, okay? That she's earned it, frankly. And so she has that to her credit. I don't know about the other things that are for a man that would be important in terms of how she would handle, international affairs, business things. Because, us men, we voted for Trump because he handles business. And he knows how to make a deal even if the other guy is begging for their lives. Quite frankly, let's talk the truth. Trump is a person that you don't make a deal the first time. He's going to make it. He's going to make you make a deal later on down, but you will be on a very worse position than if you had taken the first deal. And why I say that is because that's exactly what I would do. And when you want to ask why do people follow Trump or vote for Trump, it is because they are like him. He is like them. It's like me in many aspects. Not the bad stuff, but even some people consider what I just said a bad thing. Oh, why would you do that? Well, listen, I'm a businessman. I'm a minister, but I'm also a businessman. And in business, you get my best face when I walk in the door. All right? But when you make me work hard to make you understand something, because you're hard-headed and you want to play hardball, then you're going to pay for my time and for my services. So that's what Trump does. And that's why he is loved by men and women alike who voted for Trump and who are still with him, because he gets what he needs done. What people aren't understanding is that it has nothing to do with what he says. People just don't get it. They just don't understand. It's as simple as that. This is the problem in this country and in this world today. It's the lack of understanding. See, you're not understanding. It has nothing to do with what he says. Because he comes in the door and he may say something. He said, today I'm going to make you the best deal that you will ever have in all your life. Okay? And then people a year later say, that's what he said. But look at what happened just now. He left the other guy gasping for air. But what you're not realizing is that he said the truth when he walked in the door. He said, I'm here to give you the best deal. And that's what he was ready to do. Sign and deliver that day. But since the other the other party wasn't playing ball yet, you didn't get yourself, you're not ready to take this good deal, and you made us wait, talk, and spend time, and educate you, and blah, 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 and then you got into a little trouble later on, and you guys felt the pressure and this and that, well, then now you're going to get the short end of the stick. See, a lot of people don't understand that. Then they're blaming Trump for using his business savvy, just simply his business savvy. But all beyond that, though, getting back to this tweet about the women, Harris or Warren, are any of those two going to be able to deal? See, because as far as I can see right now, there is no one on the Democratic side that could possibly win over any voter that voted for Trump for the right reasons. Let me repeat that. There is no candidate right now possible on the Democratic side that could possibly win over any Trump vote that voted for Trump for the right reasons. You can convince some Trump voters who voted for Trump for the wrong reason, but you not be able to persuade or dissuade any voter who voted for Trump for the right reasons. Okay, because all the Democrats doing are poo-pooing the key features of our candidate. Okay, so all of those things that they're doing is just making themselves look foolish in the eyes of the Trump voter who voted well. That doesn't mean that it was right or wrong. This is not an issue of voting right or wrong, but it is an issue of voting well. When people go into the polling booth, the only saving grace in this country right now is that when people enter that voting booth for the presidency, usually, more often than not, they vote well. Okay, it's a serious thing. I'm a Republican, and I did not support the Obama presidency, but I was not unhappy. As a matter of fact, I was very happy for the nation. I'm very happy for the nation because the nation broke with a perception. Not that it was the truth, because I've always said that these later generations now, that issue of racism is not the problem. And I've done other videos on this, so I won't get into it now. They bandy it around like a football, but it really is not the problem in this country. But we'll just let that go, and if you're interested in finding out why I say that, well, you have to look at my other videos or wait till I do another video or have a tweet that brings up the subject, and then I can get into it. But that is not the issue. But what we have is that when this country and Obama becoming president shows that this country has the ability to vote well. Okay. And again, I wasn't in favor of the Obama presidency, and not for any reason, not for any racism or anything. I just didn't. And for the reasons that were clear anyway in our statements and the way we see it clearly, that he did not. I mean, he kept drawing the line. I mean, that's the clearest thing I can to make you understand why I felt. And I wrote a letter. It's online someplace where I suggested to Obama to take a slightly different stance and to listen to some of the critics that they were criticizing his weakness in certain foreign affair policies. And obviously the drawing in the sand is the very clear indicator for you. If you say something here and then you start redrawing that line backwards and backwards and backwards, then you're really not an effective deal maker. Okay? And not to say, let's say Trump, let's make it a Trump thing. Is it possible for Trump to draw a line and then to recede and draw another line? Yes, it is possible. Okay? Why and when is that possible, and why is that a good thing? Because it gives the other person the feeling or the perception, you can work with me. I'm moldable, I'm flexible. So let's make a deal. Okay, so within that scope, Trump would be doing that. That is possible, depending how he reads the person and the situation. So why can't that be what Obama did? Because it would be unbelievable. Simply, Obama did not exude any quality or character that would support and lend credence to him using this backstepping to effect or to gain. All right, that wasn't like he wasn't known for that. He's still not known for that. It was his greatest criticism. All the critics have really trounced on him or pounded him with that criticism that he was just redrawing the line and receding and letting Syria or the Taliban, whatever it was, the ISIS or whatever it was, I think it was Syria actually, where he was just, allowing them to get away with murder, and he didn't defend his line that he drew in the sand. So it's unbelievable. So that's the difference, really. Obama, give him some credit. He may have thought it. He may have went to sleep the night before, and he had a marvelous dream. Even Constantinople, right? Constantine. I keep doing that. Even Constantine had a vision. He saw, this. It's Cygnus. It's Vinci, right? You will have victory under this sign. Like that sign up there. You don't see it in the screen, but the cross there. So with this sign you shall win. You shall conquer. So maybe Obama woke up that morning and said, you know what? I'm going to just go redraw the line backwards and see if they, wake up and smell the coffee. And that would have been a drastic change in his regular manner of things. It would have been a change if, not in the redrawing. The redrawing was his principal character was to redraw, recede. And for that being a reality in all of his life, you'll have to ask Michelle. I don't know. But in any case, it would be a stretch to imagine that he was thinking like Trump. I'm going to use this as a strategy to try to win them over. So I think was more of a stretch than anything else. So, but again, the question is, would a woman be able to do what Trump is doing? I think Trump sets a new height or a new low. In either case, it is a boundary where Trump is at, where he's sailing, where he is cruising right now. He is cruising at the boundaries, whichever way you want to look at it, good or bad. But the question now becomes, can a woman or any other candidate ride that wave and survive? Can you get out into that extreme position in terms of the commentary and news reporting opinions, etc., can you, public opinion and perspective, can you run the presidency effectively, get things done while riding the ridge, if you will, of public opinion? You see, and Trump is in no way having a deluge of contrary opinion. It's just that it is powerful. It is a popular, there is a popular movement against Trump, but it is not a winnable movement. Because again, we're talking about the electoral college for the presidency, not the popular vote. People confuse. So it's not, don't look at popularity. Don't look at how many followers you have. We have so many people saying that they're going to vote against Trump and whatnot. What's the news? This has been no different. You had a majority of people against Trump when he won the presidency. But you see, but people still with that mentality, and it shows lack of understanding. As simple as that. It's lack of understanding. So again, the game ensues. They're playing the game. Not that the DNC wants to admit it or not, but they're playing the game and you are the pawns. You're falling for it. As simple as that. What is different before 2016 than it is now? I'll tell you what the difference. There's only one difference. It's that Trump has proven himself to get things done. It's as simple as that. Because the bottom line is people look at what has been done. They're going to go into the polling booth and they're going to think about the wall. And no matter what, because some people say the wall isn't still up, but a lot of it is. And why isn't it all of it up? Because of the Democrats. That's what they're going to see, because that's all we've been seeing. You see, with all the issue of impeaching Trump, what you guys did, the Democrats did, was highlight the fact that he's still unimpeached. That's all you did. All you did was highlight that he's not impeached. And come election day, that's what people are going to take to the polling booth. He's not impeached. He's built wall. He's done this. He's done that. Signing of this, signing of this. Yes, many executive orders because, again, why? Because the Democrats are always fighting against him. The Democrats had a better play to make, albeit more complicated or complex, but more effective than what you guys have been doing. But again, you need a brain to play that game. That would have been the game I would have played if I were a Democrat. If I were consulting the DNC, I would have played this whole scenario devilishly different. Absolutely. And they missed that opportunity. It was a perfect opportunity. Matter of fact, insight. They had the positioning to effectuate what I'm talking about. But they messed up. I think the Democrats, a lot of them were too, let's put it this way, they lacked the complexity to allow this strategy to have taken place. See? So I guess the only thing that saves us really is the stupidity in which everyone seems to be drowning in. But if someone would come along with enough cognitive amplitude they can really do some major damage. It won't be effective. I don't want to put negative to it. I think it's a good thing. All right. So basically, listen, if Harris and Warren were convincing that they could take on even a popular dissent, that would be good, but I don't see it. There's nothing in their background, and and when I say background, I mean how the public views it. I'm a public. All I know about Harris and Warren is what I see. And what I see the tweets, I hear the TV when I don't do much of that, but I see the commentaries and the videos of their news interview and whatnot. I don't see in either of them someone who can take the heat. I see someone, and it has nothing to do with them being a woman, because it's the same thing I saw with Obama. Simple. What did I see with Obama? He likes to bend over. And I don't mean that I don't mean any puns there. With all due respect to the former president, I'm not inferring anything else except that the perception was, and the drawing in the line and keeping going back was, and the money thing and all that was that he was easy. Okay, and I don't see anything different with Harris and Warren, and I don't think even this woman sees Harris and Warren more than Obama. I don't think so. I don't think she sees Obama as being weaker than Harris or Warren as a leader. Now, you guys listening to me now, you agree with that? Do you think Harris and Warren are stronger as leaders than Obama was? See that? See how you just had to what? You had to deal with the truth. See that? That had just happened just then. So that's why Harris and Warren won't win. Because simply they don't have what it takes. And it has nothing to do with being a woman. It has nothing to do with being a woman. Like I tell you again, I personally believe that Michelle Obama is stronger than these two women combined. Or she can be, and I can train her to be. Simply because it's just not her alone. It's her, and everyone else in the nation would see Obama is there. Combined, that's pretty much a very strong political position. That's pretty strong political, what do we call, value, weight. Not that they are stronger than Trump alone, because we don't talk about Melania, right? We don't talk about her as adding to Trump in the reason why we voted for Trump, right? But when dealing now with the potential, or with the possible, if possible, it's just a hypothetical scenario that Michelle Obama would decide to grace this nation with a run for the presidency right now. Her greatest asset is Obama. It's Michelle and Obama, right? The Obamas. Michelle's running for president, and President Obama will be in. Barack Obama, right, will be in the White House again. Powerful, very powerful. Now we still have Trump to deal with. I'm not saying, but Harris and Warren. Harris and Warren, no. Okay, so that is the one thing about it that I had to comment on that tweet there. So I think that's what I think the country, listen, it is my opinion that this country is ready for a woman president. I would rather, though, that Korea would be a past thing. Yeah, personally, I think that this Korea thing has to get resolved, the Iran thing, particularly. Those two things. China as a third, if they would calm their butts down and somebody made a deal there, then Michelle Obama for president, perfect, perfect time. Absolutely. I would encourage that. But the way things are now, personally speaking, my opinion, we need Trump in the White House. It's another 4 years. And you guys need to let him work. Simple. And if you're a Democrat, you're watching this, I'm talking to you, heart to heart, really. Give the nation, it's not about Trump, because you guys like to criticize, dump on Trump, but you're dumping on the nation at the same time. Listen, give the nation a chance to breathe here. Okay? That China thing has to be put down. Okay? I want to talk more direct to you, but I won't do it in this video. I've done it in a China video I did long ago in Periscope. Look for it. Okay? It looks about China. I've been talking about China for a long time. All right? So everyone else wasn't talking about China. I was the first one to talk about China. So there, because a lot of people like to say what they did first, and I did this. I'm the one who was talking about China before anybody else was. To be careful, because I traveled. And I can see what China was doing long before anybody else realized that. That's why I have a different view about the immigration issue, the border issue, and this China issue now. Because all along, China has been manipulating things. They're doing it with North Korea in your face, and now they're doing it in crypto as well. Okay, they're trying to pull the rug out of under the U.S. Trump is absolutely correct in stopping them now at whatever cost, and I do mean whatever cost. Absolutely, with all it means and infers. At all costs, China has to be stopped now. Okay? If you miss this time, we've lost. Absolutely. Trump is here at the right time, at the right moment. And China got to get stopped. Okay? So, with God's favor, because we do need God's intervention for it to happen. But if there's one chance of China getting stopped, it is with Trump in office and God's favor. And this is the time. So, that's all I'm going to say on it. And with this broadcast, and that'll be it for this broadcast. Going to go on again. I see another tweet. I'll be back on to get today's VPN day. Like I said before, if you're interested, if you're in the GOP, if you're a Trump voter, supporter, you see the sense to keep Trump in office, to make sure he gets his work finished. He still has things to do. Then you want to do more than just sit around hoping for the best. You want to come and join our program. What we're looking for is people who don't mind learning to become a political consultant, learning to gain this skill, using our tools. We're going to teach you how to use our tools to communicate and to educate and to really make a big difference in the upcoming election and elections to come. And this is going to be a big deal right here. It's a very limited opportunity, by the way. When you watch the video, you get there by going to MyCBH, MYCB as in boy, H as in Harry, .com /LP /VPM, like you see there, those letters, VPM dash BIZ. BIZ. Take a look at that video and join our program and realize that this is just the beginning. What we're talking about here is just the beginning. We just talk about you and your local area. We have a citywide license here, but we also have the wonderful statewide license. But I'm going to tell you, statewide license holders, something that's not in the video, and that is that we're not just going to stay in the U.S. Later on, we're going to move out to international areas, other countries, and you guys, the state guys here that have the state license, you will be international consultants. That's where you're headed to be. So that's an added great benefit to position yourself with us here. If you love politics, you gotta love it. You gotta enjoy it, even in a level of reasoning and thinking. And you wouldn't mind putting some time into it. You're doing it now. You're tweeting. You're Facebooking. You're sharing your views. You might as well make some money at it, so that you can spend more time. It's an issue of, if you're making money, you're paying your bills, and you have your nice car and whatnot, you're living comfortably, then you can dedicate more time, right? So that's the point. That's why I talk about it as an opportunity for you to earn some income, so that you can spend time and develop yourself in a professional level. And then later on, as I just told you, revealed to you in this video, because you won't see it in the video here on this page, that the international arena is what's next after you get all said and done here. Okay? So it's a great opportunity for you guys to really grow in this political field, and so we encourage you to do that. That's again mycbh.com /LP /VPM dash BIZ. And I'll see you in our next broadcast, maybe in a few moments. There's another tweet gave me a reason to ponder. We'll probably bring that up in the next video. Take care. Thanks for watching VPM, Viral Political Machine.
You and I fix this thing ourselves individually. And in a few lessons, from 1, from 2, I think, and from 3, I broke it down how exactly this works, how God's way works better than the government. Así que yo enseñé en las lecciones antes de esta, yo enseñé, describí cómo es que trabaja lo que Dios quiere. Pero lo del gobierno tratando de hacer eso no trabaja. Right? He proved it with the Blasio proved, right? He proved it in grand manner. They can't deal with this. Now, there was another article this week where the homeless are dying on the streets of Los Angeles. That's the way we're supposed to do this? Look, come on. How many Christian folks are out there left? Are there any in Los Angeles? I'm asking. ¿Habrá cristianos en Los Ángeles? Estoy preguntando. Porque ahora hay otros noticieros que están muriendo los desamparados en las calles de Los Ángeles. Están muriéndose. ¿Dónde están los cristianos? Yo pregunto. Si tú ves lo que pasa, tú ves lo que está pasando, y de la sangre de esa persona, ¿de quién Dios lo va a demandar? And the blood of that dead person there, to whom is God going to demand it from? The government? El gobierno. Ese es el problema con la ideación demócrata. That's the problem with the democratic ideation. That philosophy you have, it's against the word of God and it just simply doesn't work. La filosofía que tiene contra lo que Dios dijo no trabaja. Y de los socialismos ni se menciona. Socialism don't even mention. That's a total catastrophe. Es una catástrofe. Tremendo.
Are you serious? Are you serious? You're voting for Biden? He's running against George. This is who you want for your president? Is this really who you think is better than Trump? You actually believe that? You've been calling Trump an idiot for all these years? And now you're voting for Biden, who is running not against Donald Trump, but against George? Okay? Your vote for Biden is as logical and intelligent as his running for George. It's as simple as that. Okay? Forget about you're doing what? You're voting for who God wants in office? I mean, come on now. Woo! Ah. This is total irresponsibility by you Democrats. How dare you put up a candidate who doesn't even know who he's running against? He's lapsing his memory. His cognitive ability. Come on now. This is not a world to be fooling around having a president who can't even remember who the hell is on the phone. Who is he fighting against? I mean, come on. Stop it already. Stop being stupid. Stop being stupid. Get off that silly. Look at what your Democrat Party's doing to you. You are against racism. You know what? Look at Biden's history. You got 47 years. 47 years of history with Biden. Look at the things he said throughout history. You want to talk about racism, right? Okay, look at what Biden has said. Look at what he has done. You have to be kidding. You must be kidding. For the love of everything that is sane. Vote for Trump, for goodness sakes. Do something right.
Unable to work for COVID-19 related reasons? Many workers can take up to 2 weeks of paid sick leave under a new federal law. If you can't work because you're under a stay-at-home order, quarantine, seeking diagnosis for COVID-19 symptoms, caring for your children because the pandemic has closed their school or care provider, or if you're caring for someone under quarantine, you may be eligible. To find out if you qualify, how much paid leave you may be able to take, and how much you'll get paid, visit dol.gov/FFCRA or call the U.S. Department of Labor's Wage and Hour Division at 1-866-4-US-WAGE to speak with a trained professional. A message from the U.S. Department of Labor.
So, as a Christian, how should you feel that in order for your choice this time round to have at least been called for as the winner of this past election, that there's so much irregularities
so much fraud, and that the election is practically made invalid, so much cheating, so that you can have the president of your choice, spirit-led Christian? How does that make you feel? Because in my book and in the Holy Book, there's a lot of Satan on that side of town. And that's all I got to say about it. Pray about that one.
Hi everyone, this is Reverend Dr. Gilberto Rosado. I'm here at the local Walmart waiting for the missus to take care of some business, and we're still moving and all that type of thing. But I just heard this morning. This is Monday morning. The Senate is due to reconvene. Probably doing so right now while I'm speaking. And there was, I think I saw it on ABC with, I forget his name now offhand. I think he's a Greek, not that it matters, so that you guys know who I'm speaking with, the Greek reporter. He was a commentator before, and then he became one of the anchors. His name escapes me, sorry. It's doesn't deserve that, but anyway. It's the state of affairs at this point. He interviewed someone this morning, a representative, Demi or something like that, replying to the GOP's first day of rebuttal. And she started with talking about, she mentioned that she said that the evidence was overwhelming. And that struck a bell with me. It really hit me this morning that she had to say that. And I wanted to make this video because you know that I've been doing a series of videos on deception. How do you know you're getting deceived, that someone is using deceptive practice methodology in presenting ideas or their posit or whatnot? So I'm well versed on deception, how people are deceived, and even the thinking process, how you deceive yourself if you engage in this type of practice. But for this woman, the senator, was probably a House of Representative member, I'm not sure which, but for her to use that term, you hear that term, again, hear it. Because most of you, when you hear something like this, you don't pay attention. You don't pay attention to it because you think it's like the way you say it. And it's not. Overwhelming evidence, there's no such thing as overwhelming evidence. Evidence is in itself evident. The meaning of the word evident means is that you can see it. So it's like the proof is in the pudding, right? I mean, what more proof do you need than proof? Proof is proof. Simple. When you want to prove something, you provide proof. The proof doesn't need to be overwhelming. Proof in itself is overwhelming. It is proof. It's evidence. It's fact. See? So you don't need overwhelming evidence. When she says that, and when you hear people say, "Oh, the evidence is overwhelming," this is the key. It's a key for you to also be shocked like I am, because what it means is that the only thing that's overwhelming is bullshit. See, bullshit can be overwhelming. In fact, it needs to be overwhelming for you to make it a point, you know? So you need a lot of bullshit in order for you to have, you know, an acceptable, if you will, replacement or alternative to proof and evidence. If you can pile up enough bullshit, then you have a significant mound. You have something of significance there that you would say, well, it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. This evidence is overwhelming. Again, so this is the funny issue about this. Now, so you guys have to understand, when people are pulling the wool over your eyes, you need to understand they start compensating for the lack of evidence by saying that it was overwhelming. And again, evidence doesn't need at all to be overwhelming. There's no such thing. Evidence is evidence, period. It's evident means it's clear to the eyes. That means that anyone seeing with understanding clearly, you got your glasses on, will see. This is the proof. It doesn't need to be overwhelming. There's no requirement in the law that says it has to be overwhelming evidence. Overwhelming is not a legal requirement. Okay? Beyond a shadow of a doubt, that is mentioned in law, right? Beyond a shadow of a doubt, a shadow. Beyond that, okay? Again, it is evidence. It's evident. It's not in the shadow. There's no shadow here. It's clear. You see it. It's evidence. But when people start compensating the lack of evidence with overwhelming bullshit, you got a problem. This is the problem there is here. So I just wanted to share that with you guys today, that when you hear people speaking and politicians are, it's just, they're the champions of BS. You have to listen to what they're saying and understand. That's why it's important for you guys to understand what words mean, the weight of words. Words have their own weight. And evidence doesn't need anything more than being what it is. It is either evidence or it isn't. Simple as that. And you heard Schumer on immediately after the presentation by the GOP lawyers, White House lawyers. You had Schumer come with his press conference, and he says, "Oh, the proof is overwhelming," or the evidence was whatever. The House made a overwhelming presentation, whatever. They started using these adjectives to add weight. When if it had any weight, you don't need it. Like, do I need more weight added onto me? Do I need to say, Rosado is overwhelming? No, you don't have to say that. You say, Rosado, he's his old self. You don't need to say it because it's evident. You see that? But when you have to say, he's grossly overwhelming, Rosado, you don't have to. It doesn't need to be said. If it is what it is. If I am overwhelming, if I'm overweight, it is clear. See, you don't have to say it because it's clear, it's evident. But whenever you have to point things out to people, and especially when it's suspect, automatically suspicious, that we all saw it, we all heard it, right? We all heard what the presentation was. We all heard. So is it evident or is it not? This is like that Memorex moment. Is it evident or is it not? So that's the question. And obviously, if they have to give these adjectives and inflate evidence more so than what it was, then it simply wasn't evidence. It was something else. And I propose to you that what it was is a whole lot of malarkey, otherwise known as bullshit. And that can be overwhelming. The smell of bullshit can be very overwhelming. And so if that's what the Democrats were meaning with their overwhelming, then I have to agree. Then that we concur. It was overwhelming bullshit. And it's been that since the beginning. So anyway, that's what I wanted to share with you. Understanding, if you understand things, there's no fake news. There's no BS evidence. It doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't matter what the reporters are saying. It's overwhelming bullshit. We know it. We smell it. And that's as simple as can be. That's the only thing overwhelming is. And it is quite evident. See? That's how you use evidence. That is evident. Everything else is overwhelming bullshit. Take care.
How can a Christian be or have a political viewpoint shared or promoted by a party that promotes abortion? Incredible. Just incredible. Right off the bat. Así mismo sobre ahí en la prima facie, ahí en lo primero, absoluto, tú puedes ser un bruto en todas las cosas, pero si tú ves que un partido está a favor de la aborción, en contra de la palabra de Dios, ya automáticamente el Hijo de Dios no puede estar, está asociándose con un impío. Automatically a child of God cannot be associated with a party that promotes the killing of innocent children. Simple. That's right off the face of it. That's it. There's no justification. It is simply wrong. Period. Simply wrong. And that's it. You either are in favor of God or you're against God. Simply. That's it. I don't care what your position is, as a matter of fact. I don't care what your position is in light of it. If you are for abortion or against it, but that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about what God says. And if a Christian is a child of God, then you can't have a different opinion. Si es un cristiano, yo no estoy hablando de su deseo personal, de su idea personal, yo estoy hablando de eso. Yo no estoy hablando de eso, eso no es lo que estoy hablando. Yo estoy dirigiéndome a la iglesia de Cristo, los hijos de Dios. Quien son hijos de Dios no pueden estar de desacuerdo con Dios mismo, que Dios dice que no deben de hacer, no deben causar la muerte de un niño en el vientre. Dios lo dijo muy claramente en su juicio, en su decreto. Así que el hijo de Dios no puede estar asociado con aquellos que proponen tal cosa. Y además todo lo que estamos hablando. So, todo lo que está hecho consistentemente. Y fíjate. So what we're seeing that with all the things, all the little details that we've been showing and talking to, just so happens that it's the Democrat Party. For some reason, they're doing all the things consistent with rebellion against God. And yet we have Christians who think they're Christians, that they're saved in the Democrat Party still. It's an incredible thing. But again, you have descendants of slaves in the Democrat Party today. Go figure. Go figure. Todavía tiene descendientes de esclavos en el Partido Demócrata hoy día. Y para los que no saben, los demócratas eran los que promovían la esclavitud en los Estados Unidos. Y los republicanos empezaron con ir en contra de la esclavitud. Eso era el lema, uno de los motivos del Partido Republicano, abolir la esclavitud en los Estados Unidos. Otra vez, como tan cegados, porque el presente. That's the only way. Can't you see? Look at what God is saying. Again, you gotta stick with this. Stick with what God is saying. God is very smart. God is very smart. No recibirás presente porque el presente, sus intereses, ciega a los que ven. y pervierte las palabras de los justos. Let's read that in English, verse 8. And thou shalt take no gift, don't vote for your interest, for the gift blindeth the wise, and perverteth the words of the righteous. See? Because you think that you're right. Tú crees que tú estás correcto. Tú crees que tú eres inteligente y otra persona dice, tú eres una persona inteligente. See, other people will tell you, you're wise, you're intelligent. And you see yourself as wise and intelligent. See, we're not saying that you are not wise or intelligent. It's just that God says it doesn't matter if you're wise or intelligent. If you take the gift, you're blinded, even if you're wise. And your words are perverted, even if you're righteous. That's what God is saying. So yeah, I know you feel that you know. I know you know that you know. But if you're looking for the benefit, if you are receiving the gift, then you are blinded and your words are perverted. And of course, the words are first your thoughts, right? So your thoughts have to be perverted then. That's what I'm saying. You guys talk about moral compass. Really, it's perverted, your moral compass. That's what God is saying. Your moral compass, what you call moral compass, is a perverted. Así que hablan mucho de esto, los demócratas, de el compaje o el compás moral. Como el brújula, ¿sí dice? Lo que te dice dónde está el norte. Right? Entonces usan este equipo moral, dicen que su moral, su compás, no lo están usando. No que, mira, dice Dios que el que recibe, que vota por sus intereses, su compás moral no está apuntando al norte, no está apuntando a lo moral, está pervertido. See that? So it's a perverted compass, and they call it a moral compass. No, it's a perverted compass. And the people who are using moral compasses are those who are wanting the people to sin against God. As a party. Así que como partido, estas personas que están hablando de ese compás moral, es el partido que está promoviendo el pecado de la gente. ¿Qué es compás moral? What is the moral compass of people who want others to sin? From politicians that are running on platforms that based on that Christians and others sin against God, rebel against God, vote for me. That's the Democratic platform. Esa plataforma democrática, vote por mí, para que pecan contra Dios. Esos son los políticos demócratas. Y el Partido Demócrata. That is the Democratic Party.
The day that JD was injured, I had woke up to an odd phone call. It was the military calling to tell me that he had stepped on an IED.
The day I got injured, she got wounded as well. And the veterans wouldn't be the men that we are and the women that we are today if it wasn't for our better half helping us every direction we go.
Find the nonprofits that support veterans. Offer your time if you don't have the financial resources to offer. There's always a way to help.
Visit saluteheroes.org to learn more.
What is viral political machine? Frankly, it's what President Donald Trump would do if he had lost the White House and he still wanted to stick it into their faces. That's what VPM is, and I invite you to come and look at the video. We're looking for key partners, key individuals who will train with us as political consultants to work in, at least there's different positions in a political campaign. Any one of them will suit the purposes of viral political machine and also will earn you a great amount of income. So either way, it works for you and it works for our purpose. You will be a key individual, strategic individual in any campaign across the United States. But most importantly, you will be a hero to this nation, to your country. And that's what we really need. I've been talking to people about this for a few years now. We said the 2016 election, how it's going to come out. In August, we said Trump was going to win this. This following election here now, we've been telling people you have to be ready. Something's going on. We already see it. We see a little secret movements going on in both parties, Republican, Democrat. You guys need to wake up. You guys going to wake up in a different country one morning. But you guys will be the heroes that join us at VPM-Biz as Enviro Political Machine. They're trying to take over. They're taking over your parties. So it really doesn't matter. That's why you have to be careful. It's no longer, you know, before you used to think, oh, I'm a Republican, so it's good as long as I'm against the Democrat. But it's no longer that. Both parties are infected. Okay? We, the people, have to do something. Now, there's some people standing and marching, and that's beautiful. Keep that up, guys. Really, I really appreciate what you guys are doing for your country. But what we're doing, we have a specific job to do at Viral Political Machine. We have technology. We have specific strategies that are very effective. We're going to make big changes. But we can't do this without you guys. We need leaders in every state, in every city, in every zone. That's why I'm asking you to visit our website, the landing page, look at the video, and join us. Don't let money hold you back. It's a business so that you can make money, so that money's not a problem. I'm not Soros, so I'm not going to pay you out of my pocket, but I designed this to be a very profitable business for you so that you can make your own money, make six figures in fact. So come and look at it and join us. And know that it's not about the money, it's about saving the country. You can be a modern day hero. You don't have to have a gun or go to the field of battle or do crazy stuff in the street. Just join Viral Political Machine. You'll inflict damage, sure enough. Visit us, www.mycbh.com/LP/VPM-Biz, B-I-Z. See you there. Viral Political Machine, we are inviting you to become and to learn with us the art and science of political consulting, becoming a political advisor. And why is this important? Why should you consider it? We have a plan for every single district in the United States. It's a plan to influence people in small communities. And in order for that to happen, we need people like you who are willing to do something and make a significant impact in future elections. So you can see the one that we just went through here. You see how so very close. You know, I've been talking about this for some time. Since before 2016, when Trump first started to run, I knew that the need was present in our country to have very strategic influence in the communities. And so right now, we've been promoting this for a while. We've been telling people about this, but for some reason, I know what it is. Y'all just resting on the political gurus out there. You know, from yesteryear, you know, they're still playing the political game, and it's not going to work. Listen, we right now, as I'm doing this, we don't even know who the president is. It's leading towards Biden. You know, needless. This was totally needless, and I warned about this during the years of Trump. And here we are in a situation where the GOP needed virtual political machine, needed our organization, okay? Needed people like you to, instead of waiting around for the political pundits and the regular political machine to do its thing, you needed that extra oomph, that extra strategy, which we have, and we will train you in as a consultant with the viral political machine. I'm here waiting for the school bus for my kids here. So this is what you need to do right now, is you need to head on over to mycbh.com/LP/VPM-biz, B-I-Z. And you'll ask me, why are you doing it as a business? Well, the thing is that you gotta have to make money. You wanna be able to support your family, to keep things going for yourself. I understand fully. You're gonna be giving a lot of time to helping your country out, and so you should get paid for that. So yes, it is a business. We're going to be setting you up as an independent political consultant in your own business as an independent consultant, and you'll be able to get contracts which go into this 6 figures. Now, a lot of the things that you'll be doing, we're going to train you on. You don't have to know anything. You can just be a single mom at home trying to make ends meet, and we'll train you. You don't have to know anything about politics. We'll train you. Because really, the meat and potatoes of what we do, we're going to be doing that. Our network will do it. So basically, you will be the hands-on, in location, in the district representative of our national network, which will be doing the work, actually, the big work, the big stuff, right? So you don't have to worry too much about not knowing anything about politics. You could be totally oblivious. How does all that work? It doesn't matter. What we need is a heart with a passion for the United States of America, for our Constitution, right there where you live. And if you have that heart and the wherewithal, see the video. It's a little extensive video. I'll give you all the details. Get some popcorn ready. You're going to sit down for a while. And get in all that information. And listen, we're just looking for some honest people who want to make an honest impact in helping save the United States, because the way things are looking, it doesn't look too good. We're dealing with a country that's falling apart, highly divided, and it's really a need for our educational platform and our political consultancy to come in and to make things more solid. Trump did his best. And, you know, if he's given another 4 years, great. But remember, and even if he isn't or he is, it's still, we have 4 years. Because even with Biden's just a pause button, folks. Come on, let's talk. But Biden and Harris is just a pause button. And it's a signal for us that we have a limited amount of time in order to do our stuff. Because Biden's not going to be able to do much. The Senate's not going to let him do much, right? So that's a done deal. We got 4 years. If Biden is elected, then it's 4 years of pause. But those 4 years we're not going to waste. And you shouldn't waste it either. We got 4 years to handle the big business. What is the big business? Saving our country. Okay? And you are an important part of saving our country. So I want you to join us. It's not for everybody. Everyone cannot do that. It's very limited, folks. So if you have any ounce of desire, visit the link and join. Don't hesitate. Let's do it. And it's going to cost you some dough, but I'm going to show you how to make that an easy payment and have it pay for itself practically. So don't worry about that. Don't worry if it's like, oh, if I get this, you know, it's going to be a monthly thing, and I can do it now, but I'm not sure I can do it after a couple of months. Beautiful. Don't worry, because I'm going to show you how to make it work for you in a very short time. It'll be a month or two. You should be able to make those payments easy, no problem, and even start making it a profit. That's why I did it under a business format, so that you can start making money and you don't have to worry about the payments, and you can start helping yourself and your family while learning and developing yourself as a great warrior for our country. So give us a visit. Now you think about the Dominion machines and all the chicanery with this election to try to ensure, to guarantee that Biden would win. Why? That's the next question. Why? Because it isn't just because of Trump. Just because you don't like Trump. What are they trying to hide? See? What stuff is coming down that they're trying to hide? They're trying to protect their people, themselves. This is all going to blow up in your faces. You guys, Democrat, I'm expecting you, especially Christians who are Democrat, to stand up, to be American and be Christian, to stand up for the right thing. Because right now, your country is being undermined by your own party. You have been undermined for many years. You said about you're against racism and things like that. They have been keeping it going for all these years. They haven't done anything. And now what? You have Biden. What is he going to do? The same thing he's done for the last 47 years. Was that getting rid of racism? Okay, listen, the class is over. The class is over. They're hiding. They're doing all they can to make sure that Trump is not in the White House, to try to take over things. Because the ones who have the power are the ones who control the investigations. The things that are unraveling, have been unraveling since Hillary, since the Russia hoax, since all of those other things that have been bandied about and thrown against President Trump. But now is the time that all of these things are beginning to unravel. And now what do we have? An election. An election completely dominated by Dominion machines controlled by Venezuela, Chavez, Cuba, all of those people. Right, friends? Your country's being taken over by the enemies of this country, the enemies to democracy. Okay? And don't think, listen, I tell you about Cubans and Venezuela. Okay? how they regard the blacks. You are not in a good position, my fellow Americans. So I'm talking to every American, Republican, Democrat. You need to stand up, and we need to fight for our country. Okay, enough of this game. You guys are reckless, and you guys are endangering not only this country, but after this country's done, where will you be standing? Where will your cause be standing? Where will your racism and anti-racism stance be? Down the gutter. And that's what you guys are doing. Unless we stand up now, raise our voices, and fix this mess.
Hello, Orlando. This is your Imperial Majesty here from Spaceperium in your future. I've come to formulate our Spaceperium Imperium right now at this time. A pivotal time, you have to admit, in the history of the, the United States of America. Great place that time. Well, anyway, right now we're recruiting crew members for our Orlando ship, the Citadel Orlando, and we encourage you to come and become part of our crew. It's only a 100 member crew, so be one of the lucky 100 who form part of the Orlando Citadel in our Spaceperium program and game development. Now, you will live forever, immortalized. I can tell you that because I come from the future. I know. The game will always have your names as the ones who were the members of the Orlando Citadel first. And we're forming other citadels as well. If you're seeing this, watching this from another city, your city has a citadel that is also being formed. So why don't you come and join us? We're looking for the captain for each ship, and that's called the Game Master for you Earthlings right there. Back in those days, Game Master, yeah, or these days, I'm here now. Okay, so you see what the issue is with Spaceperium, don't you? Yeah, so come and join us. Enjoy this game. I've been working on this for years. I created the AI, wonderful advancements in space and technology, and then something happened. They say it was an accident. I think it was an attempt at destroying our imperial society. But in any case, we're on it. Luckily, or intelligently, I created the AI to access time and space. And it sent me back here to collect the artifacts. But I can't do it all myself, so I need you guys to come and join me in this game. We're looking for these artifacts. We're putting together our Imperium right now. Right here now, and in your city. And here I'm in Orlando. I'm standing in Orlando right now, and we're getting the crew together in Orlando. It's 100 members for each ship. So do not delay. If you want to be one of the exclusive elite members of this wonderful Orlando Citadel, come and join us right now. We also have zonal ships and statal ships. You'll learn that about that in the video. Matter of fact, you have a video you can watch, mycbh.com/LP/Game Master. You know anyone interested in gaming, earning a living playing games? They like space games? How about a hybrid space reality game? Because that's what Spaceperium is. Yeah, we're bringing gaming into the real world. I'm here, and this is not going anywhere but to the future. Spaceperium.
Had enough yet? Do facts no longer matter? Are lies to be encouraged instead of punished? This is not our inheritance. If truth no longer matters, we will not remain free for long. This is our generation's challenge. to defend our founders' hope that we the people could self-govern if we defend our right to get the facts. And right now, we're building the only defense of free people have, the facts, on every politician, every position they held, every statement they've made, every vote they've made, and any cash they've taken. It's the real history on those now pandering for your vote. There are hundreds of young people building our defense right now, and they need your help. We all have our passions, but as our ancestors knew, when events become so foul they threaten us all, we must stand and defend each other. Please, have our backs. Join us at votesmart.org.
This may be the time for you to stand up and defend your country. Defend the Constitution, which is under attack. You know, I don't see why they don't just go to another country. Whatever country they're thinking about, it's already in existence someplace on the planet. Just go there. Now Elon Musk, he's building rocket ships. You know, you can go elsewhere on a different planet and form whatever empire or country you want. I'm doing it myself in Spaceparium. It's a game I've created. Hey, and I'm the Imperial Majesty. I just did it. You could do the same. All right? So, you know, it's just people, you guys need to understand that this is not a game. What's going on in the United States right now is not a game. This is serious. Okay? So, it's going to require people willing to do what our forefathers, our ancestors did, or, you know, I can't say about my ancestors. My ancestors were on an island, right, taking it easy, eating coconuts. But the ancestry of patriots, of those who had a vision and felt a purpose given by God Himself to form this country. That is our common ancestry. And you know what? And we're not going to let our common origins, okay, and this ideal perish. That cannot happen. It shouldn't happen. Even if I were to have a separate set of ideals, what right do I have to come and to impose it on everyone else on top of the blood and sacrifice of thousands of men and women and children who suffered in one way or another to create and maintain this country that we have today? God forbid. God forbid. If I want to create my own thing, I create my own thing someplace else. Or in my game world, which is what I did. But destroying what other people died for is callous. It's disrespectful. It's low. It's evil. So join us against this evil. And join the VPM, Viral Political Machine. It's a network of people who are training as political consultants and assistants to political campaigns across the United States. And yes, you'll be paid. You're getting paid to work for a campaign. And it's a business because you'll be in charge in that area. You need to look at the video at mycbh.com/LP/VPM-biz, B-I-Z. Or send that link and share it, or share this video to someone you know that may be up their alley. Okay? But the country needs heroes right now. I'm not trying to be a hero, I'm just an American. I like this country, I like the U.S., I like what it stands for. And I'm a child or descendant of slaves. I am. This country did wonders of good. And it still has a lot of good to do. Still has a lot of good to do. And I'm not going to stand by while I am alive, while I am on watch, and let this country go down the tubes. That's not going to happen. I'm getting close to my time where I will lie down with my ancestors, and I'll be damned if I don't stand up the way they did to keep this country from perishing. This is my time now. They did what they had to do in their time. Great men and women gave their lives in the field of battle during their time, in their opportunity. And right now, this is my opportunity and your opportunity to do your part. And I'm going to do mine, and I'm doing mine. Do yours. Stand up and defend your country from the enemy within who used to be without. Take care. Supreme Court, in my opinion, is there to uphold the Constitution. When the founding fathers founded the United States of America, they did not found a nation that would be progressive. That was not the thinking. It doesn't say so that, Thomas Jefferson is a smart fellow. He could have written into there that we want a progressive government, a government that's going to continually evolve and develop with the times and with the people. They could have said that. You guys are the same thing, these brainless Bible people, I'm a minister, who think that God made a mistake, that God forgot to mention the Sabbath all throughout the old Genesis, right, until Exodus 16. Oh yeah, the Sabbath, I forgot. Since Genesis 2, I haven't mentioned it. Yeah, you guys are ridiculous. And here again now, with this issue of the court and originalists and going by the textual, whatever they call that, by the text of the Constitution. Listen, Constitution. It means something. Do you know what it means? It means that this nation sticks with what this says. This is the document that identifies and defines what the United States of America is. When you start changing it, evolving it, you start changing the country. The Constitution no longer has value. Because after a time, like evolution, right? You guys believe in evolution, you won't have it anymore. You'll have something totally different. And then what will be the discussion then? We don't need a constitution any longer because it's not relevant. That's what's going to happen. I say stop it and stop it now. That's it.
On December 7, 2005, I was deployed to Baghdad, Iraq. As I was searching for the bomb, the bad guy and the bomb found me first. After the explosion, I was left with a 1% chance of living from the injuries I sustained. During my road to recovery, it was a challenge, mostly trying to figure out what life would be like with my new physical injuries. But throughout that road to recovery, I had a tremendous amount of support from friends and families and the Coalition to Salute America's Heroes. The primary mission of the Coalition to Salute America's Heroes is to offer financial emergency assistance to veterans and their families. In most cases, there is a loved one back at home who has to drop everything they're doing to be at that veteran's bedside. And of course, there are huge financial burdens that come along with that. After veterans come through the Coalition's program, they are ready to be back into society, ready to go back to work, and ready to be a leader in their own community.
Visit saluteheroes.org to learn more.
Hello, everyone, and welcome again. This is Reverend Dr. Gilberto Rosado. Today is VPM Day, Viral Political Machine Day. I do everything political. and viral, hopefully. And so let's get to it. Today we're doing some reviews or commentary on some tweets on Twitter. And I have another tweet for you here today. What we do here, what I'm trying to do is show what people are saying and, talk about it a little bit with some reasoning. And we invite chats or commentary. Also, I will entertain them in this show. Don't do it all the time, but in this show, yeah. Okay, so let's get on with it. Today, we're looking at these tweets on my software. And we have this fellow I had replied to already, but I wanted to make a point of his tweet there. And his or hers, I don't know really, but it says, I'm admitting it, he says. The people who voted for Trump, voted third party, or didn't vote, made a massive mistake. I voted for Clinton. Okay? So what we're talking about today was voting for Trump a mistake, as this person says. And, given the fact that he voted for Clinton, and the fact that Clinton simply did not win, I mean, what is the basis for saying something is a mistake? And this shows a little bit of the problem we have in this country. I'm going to tell you what it is. People here are forgetting that they're Americans. This is what's happening to this country. We're forgetting that we are Americans. We are citizens of the United States of America. When we go into the voting booth, that is not a mistake. Anyone we vote for in that sacred booth is never a mistake. We are exercising the rights that people died for, good men and women, young men and young women, gave their blood in the field of battle to preserve our right to vote. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not a mistake. So the sentiment here that this country voted for a mistake or made a mistake in selecting its head of government, head of state, I think is the mistake, in fact, that you all are committing. That is the severest mistake of all. You're mistaking the political parties and this side and that side. You're mistaking that for democracy. It isn't. It is a mechanism. It is a mechanism of and for democracy. It is not democracy. Democracy is what goes on in the area that this gentleman or woman calls a mistake. And it's unfortunate that this person calls it a mistake. It's never a mistake. Now, simply, there's things that would avail Trump or the presidency, whoever it is, to learn, to change, to grow in. Those are other conversations. And frankly, every president that has ever been, and any leader for that matter of fact, ever in the history of mankind, has always had to learn a thing or two. It's not a crime. It's not a lacking, somehow a disqualifier. And you have this other notion that becoming a leader of the United States is something that you have to have so many particular qualifications that are somehow left out of the Constitution, I think is also another big mistake that people are making. The office of presidency is for any qualified United States citizen. It has, I've heard so many things being said about Trump and this and that have nothing to do with the qualifications for the presidency of the United States. Simply, Is he a United States citizen? Was he born in the United States of America? Because as far as I can tell, is he over 35? I mean, these are the prerequisites of being the President of the United States. I am qualified to be the President of the United States. I find it, so contrary to the Constitution and to what this country stands for anyone to infer that I cannot run and sit in the seat in the Oval Office as President of the United States. That seat is for a civilian. It's for a man or woman of our society to have. And to be president, to oversee this country as a citizen of it over the military for 4 years, and for 8 if the people so will it. And that should be the only qualification there should be, and in fact is. So all of this gobbledygook, baloney, and cow doo-doo, talking about all this other stuff, it's all political. Believe me, I'm the viral political machine. I know, I can tell you, that's political garbage. It's political garbage. And for you guys to keep repeating this garbage means you're full of, you know what? You're just full of it. It's apparent. And you can have friends that talk crap, and you guys listen and eat crap, right? And you believe crap. Simple. Because you keep repeating the same crap all the time. And you stop believing it, which is a shame. A lot of Christians are involved in that. Which goes to show, I don't know. I don't know. Listen, you had the silliness now a few days ago with the Dorian hurricane. Look at what some of you guys said. God is sending a message to Trump. That hurricane gonna decimate his Mar-a-Lago resort hotel, whatever, his compound over there, right? That's what you said. It's a punishment from God. Even God, I had someone say, even God doesn't like Trump. Really? It never touched Florida, silly. So now, let's continue with your insight. Let us take your wonderful, glorious, correct insight that God is going to make his will known through this hurricane. And now what? What does that tell you? Or are you such a hypocrite, the hypocrite that we know you are, that now you can't swallow it? See that? So, you couldn't get it clear. It was funny how the hurricane, and it wasn't funny, it's actually quite sad. Quite sad that it just sat over Bahamas the way it did. But it didn't come into Florida. And all these people talking baloney about God showing us that Trump is wrong, he's wrong, this and that. You guys need to pack up and get someplace else, because you're doing the wrong thing and you're bringing God into it. Don't do that. Leave that to me, because you know what? I'm what you call in your sphere a professional. Okay, that's my business. That's my area of expertise. All right, I have a personal phone line. Okay, don't pretend to speak for God. That's not your business. That's not your vocation. This is mine. Understand? So it's abusive. Don't do that. It's abuse. You're abusing the people. And it's unfortunate a lot of people don't realize when they're getting abused. You guys don't know that. You just don't know when they're pulling the wool over your eyes. You guys are just not understanding. So you guys got to correct that. Now, when Obama ran, I wasn't supportive of Obama, but you know what? I didn't mind it. I was happy. He became president because for me it's just a race. That's what it is, a race. This Democrat, Republican, which one's going to win? I look at it as a race. I look at it as a coin toss, but I know God makes the decisions. So when Obama won, wasn't my choice, right? But I was happy. I was happy. You say this country really pulled through and got over our perceptions that it was racist. Simply, we voted for Obama. Hey, fantastic. Okay, so let's do away with this perception that the U.S. is racist. But yet, you see, it's always the same side. You got your win. You won. You have a black man in the White House, and then you're still trying to use the racism now. It's just ridiculous. You guys have to realize how they use the racism card as a manipulation. I know you guys are sensitive. I know they get on my case every time I mention it. Everybody's on pins and needles. And you had to go there. I don't want to talk about all this. So what? We're hiding things under the carpet? Is that the way you run your house? I don't do it that way, by the way. I like things out in the open. I like the truth. I like transparency. Let's bring it out in the open. Let's talk. Okay? I don't hide those things because those things are not good. As a psychotherapist, it's not a good thing to be hiding and living under the imprisonment of your own mind, or having someone else have control over you because of your little secrets. So if you need some therapy, we can talk. I'm a therapist. Come. You can look me up online, and if you have the money, you pay the fee. If you don't, come to church. It's free. Some people say, "Oh, why are you charging? Why are you charging to help people?" It's free to come to church. I help you for free. Okay? Now, you don't want to come to church, then you send me a nickel for the trouble, because I already spoke for 2 hours on Sunday. And I've been doing that for years. Okay, so that's it. That's the way I look at it. Okay. So anyway, here it is. I figured this country was great. Listen, you pulled through. You did a good thing. Obama was president 8 years. Come on. All right. So listen. Now, what is the issue? Why can't we have some cooperation? And let this country move forward. Let's keep moving. Because, we have a whole bunch of people not realizing that there is a game plan on this planet, and that game plan is to shove aside the United States of America. It's simple. If you don't see it, you're not looking. And Trump here is doing his best, and it's pretty good, to stop that slide backwards that others allowed the country to slide into. And he's doing a pretty good job. And you can see that he's not only tackling China, North Korea, and Iran, but also the United States and the hard-headed people we have in this country. That's a lot. One thing is China, they're Chinese. Another thing is North Korea, they're North Koreans. Another thing is Russia, they're Russians. Another thing is Iran, they're Iranians. And even ISIS, they're ISIS. But then also they have the BS here at home. I mean, you ever heard of the phrase, the needle that broke the camel's back? I mean, come on. But even with all of it, we have a man who's standing tall. And God, who hasn't sent the hurricane to hit his little hometown or his Mar-a-Lago like everybody wanted. So I think if anyone made a mistake in 2016, it was everyone who is against this United States of America. And I'm going to say it just like it is because it's going to hurt a lot of you. Yeah, you were tearing that night. You were foolish. You were simply fools. You got duped. Yeah, it had nothing to do with Trump. It had to do with a false concept of your own imagination, and of a party, DNS or DNC, I think, DNC, who is all too willing to pull your strings. Simple as that. So that's the mistake. If you are against Trump right now, you are in error. You're in error. And that's as plain as simple as I'm going to make it, because you are refuting, if you're a Christian. Matter of fact, if you are a child of God and you are against Trump right now, you are in error. You're not going to like it. But the Bible tells me, it says it in English, and it's not just my interpretation. This is not an issue of Hebrew. I can help you with that, too. It's not an issue of Spanish. I can do that. Not an issue of Greek. I can do that. Okay? And English, King James Version, I can do that. It says clearly that God is the one who raises kings and brings them down. Simple as that. When Obama became president, I was happy. Did I support Obama president? No. It wasn't my candidate. It wasn't the one I was supporting. And I had my reasons, which I explained in other videos, and I do it all the time. But he wasn't my candidate. Well, you know what? I wasn't crying when he became president. I wasn't crying. I was quite happy. And I was happy, oh my goodness, you should have seen me. You know why I was happy? I was happy for all the black people. All the black people. Because I have teachings and therapy because of the damages done by slavery on the culture. So these are things that I deal with on a deeper level than just slavery and this and that, racism. No. I go deeper than that. And I appreciated when this country voted for Obama and he became president. You know what? Fantastic. I was happy, and I observed the communities and the people, right? But again, since you guys aren't getting taught the right way, now we got this. Now our white guys in the White House. Now we got this racism back into play. You see, because they all they did, the powers that be, was to put away the racism card for a little bit, to then bring it, because they want to use that, because they know that controls you. You guys got to get a little smarter than that. They're going to always pull out that racism card. It's almost like with the Hispanics. There's also a card they play with the Hispanics, and the Hispanics use against others, and against other Hispanics when there's a partisan division among them. See, but that's manipulation. That's abuse. That's abusive, especially when it comes to the Black American POS. That is abuse. As a psychotherapist, I tell you that it is. And everyone that is engaging in this racism thing is abusing the Black American, the descendant of slaves. You're being abused. And until you get to the point of realizing that when someone starts talking about racism and realizing that they're trying to control you, we're never going to get anywhere. And you as a people will not rise. You need to rise above it. because they'll always use that against you. And in the extent they're controlling you for their benefit. You know who I'm talking about. It's sad to watch. It's an abuse. I will die criticizing it. That's my last message. And as I'm living, I will leave this planet saying that. You guys really need to go over that and overcome that. That they're controlling you. You're being controlled. And I say that as a psychotherapist, a person who helps other people going through problems, people being oppressed by others. I know what it looks like and what it smells like, and that's what you have. So you guys need to understand that. So that is what is happening. So you guys really need to make a change in the way you're looking at things and overcome the tactics that people use to control you. Okay, it's not the people you think that are antagonizing you. It's the people who are flirting you. They're fluffing you up. They're trying to corral you in a group. Say, we're this group. This is our group. You see, within a country that's called the United States, the only group that should be here is called Americans. Are you an American? That's it. That is it. It's not different groups. And that's another tactic that they use in order to control you, by keeping you a group instead of being Americans. And that's really why this guy or gal says that it was a mistake, because according to his groupthink, it wasn't right. And according to that other groupthink, it wasn't right. And other things are this way. Certain groups see things this way, and other groups see things that way. But Americans should see things in an American way. That's really the way we should see things. And that's my challenge to you. If you want to be free within the construct of America, because that's the thing, to be free as an American, then you need to be an American. If you claim liberty under the American ideal, then you need to be American. Can't be a group inside America, which is what they're. If you hear the messages, what are they talking about? This group. What are you, on a reservation? They want to put all you blacks in a reservation. I say you, I should say me too, right? I got black in my family, you can tell. Huh? They want to corral us into little groups so that they can control. You got the Indians in their group. You got the blacks in their group and communities. Isn't that a nice community over there? Yeah. And we got all these little groups here and there. What happened to America? Where are the Americans? Somebody should write a book there. Where are the Americans? Where are they? The Americans voted, and they won. Their candidate won in 2016. And the only ones trying to keep this country divided or to divide the country, the only one who benefits from that are the Democrats. I'm sorry to say it. GOP does not benefit from that. Only the DNC benefits from that. Because it's a group of people, they're all divided, but their only hope is the DNC. That's a group that's like, you need the massa. The massa is taking care of us. So, you remember the slaves didn't all come from one place in Africa now. They came from different places in Africa. Right? But again, it's the massa and us. See? Although we're from different places. So the ones who benefit from this is the DNC. And the DNC plays this to the hilt. They always play it to the hilt. The GOP, the Republicans, play up the flag. That's the rallying flag, the U.S. flag, the Constitution, what makes America America. And that's why you hear the slogans, keep America great or make America great again and all that. You hear those because that is what we are, American. We're not celebrating, this group or that group. I can celebrate, hey, Puerto Ricans, Spanish. I could go around saying that. But that's not what America's about. It's not about that. It's good that I am who I am, and I have my roots and my history, my ancestry, etc., etc. But that's not what makes America great. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. And for these groups to have life and subsistence, they have to destroy America. See, as long as America is great and strong, and you even heard them say America was never great. You see that? That happens when you start focusing on the groups instead of focusing on the country. And I'm sorry, I appreciate your group, my group, the Puerto Ricans, but you guys didn't make America. We didn't make America. We didn't discover America. We didn't open America up. We didn't get the oil. We didn't get the gold. We didn't build the industrial infrastructure of this country. We may have slaved at it, but we didn't, conceive of it and put it together and find a way to make it happen. That wasn't our doing. That was the doing of America, the USA. Everything that, the summation of all of its efforts. And that's what it was. Its dreams, its desires, its strength, its hope. So now instead of staying together with that dream and desire, because we have room to grow, ladies and gentlemen. We got a universe out there waiting, and we're here fighting with each other. It seems so silly, nonsense. This is where it's getting to these days. We have a whole universe to go out, to be together, to be united, and reach out and make new discoveries and really, fulfill the American dream extraterrestrially, if you will. No reason not to. And we're just tit for tat here in this minuscule concern of this group versus that group. That is the mistake. I don't hate anyone who didn't vote for Trump. You exercise your right to vote. I'm hoping you use reason and not the silliness that we've been discussing all along in this broadcast today. I hope you use reason behind your vote. But the silly nonsense, we're gonna take another moment. Just look at some of the nonsense that goes for political reasoning here. It says here, let's see here. I think it's. It says here, look. Here's Merrill, 183. I was always a Republican, but will never vote for Donald Trump, ever. This is the political reasoning, listen to this. He is a disgrace and has brought the GOP down to a pigsty. So again, we have political discussion, and the only thing that this person has to say about Trump and the reason for not voting Trump is that he's what? A disgrace? On what level? In what arena is he a disgrace? Personal? Because this is not even qualifying where the disgrace is. Where does it apply to? That he's personally a disgraceful person? Right? To you, he has lost grace in your eyes because why? He said something? He did something? Or he somehow typifies something that you don't agree with? Is that why? That's why he can't be president? Because as a human being, he is a disgrace in your eyes and in your view? The problem with that is that that was never, ever a qualifier or a disqualifier to be president of the United States of America. Secondly, the only reason you know about his disgraceful behavior or sayings is because we live in 2019. Because if this was 1920, you would never have been able to say that he was a disgrace. And yet he would have been president. You know, the president you didn't know because there was no tweeting, there was no communication. Was there radio in 1929? I doubt it, but it could have been. But, you know, there wasn't, there was radio, right? You had, well, we'll see. I'm not up to date on when the radio got in, but everyone didn't have one. The communication wasn't coming out like that from Washington, D.C. As far as I know, they're still doing the Pony Express till the early 1900s. Hey, am I right or wrong? I could be. I got to get back into my American history. That's been a long time, my college days. My goodness. But, you know, that's the, you know, we had, if you don't know, we had some pretty questionable presidents in our history. Did you realize that? Do people realize that these days? You had shady characters. Trump is a saint compared to some of the shadiest characters that got into the White House in this country. And not too far long ago either. You really had some, I mean, you have people who were walking around naked. That should shock you. I'm sure this lady would be shocked to know that we had a president who was walking around naked in front of other people, in front of a minister, matter of fact. Did you know that? Okay. Disgraceful. And that's just what we know. We don't know about what presidents were doing on the weekends. Okay. You know, what type of people they, you know, what things they did. We don't know that. Out of all the fact that all the presidents we've had in history, Trump is by no means the worst person to be in the White House. Okay? It's just that you don't know what those other persons were like, what they really were like, not their political persona, and not how history paints it all nice and dandy, even with the ones they criticize, because you just don't know the details. No one knew the details. When they went out to camp, no one knew who went with them and who they found on the way and what they did. You don't know. Today we know everything. Today there's things that they can say about Trump that even he didn't realize. Say, oh, I didn't realize I did that, or I was there. Well, I don't even remember, right? There's things that we can tell him about himself that he doesn't even know. So yeah. And I can tell you, I can see where someone would say he's a disgrace. Personally. But the other statements that you're making are really unfair. They're unfair to the GOP. A lot of good men and women, and also for the Democrats, a lot of good men and women, Democrats. We're in no way disparaging people. I think you broad brushing people, saying things like that. What is that supposed to mean to somebody like a Trump voter? Oh, he is a disgrace and has brought the GOP down. Right? That's your opinion, obviously. Does that really mean anything anymore? In fact, the only reason that tweet has any life beyond when they wrote it is because I looked at it and I'm putting it on the air right now. Or else it would die in obscurity. You know? Because that opinion doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter. It will not affect anything or anyone. Because you're talking about something that's personal. There's people who look at me here in the broadcast, they don't like my hair. Why don't you shave? There's someone else concerned about the way I put the glasses on, the way I'm dressed. Your voice is raspy, and all whatever else. It's just oh, you're fat, all kinds of just stupid expressions. So it really doesn't matter. And those opinions don't matter at all either. Now, when we're talking about his effectiveness as the head of the United States and representing the concerns and the will of the American people, now we got something to talk about. But a disgrace? A pigsty? No. He can run a pigsty. He could be personally a pig. But the other leaders and the deals that he's making for the country and the position that he's making, keeping the United States in line with or presenting amongst the nations of the world, they can have their own opinion too, but that has nothing to do with the country called the United States of America and the dealings in the world. It really doesn't have anything to do. Because the bottom line is this country wields a lot of power. But it's comments like this and thinking, worse, the comments are fine, but the thinking behind it and the spreading of that stupidity behind these comments around, it undermines the country. Yeah, you'll see when you make the country fall, you'll see Trump stumble. And that's what you guys are trying to do. You're trying to make the country trip so that you can see Trump stumble. And what a foolish man and foolish woman you are. Totally. He's going to go out. He's going to go out in another few years. You really? It's you want to destroy the United States of America for something or someone that has to leave in a few years? It was a simple thing to say, you know what? We tried our best. We threw all the money we could muster. Didn't work. We threw the sink. We threw everything we could. Right? He still became president. I said, you know what? Good for him. That's all that needed to happen. Good for him. Congratulations, GOP. Congratulations, Trump supporter. Let's now get to work. Let's get together. We don't agree on everything. But that was it, ladies and gentlemen. To continue this barrage is only undermining the country. It's not doing anything to Trump. Nothing. What does this do to Trump? Nothing. Getting Trump out of office means what? He goes back to his pigsty of a business, making billions of dollars a year. Duh. You know, like I want to talk Spanish now because I can read Spanish, you know. You know, it's like it's so simply and so obviously, you know, this is just stupid. Total stupidity. You know, defend your country. You're an American, defend your country. This is the United States of America. Defend your country. Support your country. Forget the Trump is in the White House. Forget it. Move on. What are we doing about our country to defend her, to make her strong? Because we're under attack. We're under attack from the outside. You guys are being manipulated by enemy forces outside the country. You're being manipulated to weaken the country. It isn't about Trump. Wake up and smell the coffee. They're manipulating you. And the more and more these outside forces manipulate and control you, you're thinking you're American. You're standing up for America, right? Right? Yeah, right. Baloney. Because you're undermining the country. Respect the office of the president. Respect the democratic process. And let's move on. Okay? That's the mistake that you're making. Making this an issue of Trump. That was your mistake. It was your mistake and the reason, in fact, that he won. Because you made it a thing about Trump and that was your mistake. And you're still doing it now. Because it isn't about Trump. It was never about Trump. It was about the United States of America. And united we stand, but divided we fall. It's in your anthem. It's in your pledge. It just makes sense. 2020, get you some sense. I'll see you later.
I was the lead gunner of the convoy that we had. While I was suppressing fire, I felt a flick on my upper biceps area. Right after my recovery, I had to find myself again and see what else I could do to continue my selfless service. Having an organization like the Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, putting me back into working with wounded troops helped me to process my injury. I'm Sergeant Mary Herrera, and my alive date was November 8th, 2003.
For more information, visit saluteheroes.org.
Y el Partido Demócrata, that is the Democratic Party. I'm not promoting any party. I wouldn't knock down the Democrats if it wasn't for the fact that line after line after line of biblical verse, they are found lacking. Si no fuera que por las líneas de la Biblia, punto por punto, está en contra de los partidos demócratas. Yo no hablaría en contra del Partido Demócrata. But look at them historically, look at them biblically, You have a problem, Christian, if you are in the Democratic Party. Si tú estás en el Partido Demócrata, tú tienes un problema histórico, bíblico, en total. Y ese es el problema. If the only interest there can be in the national election for president is in the establishment, maintenance, sustenance, and support of the Constitution of the United States, the defense of it. That's really what you're looking at as an interest. Defending the Constitution, defending this country, defendiendo la Constitución, defendiendo este país en diversas formas. Eso es nuestro interés en el presidente de este país. That is our interest in voting for the United States president's defense of the country in more ways than just military. Military is important, but other ways, economic, this and that. So that's the interest. But your personal interest, no, that's a gift. You're looking for a gift. You're looking to sin against God. Buscando lo personal en la elección presidencial, en su consideración de un presidente, sus intereses personales. Eso es buscar un presente. Eso es pecar contra Dios. Eso es lo que está pasando. Y muchos creyentes están siguiendo a otros que están pecando contra Dios. A lot of the Christians are following others that are sinning against God because they're looking for their own personal interest instead of national interest. Hay gente buscando su propio interés en vez del interés nacional. Hay una diferencia. There is a difference between your personal interest and national interest.
No puede trabajar por el COVID-19 por orden de permanecer en casa, cuarentena, esperando diagnóstico por síntomas, cuidando a sus hijos por cierre de escuelas o guarderías, o cuidando a alguien en cuarentena, usted podría ser elegible hasta por 2 semanas de permiso pagado y un permiso adicional para cuidado infantil. Visite dol.gov/FFCRA o llame al 866-487-9243. Un mensaje del Departamento de Trabajo de Estados Unidos.
How you doing? Have you guys been watching the network, my videos for a while? What I'm doing is part of the viral political machine, our strategies. It's educating the population, and obviously, you know, if you want to support it, you can't get involved, but you want to support what I'm doing, you can always make a donation directly through the PayPal. You go to paypal.me, PayPal me, right? /MYCBH, MYCBH. And then you can send me any donation and a note, you know, telling me exactly, you know, what you like about the videos, or exactly that you're donating towards the network or towards the educational videos or whatever. Just say what you know, why you're sending the donation and anything like that. And so that'll help to keep things going. And also what you can do to support our work is to promote the link, mycbh.com/LP/VPM-biz, BIZ. and promote that. Send it to people that you think would be interested in working with our network. And as you know, it's a business opportunity. They'll be able to, they'll get training. They don't have to have any prerequisite at all. We will train them. They'll get the education, and they'll be set up as political consultants, fundraisers, etc., be able to be employed by various campaigns and using our viral political machine network and strategies and resources. So it's a great opportunity for someone you know that is involved in or wants to be involved in politics a little bit more strategically, more effective than just, yeah, vote for this one and vote for that one. Yeah, and we certainly needed this past election. We needed those persons to be involved and help Trump get over this craziness. Although if the machines were rigged the way they're saying they were, we would have had 1,000 billion votes for for Biden over Trump, right? It's getting ridiculous. But in any case, working together, supporting this project, we'll be able to conserve or maintain our country, because that's what's at risk. Our country is at risk, and we need patriots to stand up and defend her. Amen. Today, just like the early forefathers stood up and defended this country, or forged this country from the tyranny of the royal crown in England. So this is what's happening now. We're here again, folks. It's very serious, this situation. It can only get worse. It has to be dealt with now, and you guys have to get involved now. So don't delay. Don't give it a second thought. I'm going to tell you. You'll see the video. If you see the video there, and I know a lot of you will say, man, but I can't afford to get into this and get that training and all that. Listen, you can afford it. And I'm not just saying that. I'm saying I'm going to help you to afford it. You just sign up, do what you can, or just send me what you have through the link I told you about, the PayPal me. Give me a note. Tell me, listen, I want to be one of your consultants. I want to be part of the network. I can't afford that. I said, I won't, I'm going to help you. You're going to get in. But the thing is to come in, okay? And my first job, because the network needs that you have the fees paid, we're going to make sure that you're able to pay. That's it. So that's it. So you have nothing to fear, nothing to worry about. Just join. Get it started. And send me directly. If you can't do the first payment, just send it to me, what you have as the donation. I told you, PayPal me /MYCBH, and send the amount of money you have on hand. And you say, I want to do this. I can't afford the regular network fee. I want to do this. Okay. That's all you need to say. You just need to stand up and say, I want to defend my country. And that's it. The rest I will help you with. It's as simple as that. Okay, so it'll be the best decision you ever made in your life. Okay, that's what I'll be working to make sure that's what you'll be able to say in short manner. Okay, but this country needs your help. This country needs your help. And we have things, strategies, we have a plan that can help. But without you, I'm just one guy, one voice, speaking in the wilderness. You heard that? That's from the Bible, right? Because the bottom line, I'm just one guy here. But that's why we're building the network, so that this one guy here will be many through you. And that's what you need to do. Do you hear, or do you feel led to come and join? I've taken away the real only barrier, right? The financial one. The only real barrier. And that's taken away from you. So what's holding you back now? It's do or die. This country needs doers. The rest may die waiting for something to happen.
When I was a kid, I wanted to be just like Cal Ripken. It's definitely humbling to know that now people are calling me a hero. We were doing a push into Taliban territory. Instead of finding the IED with my metal detector, the IED found me first, and that resulted in double above-knee amputations. There are people now that are looking up to you for their inspiration and to be their role model.
Nice to meet you. Good. How are you doing?
Meeting Cal for the first time was surreal. I mean, it's hard to describe the feeling of meeting somebody that you've always wanted to be like. You're realizing that there are people now that are looking up to you for their inspiration and to be their role model. And so it certainly is sobering, and it comes with a weight of responsibility. It's so important that we continue to help veterans into the foreseeable future.
For more information, visit saluteheroes.org.
Can make a big difference in future elections. Now, what we're doing different, we're not dealing so much with the politics, but we're dealing with influencing the minds of a lot of people who really don't understand what's going on. They've been duped for many years. So you got a lot of people come in from other countries, and they really don't understand the basis, the foundation of the United States of America. A lot of people don't know how to vote properly. They say things like, you have to vote for your own personal interest. This is a divisive tactic. It's just something made to destroy the Constitution. Simple. I mean, we're supposed to vote for the Constitution to preserve our country, not to just everyone voting for their own interests. And then you have the Democrat Party throwing out like a shopping list of self-interest to get elected. That's what they're doing. And then to deliver on their promises, they destroy our beloved country. It's an outrage. So we have to put an end to that. And the only way to do that really is through education, through preparing a group of people, key people, who will stand up and say, yes, I will stand up and do something to defend my country and to support the right thinking and right voting. So that is the purpose of Viral Political Machine. It's what we're doing in our movement, and I want to invite you to become a member of it. Now, everyone can't join, so you have to act quickly. We only need one person in every area, in each area. That's it. I know there's a lot of you out there in every area of the country, but we just can't have all of you join. But one of you can. The first one to come and look at the video and to sign up. And as I said before, you're going to play such a significant role. I'm going to tell you, you guys, you're going to play a very big role in for the rest of the future of this United States. So I want to motivate you to go take a look at the video, mycbh.com/LP/VPM-BIZ, B-I-Z, and take a look at it. It's not a short video. I'm giving you details. I'm talking about the program. So it's going to take a while. Sit down, separate the time, and really consider it, but act fast. Don't delay, because someone else will beat you to it. Put it as a business so you guys can make some money. So understand that. My intention is that you make money as quickly as possible so you can start maintaining yourself and blessing your family and your communities. Okay, so that's part of the whole package as well. So take a look at it and join today. Be quick about it, because once someone joins in your neck of the woods, that opportunity will be over. Okay, so I need a winner. Let's go. Come and join us. We got 4 years. Either way this election goes, we have 4 years to get this thing on the map and make the change in this country that it really needs. And it's changing all this liberal mindset out there that seeks to destroy the Constitution of the United States. Where I'm not going to allow that to happen without doing something. I've been trying to do that for the last few years. I've been telling y'all, I've been in my videos telling people to join the VPN, and a lot of you, most of you didn't. You didn't pay attention. Now look at where we're at in this election. The next time is not going to be easy. It's getting worse. So I'm telling you, we have a limited amount of time. So do something. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm talking about. You see that everything I was saying and warning against is coming to fruition. Let's make this change. Change something in your life for the better. Either way, you're going to be the better for it. So I invite you to come and join us. No matter, you don't have to be super intelligent. Don't worry about that, because the network is the one doing all the work for you, okay? But we need people on the ground. We need a leader. Someone who's going to stand and say, I'm here. What do we have to do? It's just as simple as that. And just follow the teaching. What we teach you, how you do it. And that's it. Simple. Just go and do it, and that's that. All right. MyCBH.com/LP/VPM-biz. B-I-Z. Take care. What many people don't understand is that both the Republican Party and the Democrat Party are being invaded. They're being taken over, slowly but surely. And most of you, the American population, you don't realize it. You're being couped. There's a coup going on in the parties. Very smart people thought this up. So what they're doing is they're taking over the party. They don't have to take over the country. All they have to do is take over the parties, either one and both. And they take over the country. They have it. This is what's going on right now. Stop this foolishness. It's not about Democrats or Republicans. This is about the United States of America. We're being taken over right under your noses, and you're helping. If you didn't join VPN, you're helping the other side, and you're not helping your side. If you're promoting your party, you're only helping them accomplish their goals, because you're not realizing that the parties, the candidates they're running, and the candidates that are going for their different offices, they're not really in the party. They're really usurping this country. They're working for someone else. They have their own agenda. It has nothing to do with Republican agenda. Has nothing to do with the Democratic agenda. And that's the danger we're in. So I encourage you to take a look at VPN-biz and join us in this fight to protect our country from being taken over. Take it seriously. In 2016, I said Trump was going to win. August 2016. This year I didn't say anything, because this year some funny business going on. Came out. And what I'm saying now is also a fact. We're being taken over, and you guys are busy playing the political game, and you're letting it happen. VPN, http://MyCBH.com/LP/ VPM-BIZ. Take a look at it. Join. No excuses. Do it. Save our country. Disturbances, disquiet, chaos, protests, pandemics, interruptions in jobs, employment, work, warehousing, distribution, manufacturing, food deliveries, closings of stores and supermarkets. There's no merchandise. There's runs on everything imaginable at the supermarket. Nothing's left. Just like the toilet paper, remember? But then on a wide scale, full spectrum food supplies. Gone. Interrupted. Depending on the type of emergency or disaster, because it could be natural. We may have no electricity, no TV, the kids will have no internet, and you won't either. You'll have to remember this video in your memory, because you won't be able to get on YouTube to watch it. So the question is, with sickness in the air, no food to eat, maybe even the water supply contaminated, what do? You know, what is it that you're going to do? Are you going to watch your kids starving? And a lot of people are not going to watch that. So what they're going to do? You're going to have people get depressed, and you're going to have people steal from others, and violence, breaking into other people's homes to see what they have. You'll see folks from poor communities going out to the richer communities, just even the next door community, and just breaking in and stealing from you, robbing you at gunpoint or whatever they have, any type of point. And then, of course, you'll have those that commit suicide and kill their children or kill their children. You'll have cases of cannibalism. There's nothing to eat. What are they going to do? They'll take their children and they'll eat them. And how will you hear about it? I guess you won't. Well, there'll be no TV. But those who have electricity will be able to hear about it. And how would the authorities be reacting? Aren't they families too? Wouldn't they be under the same conditions? What would the police do? These are the things you got to think about. Not that you have to live under the fright of everything collapsing, but we should be living prepared for things to happen similar to those. Maybe not as bad, hopefully so. But we have to be ready regardless. And the question is, are you ready for such a thing? A lot of us Christians were waiting for a rapture, but even the Bible talks about famine. That in the last days there will be things going on. We cannot just assume that, oh, we'll have the rapture and we'll be spared from all this suffering. Before this suffering happens, there could be a precursor, a warning. I think the pandemic we just passed was one such a warning. And we almost had what I call a complex catastrophe. It wasn't just a virus, it was then also just later on the protests started happening, remember? But if it would have happened earlier, we would have had a disaster with the food distribution. And in some parts of the world, they're having it already. The pandemic looks like it's going to be beat. Thankfully, to President Trump and his great job that he's doing. And I think people, you're really being dishonest if you pretend anything else. If you pretend anything else, you're really being dishonest. Because if you compare how many months it took for Obama and Biden to do something with the swine flu, compare it. You can see the numbers for yourself. And even the amount of people infected, way more than with Trump. It's true that this infection is killing at a higher rate, but that's not, that's not Trump's fault. But when we know for sure that if Biden was president, there'll be a whole lot more people dead. I did a video on that and estimated about using the same numbers from the swine flu in terms of infection. We would have over 1 million, almost close to 2 million people already dead. That's what would have happened with Biden as president. So think about that. But more important to that, or than that, is think about how you are ready or not for your family's survival. Think about those things and take care, and God be with you all. As the months go on from 2020 onward, as you saw in this past election, how the blue areas encroached on the red ones, where we thought was going to be an easy win for Trump, we saw a challenge. And with that challenge, not just a challenge to President Trump, but it's a challenge to the country as we know it. It would be different if the Democrats were not trying to subvert the Constitution. But what we learned through these past 4 years with the impeachment process and their attempt at the replacement or the removal of a newly elected president of the United States, and as we saw in the streets with the protests, and we see the violent factions, the Antifa, BLM, and whatever have you out there, these are going to be factors in the future of the United States. It's not an issue of politics anymore. It's social political. It deals with our society. It deals with changing of norms, a challenge to the way things were. And if you have some age, like I do, you remember a different time. You remember a United States that represented something. It had its history. The whole world had its history. I mean, there's no country exempt from the history of the past. But what's being asked of this country to turn itself around, to change itself because of the development of Western civilization is ridiculous. We've moved on from there. Why are people allowing themselves to be manipulated? And you know you're being manipulated when they begin to bring the past, the distant past, always back in our faces. This is manipulation. None of that is going on. None of that is happening now. Are there still people that have small minds? Of course there are. You know, are there people who would be happy if the slave trade was still alive and well? And I'm talking about racism. You believe that there's racism in the United States. Are there people with that type of mentality, small mind like that? Yeah, there is. But you know what's more distressing? Is that there are a lot more folks who live as slaves, who consider themselves still on the plantation and who are all too willing to act the part, to play the part for the Democratic Party. That's the real sad part of it, that through all this election processes and years after year of political campaigning for the president, etc., for all these parties, former children of slaves are still behaving like they are in slavery. You're still thinking like you are slaves. You're still acting as if you were under the oppression of the oppressor. And this is being done to you on purpose. Do not believe for one moment that those who are pretending to be on your side, to be anti-racism, to be those who are standing up for your rights, don't be fooled. Okay, they're the ones that want to keep this thing going. They want to keep you oppressed. They want to keep you with the notion that the enemy is always there, the plantation owner is always there, and they are right. The plantation owner is there. It is them. They are the plantation owner, and you are their slave. That is the biggest takeaway from all of this Democrat action. To be careful. This is why I started the Viral Political Machine before, around a little before 2016, around 2015. Okay, we called the 2016 election early in August, one of the first ones to do so. We were right. This year, though, I didn't call the election early, because this year there was something very different going on. And now I begin to see clearly. You know, oftentimes we're not sure why things happen. We're not sure why you have a strange feeling this time around, which is what we had. And when I say we, I'm talking about myself. But I didn't prognosticate this election. There was something funny about this election. And now we see why that was. A lot of funny things are going on. A lot of funny things are going on. Not too funny. When I say funny, I mean strange. Okay? So, those of you who love the United States of America, who want to defend this country, you know what? You have a real opportunity to become a very real hero for this country. And I'm going to show you how you can do that. Unfortunately, only one in your city, one person, can take this opportunity and run with it and join us. Everyone else, you're gonna, you know, that person will be the one to coordinate in your neck of the woods. If you are a leader, if you have what it takes, and you want to make a real significant impact in all of the following election campaigns in the future, all the politics and all the issue campaigns in the future, then you need, there goes 45, you know, it's full of symbols here, so you got it. Listen, you need to head over to MyCBH.com/LP VPM-biz, B-I-Z. Dash is the little line. Okay? When you head on over there, I have a video explaining what the VPM, Viral Political Machine, is about and the opportunity that you have. It's a business opportunity. It's a learning for you guys who maybe don't know a lot of politics. You're not into a lot of it. But we're going to give you some special training because you're going to be a leader, a political consultant, a political leader in your neck of the woods. Like I said, it's only one opportunity. If you're thinking of running in the near future for any political office, I advise you to come and join us. Okay, this is like perfect for you. It's built-in electoral campaign promotion, so you might as well just be building up your campaign while you're working with VPM. And if you're not, you want to command a six-figure income every year, be influential in politics in the years to come, be the go-to person in your city for anyone who wants to get elected and win, then you need to join VPM. This is perfect to position yourself in correctly and in a strong position in your community. If you're a businessman or have any other leadership or presence in your community, you definitely want to look into this opportunity. And what we're doing is that realizing, as we have since 2015, that the regular political machine, it will not be adequate to save this country. Okay, the Democrats, they're playing a very deep and deceivious game. Okay, they have it down pat. The Republicans, a lot of you are complacent. You're taking it too easy. You trust so much on the GOP and on the political machine of ages ago, and you're not realizing that they're being subverted, right? I know for a fact that the GOP is being subverted. It's being invaded. Okay, you heard it here. There are certain groups invading the GOP, and sooner or later the GOP will no longer be the GOP. As a matter of fact, some people believe that it's no longer now what it used to be, and that's actually a lot of truth in that. But as time progresses, there'll be more and more truer, and I know it for a fact. Okay, there's sneaky business going on that you guys are not aware of. Okay, so that's why we're developing this network. It doesn't matter if you don't know anything about politics. You may not, heck, you may not even have graduated high school. Doesn't matter, my friend. Listen, I'm going to teach you and train you myself. And not only that, don't worry about it. Because you say, oh, I still have to do a whole bunch of stuff. I need to train. I'm going to have to pass tests. No. Because at the end of the day, the network, all of us, we're going to be doing the heavy lifting for you. You don't have to worry about that. All we need is somebody in your neighborhood, somebody in your neck of the woods to be a leader, to represent, okay, our network in your neck of the woods. And that's basically all you have to worry about. You'll still command a six-figure income because you're bringing the whole network to whatever political campaign, whatever issue is going on. And it's exactly what's needed now. Right now, there's a lot of protests going on. There's a lot of stop the steal efforts going on. But, you know, these are efforts that are spontaneous, which is good. They're reactive, reactionary, also good. But because of that, there is a lot of inefficiency. But that inefficiency we won't have within our network. Our network, the Viral Political Machine, is the most efficient and most effective political mechanism available, and we're putting it to use for the GOP, but you are an integral part of what we're doing. So make that decision today to visit our page, look at the video, get some popcorn before you sit down, go to the bathroom, because it's going to be a while. But we're going to give you all the details we can without saying the secret sauce, because, you know, you may be a Democrat wanting to find out what we're doing, what we're planning, but that will not be easy for you to do. Okay, so you're getting everything except the secret sauce in that video. And the real deal is to join. Okay, and not to be worried. There is a financial commitment. Don't worry about it, because the financial commitment is only as long as you're making income from this engagement. If you're not making the income from the engagement, you have nothing to pay. So you don't have to worry about that. Just the initial payment. Fine? Initial payment. Then this thing has to work for you, or else you don't pay anything until it works for you. Okay? So that's why I did it as a business. It has to pay for itself. It has to pay you so that you can do the job. Battery went down. I hate when that happens. So
Okay, so we're in Exodus 23, Exodus 23 today, and what we're going to do today is to remind you to what he said, of what we did last week a little bit. Keep thee far from a false matter. Remember, this is the background to what we're talking about. Keep away from false matters. Here, it starts with, thou shalt not raise, even support a false report. And again, remember that, what are we talking about? Dice aquí, en Éxodo 23, de la palabra de mentira te alejará. ¿Ok? Y aquí en el principio de 23, no admitirás falsos rumores, que también la palabra hebrea dice levantar, no apoyes, no sostengas falsos reportes, rumores falsos. Ahora, la pregunta es, ¿quién está levantando falsos reportes, falsa noticia? You know, you got to think about this for a moment. Where have you seen lies in the political environment of late? One who has admitted to lying, you saw they've admitted to lying, this whole issue now about this, that's fueling the impeachment inquiry. Schiff admitted to have lied in the onset, right? So he admitted to lying. What does God tell you to do? Stay away from the line. Dios te dice, el representante Schiff ha confesado que él ha mentido desde el comienzo de esta inquisición del presidente Trump. Aquí no estamos a favor ni en contra en este momento, solo estamos hablando de quién dijo mentira. Y él confiesa que él habló mentira en el comienzo de esta investigación. Así que, pero recuerda, ¿qué dice la palabra? Aleja. Esa es la cosa, que nosotros tenemos que estar pendientes a las cosas. You know, these are the things you have to be on the alert. Your antenna have to be alerted to these key periods of time, these key comments. When one of the Democratic leaders admits that they lied, and you see the cover-up, the little things they did, that's just no good, ladies and gentlemen. Esto no es bueno. Punto. So again, the Bible says, stay away from it. Don't. So, but can you keep following these leaders that are doing this? usted puede seguir siguiendo estos líderes que están haciendo estas cosas. Es esto americano. Yo estoy hablando hispano. Yo no sé si ustedes entienden lo que es ser americano. I'm speaking here to the Hispanics and Spanish speakers. I don't know if they understand what it is to be American. I question it because many of them came from other countries. They know I was born here in the United States. I understand, I appreciate this country. Yo nací aquí en los Estados Unidos. Yo aprecio y entiendo este país. La Constitución, lo entiendo, lo aprecio. The Constitution, I know it and I appreciate it. You know? So for people who are born elsewhere, I don't know if you have the same that I do. Yo no sé que el que está nacido en otro lugar, en otro país, tenga lo mismo que tengo yo. So things like this matter to me. Así que cosas así importan. Pero aunque no te importara, si eres cristiano, even if it doesn't matter to you because you're not vested in this country, still as a Christian, if you're a Christian, God is telling you to do something. Pero si eres cristiano, Dios te está diciendo aquí que tienes que hacer algo, alejarte de esto. God's telling you to get away from that line. Because again, looking at what is happening now. Marketing, sales. People can say, well, Trump is a liar. Well, that has nothing to do with it. If Trump is a liar, why does shit have to lie? Si Trump es un mentiroso, pues ustedes dicen que Trump es mentiroso, pues ¿por qué tiene que mentir shit? El que le está persiguiendo, ¿por qué él tiene que mentir? Si el otro es mentiroso, ¿por qué este que está tratando de tumbarlo, por qué él tiene que mentir? Así que no haga ese error. Entonces están pensando que los republicanos son malos porque y que no quieren ayudar. No. Es que no quieren que el gobierno haga eso, porque el gobierno no está supuesto a hacer. You know, a lot of people demonize the Republicans because they don't want the social programs. I'm sorry, no. The Republicans don't want the government to do that because they're not supposed to do it. You're supposed to do it. You and me. We're supposed to solve this. Así que tú y yo estamos supuestos a solucionar esto y Dios nos dio la solución. No es para el gobierno. Porque si tú dejas que el gobierno lo haga, estás pecando. Because if you're allowing the government to do these things and you don't, you're sinning against God. That's all that's happening. All they have God, the devil is looking for different ways to cause you to sin against God. El diablo está buscando muchas maneras de hacer que tú pecas contra Dios. Y esto es uno de los wow. Esto ha trabajado fantástico. You know, the devil has found a wonderful way in today's society to cause people to sin to a massive degree. Christians, born again believers, sinning against God, rebelling against God unknowingly. Why? Because they are simply not, they're raising false reports because they're Democrats, right? And then they want the government, or they see that the government has to do the job that God had told them, us to do as individuals. Because what is there a Democratic Party without these things? Honestly, most people who vote Democratic want the things that I'm talking about. But you're not realizing that these things were supposed to be done by you and me, not by the government. Yet you're using this as a support. And the government politicians, the Democrats, are using it as support for their platform to vote for me because I'm going to do this for you, leaving you to sin. That's what you got to understand. See, and you guys are all worked up because you think the Republicans don't want to do this. the government, they don't want to, they want to take away these programs, this and that. Listen, don't you want the word of God to be done? Usted no quiere que la palabra de Dios se haga. Usted piensa que los republicanos quieren eliminar estos programas sociales, cosas, no quieren ayudar a la gente, porque yo oigo lo que están diciendo. Pero yo pienso, ustedes no quieren que la palabra de Dios se haga efecto en esta tierra. Esa es mi pregunta. Porque si tú crees en la palabra de Dios, la palabra de Dios dice que tú y Dios tenemos que hacerlo, no es lo Dios. Porque si tú no lo haces, el punto es que si tú no lo haces, estás en desobediencia a Dios. So the issue is that, you know, you have to realize that the Word of God is telling you and me to do it, not the government. So that if your political stance is that the government do these things, then you are supporting that people sin against God, and you yourself sin against God because you're rebelling in the fact that you're disobeying God's direct instruction. That you and I fix this thing ourselves individually. So again, the Christian has to be very, very careful. You have to have integrity in your own person. Hey, forget Trump. This isn't about Trump. Esto no tiene que ver con Trump, amigo, americano, no americano. Esto no es asunto de Trump. Esto es asunto de no pecar contra Dios, de no estar en rebelión contra Dios. This is an issue about Trump. This is an issue of not being in rebellion against God, of sinning against God. I'm not here to promote Trump. Yo no estoy aquí para promover a Trump. I do that on Monday. Yo hago eso los lunes. Yo estoy aquí para promover a Dios y que los hombres dejen de pecar contra Dios. I'm here promoting God and that men stop sinning against Him. But we have to get the thing straight. Pero nosotros tenemos que hablar las cosas derecho, claramente. We have to speak clearly so that you can understand, because the devil is out there fooling y'all. Porque el diablo está por ahí engañándolos in the guise of political science, con la máscara de la ciencia política. So it's time for the Christian to move up above. El tiempo que el cristiano se pone arriba, no abajo. La tempestad política. You have to be above the political storm. To not be swayed by the winds. Political winds to and fro. De no estar llevado por los vientos políticos. Tenemos que subir más alto. Más alto, subir. Obedezca lo que Dios dice. Lo que Dios dice, santo. Obey what God has said. Get above the fray, above the storm. Be in the light of God. Amen. Esté en la luz de Dios, arriba de las nubes. Go above the clouds and be in the sunlight of God. Amen. Praise God. See things clearly. Ve las cosas claramente. No recibe el presente porque eso ciega. Don't go by your interests. Don't go mis intereses. Esos son regalos. Esos son presentes. Las cosas correctas. The correct things. The righteousness. Las cosas correctas. Lo justo. So right now there's no excuse. No Christian has the excuse for supporting the Democratic Party, because all of them, most of them, except those 2 or 3, there's like 2 or 3 who didn't vote for this impeachment process, inquiry process. I should have done impeachment yet. It's an impeachment inquiry, but 2 or 3 Democrats didn't vote. Every other didn't vote for it. Every other Democrat did. So all of these Democrats, so the position of the Democratic Party is to cause Christians to sin. That is it. Así que la posición de la política de los demócratas es que los cristianos pecan contra Dios. Eso es la posición oficial de los demócratas. According to, de acuerdo a la palabra de Dios, que la palabra de Dios dice que tú y yo tenemos que hacer, no el gobierno, y que tenemos que alejarnos de las mentiras, de las falsas recortes. Las falsas recortes lo levantaron los demócratas en el caso de Mueller. Las mentiras lo empezó Schiff con su investigación del impeachment ahora. Así que la palabra de Dios está diciendo al creyente, al hijo de Dios, aléjate. Mueller investigation started with false report. Schiff impeachment inquiry started with a lie. God is telling you to stay away from those folks. Así que Dios te está diciendo, aléjate de esa gente. That's where the Christian has to be. Getting away from the folks there that are lying, and if that was the only thing, okay, he lied, but we'll stay away from him. But when you see the rest of the story with who's supposed to take care of the poor, who's supposed to do what, you can see that the whole platform, the whole democratic mindset is against what God has stated. They think it's according to what God said because of what the action is. In other words, help the poor. So as long as like helping the poor, it's good. That's the way they're understanding it. But that's not what God said. God said you. They're removing themselves from the equation. They're removing the you. God always says you. O sea, lo que está pasando es que estos cristianos y los demócratas, muchos demócratas piensan que como se aparece cristiano, tiene apariencia, porque el motivo es bueno de ayudar a los pobres, de hacer esto, lo otro, para ayudar. Entonces dice, eso es cristiano. Pero Dios no dijo al gobierno que sea cristiano. Dios dijo a ti que tú seas cristiano, que tú hagas lo bueno. Es el error y el engaño que están usando estos políticos para hacerte pecar contra Dios. These politicians are using this unknowingly or knowingly to cause you to sin against God. Because the responsibility of sin is individual. It's not corporate, nor is it governmental. It is individual. La responsabilidad a las cosas cristianas, a las cosas de Dios, es individual, no es corporal o corporativo, ni es del gobierno, es individual. Y el que te dice que lo van a hacer corporativo o que lo van a hacer por gobierno, está causando el pecado al individuo. El individuo peca, es un trampa del diablo. It's a trap of the devil. He has deceived you into not being personally responsible and accountable to God, but to hide behind the corporate things and the governmental things, instead of being individually accountable to God. And now, many Christians will take this video, take this teaching, and hide behind whatever their churches said, on whatever, that's a corporate thing, and whatever their political party is saying. Again, you're going by what Satan says instead of what God says. You guys ever read Genesis? The Garden of Eden, anyone? Hello. ¿Alguien ha oído del jardín de Edén? ¿Que están escuchando la voz de quién? ¿De la corporación? ¿O la voz del gobierno? ¿De los políticos? En vez de oír a la voz de Dios. Individual. You gotta understand that. Así que
hello everyone, I'm out here at a public park, which for me is like a rarity. I don't know why for Florida, but it's a nice thing. I started looking up a while back to see what other options there were for the kids to, have some play areas. Even though I live at a resort with the biggest pool and lazy river and all types of things and places for them to play, but it's good to, move out of the fort, as I call it, and let them, explore the surrounding areas and city. Anyway, I want to talk about the election. You see, I got my mask on. Hey, I'm a good boy. I'm not spreading anything. The election issues here, it's quite interesting. I specifically, I want to talk about, these, the courts, especially the lower courts and the appellate courts, what we should expect. Simply, this is a very risky and inflammatory issue. The courts, and I'm sure it's running through the mind of these judges, the judges do level out or balance out the impact of their decision making. They also know that there are other options for the plaintiff, for example. In this case, the Trump attorneys, they have other remedies. So it's it's going to be, you would have to have a very politically motivated judge and a political activist type of judge to really want to rule like in favor of Trump at this point, because of the impact and the ramifications that the issue, regardless of its veracity or validity, in matter of fact, even that it is more true than not. I mean, if there's truly evidence, even with that, and more so, my argument is that the court will tend to deny the plaintiff, only because the court would rather have a higher court deal with it, okay? Now, they all know that this is an issue that is going to be better handled at the Supreme Court of the United States. So what you have to expect is really not a big deal. And you Democrats out there, come on, let's grow up. It's time to grow up, boys, okay, boys and girls. This is an issue that, Trump is going to lose in most of the lower courts. That's an absolute truth. Because if they're smart, these judges, and they should be because they are judges, they're not going to make this decision. They're going to let the Supreme Court make it. And so for them to allow the Supreme Court to make it, they gotta rule against Trump, basically. And so Trump has the impetus. He has the Trump lawyers or the plaintiff. They're the ones who are the ones that would want to push it up to the Supreme Court. So they're actually doing Trump a favor. They know that it doesn't mean anything. The appellate court denies Trump. It doesn't mean nothing, folks. It means that they are supporting him. That's what it means. They're supporting him because they're creating the scenario that Trump needs in order to make sure this election is, number one, correct, that it is valid, and number two, that he wins with the authority of the Supreme Court. And even better than that, is it's still the other option that is still out there. And that's what I want to address next, is that it's not even, the Supreme Court is not even wanting to deal with this issue because the legal remedy right now is the state legislatures. The state legislatures are the ones who, by law, in their state, have to make a decision if there's a question of the validity. If there's a question, and given that there's proof, that there's evidences and testimony, affidavits have been taken, the legislatures of these states have to take control of this situation, and the remedy that is theirs alone really to do is for them to select the electors, and to then send those electors to vote for, in this case, for Trump, and because the election is widely considered invalid, and for other evidences that they can see that would be brought up by the Trump lawyers and the affidavits and other people, even within their own jurisdictions, to show that there is great cause to believe that this election is compromised. So that would be the best scenario for the Supreme Court, really, to have the state legislatures, do their job under their own constitutions and select the electors to correct the malfeasance, even the appearance of it, you see? Because there's an appearance that something is wrong here. Something's really wrong with this election. It's atypical, meaning that it's not normal. There's something not normal about this election. So that's enough to cause great despair in the American people. Now take, for example, the possibility, right, that this election was manipulated. So instead of there being legal vote in the majority for Biden, what you would have is a majority of votes, really, in terms of the Electoral College at minimum, for Trump. So what you have then is a situation where the majority of the people who voted have been disenfranchised, and you're going to have a lot of angry people, voters, who really did vote, who have the legal right to vote. Those folks would be in the majority, and they would be the ones who would be disenfranchised if there is malfeasance. And as far as I can see, with the evidence that's been presented, there is enough evidence to show that something is not right, and that the votes that are counted are not legal votes. They're not votes that should have been counted. And there's a lot of funny business going on with this election in the hands of, by the way, of election counties that are Democrat controlled. So for these reasons, the state legislatures would have to come in and correct that for the people, the majority of people, the people who legally voted, for those folks to feel, okay, you know, the fair thing was done, the right thing was done. This election is garbage. I'm going to tell you right now, and I think most people, I think the numbers show that most people, including Democrats, agree that this election is compromised. And because of that, the best option is to invalidate it, for the state legislatures to send their electors and correct the appearance of errors and of abuse and of manipulation by sending electors to vote for the incumbent president. And I think that is the best option out of the other, because if there is malfeasance, if there is funny business going on, having the Democrat win the White House is, and especially with the Senate and House the way it looks like it's going to end up, it's going to be just outright stupidity for the next 4 years here. There's mistrust in the election process. And if they don't fix this right now, there's going to be mistrust. It's going to carry on to the government. So I'm appealing to all these, not that they listen to me or anything like that, but it could be, if any one of you know any state legislature officials, share the video with them, because I think what they really need to be thinking about is that which is the better option. To maintain the government as it is right now, the incumbent to continue within these questionable election outcome, or is it to just go with the flip and have this, all the people who voted, which may, legal people, legal voters who may in fact turn out to be more for Trump, really pissed off, not only at the election process and the electoral officials, but also at the government, because the government did nothing to stop it. They're already upset at the DOJ. They're already pissed off at the FBI. Listen, there is very few agencies left that the American people trust. I think you guys better, you are the representatives, you guys better save your country, because doing anything else, you're destroying this country. You're allowing this country to be destroyed out of distrust. Okay, so if it's a time to save this country, right now, it's in you, the legislature. It's in the legislature's hand. Don't be doing the lazy and say, oh, the Supreme Court handled it. Because really, you're the ones who are supposed to fix this problem. Okay? So fix it. And do it as quickly as possible and do the right thing. Because it'll all be on your table. Listen, it's a hot potato. Nobody wants to handle it. The appellate courts are doing what we expect them to do, and that is to pass the hot potato upward. You guys need to take care of this and nip this in the bud. It's more than a bud. This thing is blossoming. You got to cut this out right now. So call your sessions, select your electoral college nominees, you're the ones who are going to send, and keep this government in place, keep stability. It will be the only stable thing that you guys can do, is to keep stability and keep this government going another 4 years. I'm sorry, the Democrats, you're going to have to try again in 4 years doing it the right way. Let's fix this election thing, because right now there's too much disagreement, there's too much distrust for us to destabilize this country. You need to think straight right now, think sensibly, and keep our country humming along and keep all those enemies. Their enemies are just waiting for the flip. They're waiting for the flip, any sign of weakness. And you legislators, or if it comes down to the Supreme Court, listen, keep the country strong, because you won't have much of a court left if everything goes down the toilet. Thank you. Take care. The political strategy right now is to pretty much copy what Antifa is doing. Of course, you're not going to burn down any buildings or the city, but the resolution has been to get people out en masse and, you know, show that we're supporting our position. But Viral Political Machine has a totally different strategy. Our strategy is guaranteed to win. Has nothing to do with confrontation or standing out there in the open, which many people, there's nothing wrong with doing it now. I mean, the United States started that way, right? But right now we have the technology, we have the information environment to really make a big impact in future elections. We could have made a great impact in this past election, but you guys still wanted to do it the old-fashioned way, the way I call it. Now, BPM, Viral Political Machine, has a very efficient strategy that will bring these Democrats who are really they just don't know what's going on, over to the right side, to our side, to the United States of America, to defending our Constitution, which is what every American should do. Should be no doubt. We don't have to make them into Republicans. We just have to make them into Americans, to know what America is about, and to realize that what the Constitution does for us, and that what the left is trying to do is trying to take away that wonderful piece of paper called the United States Constitution. We won't let that happen. You can stand, you can protest, you can walk. Viral Political Machine, we got technology and we have strategies, and you can be a part of making it happen. Join us. Visit us at www.mycbh.com/LP/ that goes 45 /VPM-biz, B-I-Z, VPM-biz. Take care.
Hello and welcome. We're going to look into this. There seems to be two. Let me just go. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. We're going to look into a little back and forth that I've just been engaged in. Just that you can see, I'm looking to see that they have not erased it. So if they have, then I'll just talk about it. Yes, he did. Oh, this was the post, and so here we put in that this person has posted it. You can see this. As you can see clearly, it's a picture of a unclothed black woman, female, and she's what people would call overweight. Otherwise, there is nothing wrong with this woman at all, and I'm sorry. There was some extra noise around here. So she is a black woman, which should not be made fun of, actually. These people are posting here. You can see what this guy was coming back at me, and he said, "Hey, did he delete all his posts?" Because he doesn't realize that this was never my post. It was this guy's post. Okay, but we're not here talking about specific people. It's just the idea. And I responded here, no, he deleted the failed post. He was proven wrong and racist. Now he simply reposted the racist pic. So basically what they're doing, this is obviously someone, he's Democrat, again, typical. People who's supposed to be, what he didn't put here, yeah, you know who this is. So, you know, you guys been seeing the posts around, not this one, but others, talking about, you know, trying to infer that Trump is this and that, blah, 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 and a piece of turd, right? So this is, again, what he made the mistake of, is using this black female to imply or infer that she's a turd. And I find, like anyone should, is that this is racist. This is, you know, if this was someone else, dressing up and painting their face blackface, that's racism. Someone saying the N-word, that's racist. Someone saying or making a black person look in any way, shape, or form, saying ape or monkey in relation to someone that is black, African American, what have you, is always considered racist statement. So now, how is this not racist? And can you have any more greater racist sentiment in the mind of a person than to correlate this beautiful female, black female, and inferring that this is somehow poop? This is incredibly racist. This is more racist than saying someone's a monkey or a chimpanzee or an ape. This is, this is doo-doo. So, again, this person, this is a Democrat or someone with liberal leanings. He deleted the post that after I pointed this out, he starts making comments against my person, against my church, my ministry, inferring that I'm starting to infer things about what are my motives and all of this garbage, and not dealing with the fact that he is promoting racism. This is the Democrat Party right here. Beneath the skin, whatever color it is, black or white, because it doesn't matter, they will promote and keep racism as a weapon. They have weaponized racism, and that is what they're doing. That's all they're doing. And then when you get some stupid ones like this one posting stupid stuff like this is where it reveals, it goes against them, because of course they're revealing what's really deep inside. Is that the truth. The truth is that they're the ones harboring racism. They're the ones keeping racism as a trigger, so they can use it as a prod for the ones on their plantation. This is the type of thing. And then when they're called out on it, all they do is delete the post and they start another one. So this guy's going to come in chiming in here. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case. You guys are just too much. Again, I'm waiting for some black Americans to get on this. I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican. This should not be allowed. This is an outrage. This is an outrage. Okay? And it has to stop. You guys have to stop already. That's just the plain say. I cannot. You know, every time I see someone talking against Trump, you know, that he's poop and all of this, you know, you guys have to take your heads out the hole that it's in and see something else that's not shitty. Because basically that's all you guys have in your head. That's all you guys have in your head. Okay? But respect the ladies here. Respect the people. Don't use people for your stupidity. This is an outrage. Okay? And with that, you know, again, these are Democrats showing this type of stuff, promoting this. This is racism. If everything else that I've mentioned before is racism, this is clearly racist. It's humiliating, demeaning. What more can be said? Comparing a black female to a piece of turd. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So that's it. I have nothing more to say. It's clear. I don't want to, you know, you guys can say what you want to say. It's clear. You know, you stop denying the fact that this is what these guys did. They keep justifying what they're doing. Yeah. See? Now look at what he says. He says, wrong there, G-Bert, with an O, with an O, or whatever that means. I reposted a pile of shit as bait for the race baiter, and there you are. No. That's not a race baiter. This has nothing to do with race baiting. He's trying to cover up. Good try, but your post is now immortalized. And that's that. So that's all I'm doing here. Again, this guy, he's taking out my expertise. I don't know what he's thinking he's doing. Is that some I say here is some free promotion left night, swindler, I say. You know, this guy been approved by Presto Experts. You can't be on there unless you go through a rigorous process of qualification. So again, this guy's an ignorant person, and he thinks he's doing me this favor. He's not really. It's just so laughable. But again, this is what they do. Okay, so I said him to smile. So I'm giving him hints that this is being recorded on video because, you know, they're just so dopey. They don't realize. But in any case, this is the issue here. Again, and going to character assassination as if that has nothing to do with the post. He's not dealing with the post itself. It's disgraceful and it's demeaning for any black person or any person of any minority. This is demeaning. This should not be done. It's not like there's not thousands and thousands of poop graphics online. You know, this was unnecessary. It's totally unnecessary. And I'm sorry, if you're in the Democrat Party and you are of you're African American descent, African descent, otherwise, you really should have no part in a party that produces people who are going to take your females or any one of your members and compare them to anything except being a beautiful person, and that's what all that we deserve to be treated, each and every one of us. This is outrageous. Take care.
can't work for reasons like a stay-at-home, quarantined, seeking diagnosis for symptoms, caring for your children because their school is closed, or if you're caring for someone under quarantine, you may be eligible to take up to 2 weeks of paid sick leave and additional leave for child care needs. Visit dol.gov/FFCRA or call 866-4-US-WAGE. A message from the U.S. Department of Labor.
When I was a kid, I wanted to be just like Cal Ripken. It's definitely humbling to know that now people are calling me a hero. Instead of finding the IED with my metal detector, the IED found me first, and that resulted in double above-knee amputations. It's hard to describe the feeling of meeting somebody that you've always wanted to be like. There are people now that are looking up to you for their inspiration and to be their role model.
Visit saluteheroes.org to learn more.
What is the greater abuser in all of this? Who is the greater abuser? ¿Quién es el más abusador en todo esto? Desafortunadamente. The churches, you guys go to. Las iglesias donde están las iglesias. No solo te abusan en la palabra generalmente, they're not only abusing you in the word in general, but then they're abusing you in their political stances. Te están abusando en sus posiciones políticas. Agreeing with the sin. Están de acuerdo con el pecado. El pueblo peca. And you can't have anything greater of fact with what I'm saying than supporting abortion. Usted no puede tener más grande señal que lo que estoy diciendo de verdad, en que ellos apoyan el aborción.
The day that JD was injured, I had woke up to a odd phone call. It was the military calling to tell me that he had stepped on an IED.
My role in the Army was I was an infantry scout. I was a squad leader for a recon element.
The Army doesn't really prepare you. They either prepare you for the soldier to come home or not to come home at all. They don't prepare you for the in-between. That is considered caregiving, that to me is considered just loving him.
The day I got injured, she got wounded. The veterans wouldn't be the men that we are and the women that we are today if it wasn't for our better half helping us every direction.
Mission to Salute America's Heroes helped severely wounded or disabled veterans, just with basic needs such as emergency financial aid. For our family specifically, they tremendously helped us out with employment through their Heroes Thinking Heroes program.
SaluteHeroes.org to learn more.
Do not fall for that. That political governmental position of helping the poor and doing this X, Y, Z is not, it's anti-biblical. It is your responsibility and mine as individuals. So for that, you might as well send the government to church. What are you doing in church for? Send the government to praise God for you. Let them handle it. Let's see one candidate. I will handle the praises to God. You guys don't have to praise God anymore. We will praise God for you. I bet you all you guys will be voting for that for president. Así que si un candidato se levantara a decir que él va a adorar a Dios por todos ustedes no tienen que adorar, hay cristianos que estuvieran, ese es un gran hombre de Dios. Mira, ese va a tener mi voto, porque él va a adorar a Dios, él va a hacer todo a Dios, yo no tengo que hacer nada. Así que gloria a Dios, oye, qué bueno. Sí, eso es la candidato que muchos cristianos quieren. Se llama el anticristo, if you didn't know that. That guy is called the Antichrist, by the way. Those are the ones that the Christians, a lot of Christians would be voting for. Because he will remove from you all the responsibility, all the individual, demonstration of your own Christian faith. He will take care of it. You don't have to take it easy. That's what you guys are voting for, because you guys don't want to do what God asks you to do. God's telling you, you don't leave a poor in the street. Not the government. He didn't say the U.S. He said you don't do it.
Making it too easy, laid back. You are laid back in politics. Oh, let's see what happens. Anything you see in your news, you believe it. Oh, this is the election result. Who said? We're going to certify without investigation. What is that? We're gonna recount the false numbers. What does that matter? That's what my kids do all the time. They still get 0 in math. You remember when you got 0 in math, don't you? You can't recount the same way you did the first time. It came out wrong. And what do you do when you do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result? Hey, that's called insanity. Einstein said so. So again, this is the reality we're living in right now. You gotta wake up and smell the coffee. I'm here doing my exercise, waiting for the kids to get back from school on the school bus. So I'm taking this opportunity to talk to you, okay? You have to take action. You can't just sit around waiting for others to say what you have to do and the way you have to see things, because that's not the way this country was formed. And we owe it to this country that was formed by people asking questions and people not accepting what somebody sitting far away in a chair dictated. This is the United States of America. We're not going to sit down and let somebody on some news network tell us how we're supposed to think, how we're supposed to act, what we're supposed to believe. Especially in all these past years of false news reporting, they call it news reporting, is propaganda. And it's time to stop believing the nonsense. It's time, right now, it's time for you to put up the shutters and say, I'm not going to take it any longer. I'm not trusting what you say, or what you say. No news report, none a government agency. What? FBI, DOJ, what does it matter at this point? You really believe anything from any one of these guys? There's no point in it. There's no reasoning. There's nothing to trust. The election results, seriously? Nothing to trust anymore. It ends. They have to do a lot to regain the trust of sensible Americans. And that's what you have to do for your viral political machine. Has very specific and effective strategies to overcome the Democrat Party in elections. In this past election, I mean, we're promoting the recruitment of local and state consultants. Of course, everyone was busy doing their thing, trying to do the old way of doing politics here in this country. And so we have what the result was. That's why I started Viral Political Machine. So I knew it wouldn't work. Now we have this to deal with. So listen, I said it before. I mean, we were right about 2016. In August of 2016, we called that election. We were right. And this time we didn't. Simply because we know what's going down. It's only going to get worse as time goes on. Folks, this is something that every one of you can do. Now, there is some obligation, some financial obligation, but I explain in the video how that's easily overcome. What you really need to focus on is the desire to get this work done, the desire to do something and to improve yourself, because there is a financial reward and a professional acumen put with your name and your experience and your resume. It's a great thing to have on your resume, in fact. So listen, just take some time. Go to the video at http mycbh.com/LP/VPM-biz, B-I-Z. Take a look at the video. Study it. And press the button, join us. I explain full well how you can, if you can't see yourself paying that every month, simply I show you how you can pay it every month. We're going to help you to pay it every month. Don't worry about that. What you have to worry about is not doing it and having these future mediocre elections to deal with. This country needed a definite winner. We don't have it. On either side, we just don't have it. And it's just setting us up for some major misery in the years to come. Folks, I'm gonna just tell you one more time. Join VPM. You don't have to leave whatever you're doing, whatever political thing you're doing that you say works. Join VPM. These strategies that I have, that not being utilized, and we can make major dents in the Democrat Party if you move now. Let's get started now. See you soon. With Viral Political Machine, if you had joined, you would be first making six-figure income right now. Secondly, this election with Donald Trump and Biden wouldn't have gone the way it did. Now, it did pretty good. Can't really complain how it went down in terms like for Trump. But you have to know that with viral political machine, we would have really made it more decisive in favor of Trump. So I want you to go and visit our web page, look at the video, and join our program, because we need to make a change in this country. We need to defend the Constitution, defend our country, and we can do that if you join us. Take care. Okay, so let's talk about realities. No matter what the turnout of this election is, the truth is that there is a severe need for proper addressing of this situation we have in the United States right now. It's only a matter of time, if it doesn't happen in this election, that the Democrats are going to have a majority in both houses and have a president from their own party. And once they do that, they're going to railroad everyone else with their agenda. Their agenda includes the people, the philosophies of people like Bernie Sanders and all the others. You know who they are. They had their ideas. Those ideas are not going away. They're part and parcel of what the left is trying to change the USA to be. So, what is the GOP doing wrong? And really not the GOP. They have to do what they're doing. They're you know, it's like an animal. Animal has to do by instinct what they do. Political pundits have to think a certain way. And they're pretty much playing a game unto themselves. You know, the pundits on the right side are fighting or playing against the pundits on the left side. So that's the reason why in 2016 the polls didn't show the truth of what was really going on, what was going to happen in the election booth. So shows what's going on now. If Trump pulls this through, which is more likely than not, frankly, because of 2016, the polls are doing the same they did with Hillary in 2016. So that's the reason I'm leaning towards Trump victory. Now, but that doesn't matter as much. Trump winning another 4 years is not more important, ladies and gentlemen, than our thinking and our reasoning to win for all the following years after that, and includes the Senate majority and includes the House, taking the House. Okay? That's why I created Viral Political Machine, VPM. If you go to MYCBH, MYCBH.com/LP and another VPM-BIZ, you'll see a video explaining what Viral Political Machine is all about. And we're looking for leaders. We're looking for people who want to have a business, who want to join us in the network. and make a business of this. And the purpose of the viral political machine is really an educational one. It's not about being viral or political in that sense, but it's more about an educational effort to bring this country, the people in it, to a better understanding and appreciation of what this country is all about. And it will result in a better candidatures and better selection in the voting process for subsequent elections from now on. And so this is why it's so important. You know, I've been touting the VPM for quite some time. Since before the 2016 election of Trump, we did call that election in August of 2016. And we are still going and developing this program. It's a wonderful program, and it's exactly what you guys need to do. I mean, you know, I know a lot of you are part of this group and that group, etc., but none of them are doing what the VPM can do. The VPM could have won both houses easily. I'm hoping we win the both houses now, but, you know, frankly, you know, it's a stretch. It's a stretch, especially the House. But with VPM, you know, with our program and VPM, we can do it. It is doable. But we have to start now, folks. We can't wait any longer. You're risking too much. I've been posting about VPM-biz for quite some time. And, you know, some of you, I don't know, it's just... maybe some of you are thinking, well, why is this a business? Well, the answer to that is because there's some time involved. There's effort that you have to make. So why not earn some income doing good, you know, and getting our, saving our country? What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. So that's the reason, really. It's a lot of work. And we're looking to develop you as a political consultant, a political key player, without having to worry about, you know, income, because, you know, we got to talk business here. We got to talk money. Bottom line, what needs to be done takes some time, and if you're competing with your source of income, employment, etc., and you can't get the work done that needs to be done to secure both houses of the government, you know, that becomes a problem. I know how it is. You know, you want to do things. You wanted to do things for Trump. A lot of you couldn't. I mean, you know, you had to make some money. You had to, you know, put food on the table. So I created VPM to put food on your table so you don't have to worry about it, and do this great job of helping a lot of new Americans or new voting age people, citizens, to understand and to make good choices when it comes time to the election. So we can win both houses, we can hold onto both houses, and we can reverse a lot of this stupidity that's going. It's misdirection. A lot of people are just misguided, and we can do a lot of good. Those of you who are interested in the black community, for example, you know, these Democrats are abusing the black people. Let's face it. We have programs that help the black community. We are the only ones who are getting them the 40 acres and a mule, period. I have it. You know, the Democrats aren't going to give you that. Why? Because they lose your vote. You know, so we have solutions. We got a strong toolkit that will ensure victories in both the House and the Senate and the White House for years to come. So what I need, though, is more folks like you who really want to make a difference, but, you know, you don't want to lose your pocket. So this is the solution. Why don't you head on over to mycbh.com/LP/ VPM-BIZ and take a look at that video. I forget how long that video is, but I give you all the details of the money that you can make with this program, and especially what the work is. Now, there's a lot of things I'm not going to tell you in the video, because obviously a lot of Democrats are going to be poking their nose into our business and trying to figure out what are we going to be doing. Those are secrets I'm keeping very tight, and only for
I was the lead gunner of the convoy that we had. While I was suppressing fire, I felt a flick on my upper bicep area. They ended up reconstructing my arm instead of amputating. I don't have full use of it. Right after my recovery, I had to find myself again and see what else I could do to continue my selfless service. The coalition came to a handful of us with an idea of having a nonprofit that solely focuses on those coming back wounded from Iraq and Afghanistan. We would have the opportunity to help others that have been in our boots. Having an organization like the Coalition to Salute America's Heroes, putting me back into working with wounded troops, helped me to process my injury. Life is full of trials and tribulations. Life is full of ups and downs, and it's the way you handle yourself through those trials and tribulations. I'm Sergeant Mary Herrera, and my alive date was November 8th, 2003.
For more information, visit saluteheroes.org.
By communists. You are being puppets to the Communist Party, and you don't even realize this. Do you know that your party is secretly being taken over by communists and socialists? Did you realize that? Do you? And a lot of you Christians are also falsely being misled. You're being misled, and you don't listen. For goodness sakes, listen. Use your brain. You're being taken over, and you're being used. You're being manipulated. I did the shows before, the videos, showing how the Democrat Party is totally against the prescript of God. I showed you God's own words, how they're causing the church to sin. You guys that are supporting those candidates, you are promoting sinfulness. Sinfulness. They promote sinning. And you guys, every time you vote for a Democrat, I don't want to be political. I'm not trying to be political. You don't understand. I'm talking about a different thing altogether. I'm talking about you promoting and supporting people. Forget that they're Democrat. People who promote the sinfulness in this nation. And by sinfulness, you look into Scripture and you see what God says is sinful. You see that, and also knowing that not doing what God said as He said it is sin. You have to realize that. You have to think. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. You have to think. So when you look into the Scripture, Torah, right, Old Testament, I know a lot of you Christians, see, that was the first trick, was to get the Christians out of the Old Testament, divorce you from the Old Testament, and now you're in the New Testament church, and nothing that God said in the Old Testament matters anymore. See the trick? That's the trick. So they divorce you from that. It's the same thing that was done by the liberals here in the United States. Divorce people from the history and the prerogatives of the United States of America. Now the Constitution doesn't matter. What was stated back in 1776 doesn't matter, because now we're in 2020. But the things that were said in 1776 happened to be the Constitution, the thing that the United States stands on. And if you take away the thing you're standing on, what's going to happen? Do you actually think that this country will stay standing? Understand what they're doing. They are pulling the rug from under your feet if you consider yourself an American. So you have to understand that. That's how the flag is allowed to burn. The people say it's okay to burn the flag. Why? Because it's freedom of speech. Well, then can I get up and say fire in a crowded theater? It's freedom of speech. It's freedom of speech. No, you can't do that because you put other people's rights in danger and all of that. Okay, so listen. What guarantees you the right to free speech is the flag that you're burning. So if you burn the thing that gives you the right to free speech, why should you get the right to not get retaliated after you're free speaking? Absolutely, I will do a different show on that. It's ridiculous. If you denounce, because this is a precept. What I'm talking about is something that's really ancient, okay? But it's an established reality in the universe. When you negate your origin, you negate the thing that gives you the right, you no longer have the right. You're saying by virtue of your act that you don't want the right because you're destroying the very thing that gave you the right. You understand? We have the right because there's an authority behind that right. There's something that defends that right. Yet you're burning and disrupting and destroying the very thing that's giving you the support. So it comes down. You don't have it. All right, but I didn't want to get into that. That's for another session. But for now, if we allow these elections to go on, if we allow the result, has nothing to do. Let me tell you something about Biden. I feel sorry for the man. Simply, I feel sorry for Biden. You know why? Because he doesn't deserve, just like Bernie Sanders didn't deserve, the treatment that the DNC gave him. The Democrats, twice, well, the first time was bad enough, was Hillary. The second time, he knew. But the first time, they really did a number on him. Right? And that was that they really propped up Hillary, and they craftily adjusted those powerful votes, right? Those superpowered delegates towards Hillary. That's the pattern that the Democrats had, right? And the funny thing is that you Democrats don't say anything. You Democrats just sit there like you don't know what to do. What you do is that you stop voting Democrat. That's what you do. Simply. But you don't have the balls. You don't have the balls. Simple as that. Okay? So now the Democrats have learned, those that are in power, your masters, have learned that you don't say anything. You don't do anything. We can do whatever we want to do and you won't do anything. You won't say. We'll get away with it. And that's what they've been working on all this time. Now they got an election and they've been fraudulent, planning this. People in the Democrat Party, I'm not going to say the party did this. Wink, wink. I don't trust them, so I got freedom to say what I want to say. That's what I see. It just so happens, right? I don't see any of them protesting this. I don't hear them standing up and say, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. I don't see them. I don't hear them saying nothing. No, let it ride. Let it ride. Guilty. You're guilty. Un-American. That's an un-American activity, and this has to be investigated. The DOJ, FBI, whatever OJs, they're all out there. You need to investigate the DNC, investigate the Democrats, the candidates all the way down, investigate all this electoral crap that's been going on. The country is being lost by people, and this is really the main part, is people who don't do anything. People who just watch the news and just say, drinking their coffee, I just finished my coffee, or get on and do something. That's what's happening right now. And you should not allow this to go on. No American, not just Republican, but that 30% of the Democrats that feel in their gut, and those of you that know in your gut that this election was cheated in, you all should get up and do something about it. Okay? You have to lend your voice. It has nothing to do with Trump, my dear friends. You see, because of Trump, you're going to allow your country to get lost. Remember this. You have to understand this. Okay? All you hate Trump for, realize that if you don't get up and do something now and say something and protest against this invalid election, you are actually allowing Trump to destroy you. The very thing that you are afraid of is going to happen because they're using Trump and this whole polity they have created around Trump to undermine the country. And you are pawns because you don't say anything. You're just part of the defense. And I see a lot of you guys defending this election, defending Biden. And listen, Biden, I consider a victim of this. He may be a politician with their hands in the treasury, meaning that, they're making money, his family's making money. So he's a career politician. And whatever you can expect from career politicians, Biden would be. I wouldn't expect anything different, honestly. Okay? But I think Biden in this matter, he's a victim. He's a victim to his circumstances. Okay? He's a victim to his circumstances. He's tied, he is trapped to his circumstances unless he can gain back some of the spine that he used to have in his youth and stand up himself. If Biden is the true leader, truly presidential material, he should get up and concede. You know that? Concede. To stick it to the evil and deceptive Democrats who have ruined his reputation and ruined his electoral chances and marred his supposed potential presidency. That's what they've done. They screwed around with Bernie, and now they Biden in. Even if he becomes president, his presidency will always be considered invalid. Invalid. You guys accuse Trump's presidency of being invalid. Now you're going to eat your words. You're going to eat your words because you will have an actual invalid president in the White House. If Biden is, the outcome is that Biden retains the notion that he is president-elect. Which he isn't. In all truth, if you see the video, let's go to the video. Let's go to the video and then tell me that there's no election fraud, okay? Let's look at this. Again, are they investigating? Who's investigating what? I'd like to know. Let's take a look at the video. And see, it would be here. Yeah, this is your fraud. This is your fraud on tape. So let's look at that. Let's see. Do I have that here? Let me make an addition here. I'm using a different studio instance. Okay, I got that down. I hope this works without any problems. But again, sometimes it isn't that easy. Let me get that here, display capture. And let me just okay that. Okay, and again, I'm hoping that this works for you. If it doesn't, we'll try again. Simple as that. Here it is. Listen up.
At about 8 o'clock in the morning, we're going to roll this back and show it to you. There you go. So now they're going to start pulling these ballots out from under this table. This table, the black one, was placed there by the lady with the blonde braids at about 8:22 a.m. in the morning. So she put that table there. The same person who's staying behind now, the same person who cleared the place out under the pretense that we're going to stop counting, is the person who put the table there at 8:22 in the morning. Yeah, I saw 4 suitcases come out from underneath the table. The upper right hand, you see the gentleman in red. If you just pull one out. So what are these ballots doing there, separate from all the other ballots? And why are they only counting them whenever the place is cleared out with no witnesses?
No witnesses. Yeah, that's the thing you have to look at.
These machines can process about $3,000 an hour. You have multiple machines there, and they're there for 2 hours. So you do the math. How many ballots went through those machines in those 2 hours when there was no one there to supervise, to be present, consistent with your statutes and rules, to supervise the tabulation? We believe that could easily be, and probably, and certainly, beyond the margin of victory in this race.
That's it. You'll find that's on Reddit. That's on Reddit. You can see that video on Reddit. There's your fraud on video. And get a look at that as you've seen it here today. And tell me that there is no reason for anyone to question the results of this election. Tell me that there is not sufficient cause, okay, what is this? Is this a solitary instance? Are we supposed to sit here and imagine that, it was only one day, they made a single mistake? You really, come on now, all you guys, you see, this is the same problem you guys have with the impeachment issue. Okay, that's why you couldn't win the impeachment issue. Because you consider the fantastical. Okay? And you don't look at realities. You don't even consider realities when it's the law. It's written down black and white. Like Trump didn't have any reason to be questioning another American's activities like in the Ukraine. That's ridiculous. It's garbage. It's part of his oath of office. He is the chief executive in charge of making sure that the laws of the United States are executed. And there's laws against bribery and foreign interference and money coming in from abroad to American citizens. As far as I heard, Biden is an American citizen. His son is an American citizen. All of these things are things that President Trump has to be involved with. Especially the fact that there's video where Biden admits, he says it. He admits to using his power to force the Ukraine into doing something which benefited, by the way, his son. And we're never going to say that he didn't know. He was younger then. Biden was younger then. Don't tell me he didn't know. Okay, that's again pulling wool over your eyes. Ridiculousness. Here you go. This morning, videos going out all over the place. The elections are fraudulent. There's so much testimony. And all of that is called evidence, by the way. You know, you guys have to learn the law. That is evidence. But let me tell you also what is more evident. You have all these court cases that we have these judges. These judges are not considering the evidence because these testimonials are evidence. That is evidence. You can't say that there's no evidence. There is evidence. That somebody saw something. That's all you need is that evidence for there to be a trial. In any other country, I don't know about the United States anymore because apparently the minimum requirements for there to be a trial of the evidence and a search for fact is no longer applied. It doesn't apply any longer. Okay, so apparently that is no longer something in many judges' their courtrooms, which is disheartening. That's another issue. So begin to see, if you will, where the problems are. You see that we have election officials in certain areas that are allowing illegal activity either on purpose or by dementia. I think maybe the D in the DNC stands for dementia. Unfortunately, but you guys are giving a bad name to a sad situation that people go through, especially when they get older in life, you know? And that's a sad thing. It's a sad commentary. But you guys are demonstrating more dementia as we go along. First Biden, and now you guys who are not waking up to smell the coffee. You're not noticing this? They are allowing this illegal activity. It is illegal activity. What you saw in that video is illegal. That's illegal. Oh, but there weren't any Republican to watch. Why? Why weren't they? That's where the testimonials come in, because you see all the abuses there were. You see all the antagonism that you guys have for 4 years. Now you guys come into this electoral process and you carry that antagonism. What are you, Republican? You're one of those MAGA people? You bring it into the electoral process. And that's your mistake and downfall, Democrat. And it will be your downfall. Because the rest of us Americans and some of you Democrats who have a pair are not going to put up with it. We're going to stand against it. Okay? And it's time for people to get ready to stand by what they believe. Okay? Because the left, you guys are doing your thing, right? You're going to stand up. You guys want to fight in the street, okay? Well, the right also has that. We also have the fortitude to come back with a reply, a response. Okay? So the people need to rise up against this obfuscation, against this cheating in the electoral process, against the deceit of the Democrat Party in these issues, to not say no, let's just keep it here, in these issues. None of you are standing up for what is right. I don't hear anyone standing up for what is right in this country, for doing the right thing that's according to the Constitution. I don't hear anything from the Democrats on this. They are staying quiet. don't want to rock the boat. You want Biden as president. See that? You're slowing your country down the river just because you hate Trump. That's it. You hate a regular American to be president of the United States. You know, what is wrong with your folks? Let the man, he's winning the election, let him be the president. What is your problem? Let him be the president. He won the election. This election now, he would have won it if you guys didn't cheat. Now, it wasn't you, Democrat, but your leadership, those guys over there trying to do their little shenanigans that you see here and steal this election. It's unconscionable and it's un-American. And that's the thing I need you guys to realize and admit. That is un-American. How about if there was Republicans doing that? What would you say then? So that we make sure Trump gets in again. What would you feel if we were stacking the cards against Biden? We didn't do that. It can't be okay. The wrong because you want the outcome. So because you want the outcome, it's okay to do the wrong. That's the Democratic mindset. No matter the means, as long as we get to the end. That's the DNC's mentality. Okay? But this activity, this past election, is rift with illegal activity, is rift with fraud, and somebody in this country, because we get the courts, apparently are politicized. The judges who are taking these complaints and taking these cases, they are politicizing, they're bringing in their personal views in their decision making, which is the judge is the judge, is a human being. So he leans a little to the left, he's gonna have more resistance to entertaining anything from the right. That's a fact. And same thing with the judges on the right who will have resistance to things on the left. Right? There are a few judges because it takes more mental capacity. See, you can tell a person that is intelligent when they have what you call tolerance. And when you have judicial tolerance and you're able to take either side and treat it fairly and give it a fair day and a hearing, then that makes you an intelligent justice. More so than the regular thingamajobs or whatever you call them, the run-of-the-mill, who are either left or they're right. It's ridiculous. There can be no justice here like this. Okay? So first of all, and this is not the first time, listen, if this was the first time this type of thing was going on, okay, all right, so we don't know anything about it, so they did it to us, and they tricked us this time. No. The problem is here that this has been done before, okay? This has been done before in all these other countries that have shifted from one form of government into another, okay? It's a slow process. It's using a lot of propaganda, okay? And then it's raising up a new generation of kids, of youth, who have their minds changed and impacted by their teachers, those who were into that belief system, and then they go into the schools. This is planned. This is a programmed strategy of teaching kids. You know who started that? But so that you guys understand and get an education for yourself. That was started by the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church. Because when Protestantism almost dismantled the Roman Catholic Church, the great Jesuits I think it was Loyola, the head of the Jesuit order, or the one who started it, in fact. He came up with the idea to open schools, to develop schools, centers for learning, to indoctrinate children, to get them into the church, and to restore the church's strength by educating a new generation of Catholics. And that's what they did. They were successful. It works. So now these guys, these political planners out there, they have come up with the idea long before to go and to educate the kids in a liberal mindset, purposely going, infiltrating into the schools, becoming teachers, becoming principals, and then hiring similarly minded teachers to then start a new generation of like thinkers. And that's what they've done. And they've done this at the college level, because I was in college when they did this. So I know, I can see it. The college professors slowly and surely were becoming more and more liberal, especially in the liberal cities. They taking the deanships of the departments, and they're the ones who pretty much manage what the curriculum is, the philosophy in the curriculum, and the hiring of the colleges. So in terms of who they want as a teacher in their department, and who they're going to promote, who they're going to praise, who they're going to, give recognition to, etc., etc. So this is what's been going on. And it's been going down into the elementary schools. And now you have a generation that is totally liberal leaning. And that now has become, they will become future teachers, they will become future lawyers, who will then become future judges. See that? And so that is what you have happening now. You have a slow takeover. It's taken a generation, 2 to 3 generations, because this is, you can start seeing some of this since the hippie movement, and you saw a lot of the infiltration, because this was started actually, during the world wars, when you had the communism and the socialism, with these people coming in, trying to infiltrate. They've been doing this for some time. So now we start seeing the fruits of all that effort, and they're still at it. I do know personally, that the Democratic and the Republican parties, there is a plan, there's groups of people who are disguising themselves as Democrat and are disguising themselves as Republicans in order to take over the party. They run, and those, as candidates, they get the support of the party because they can't win as independents or as whatever other socialist party candidate. They can't win. So they come into the mainstream party. Bernie Sanders. Why doesn't he run as a socialist party candidate? Because he has no chance of winning. He had a chance of winning as a Democrat. You see that? If Bernie Sanders was allowed to by the DNC, he would have won. See, but they don't allow it because they can't, listen. The guys who are in control of DNC, they still want to make their money. But once those guys leave, and you get someone who craftily has moved into the DNC power line to actually allow a Bernie Sanders to go through without being manipulated by primary election, then you're done. You're done. Same thing with the Republican Party, unfortunately. Same thing is happening. I know firsthand. They are infiltrating the Republican Party, okay, to run their candidates. So, in other words, no matter Democrat or Republican, no matter what party you're in, okay, their plan is to have their candidate win either way. So you have to understand that. This country's being taken over. It's a coup. It's a philosophical coup. It doesn't matter. Republicans, you have to stop. People have to stop now with this Republican and Democrat thing. But they're using this to fool you. Because it's going to come to a day is coming, where whichever candidate, the Democrat candidate or the Republican candidate, whichever one, is the same thing. That's what's coming down in the future. They will eventually be able to run somebody on each party ticket that is one of their own. So no matter what America chooses, Republican, the other one Democrat, you still sow the country down the tubes. And that's what they're planning. That's what they're already doing. That's why you see certain like Republicans who are not all in favor of Trump. Okay? That's why. You don't have any issues in the Democrat side. Notice that. But you have them on the Republican side. You have people who don't run Trump. Those Republicans, you have to question. You have to question, who are they really? Who are they really? And there's a lot of dissension in the Republican Party. Like I said, because the game is up. This game is on. They are trying to take over both parties. The Democrat side you're going to be unawares, because the Democrat side is aligning itself more and more with the liberal socialist perspective. So soon, you will not be able to distinguish between, a conservative Democrat, for example, of today, and the Socialist Party of today in the future. You won't be able to tell the difference. They're sure they'll have the Socialist Party just to say, no, the Socialists are here. But that's a whole lot of malarkey. The Socialists are in the Democrat Party. And they'll probably be the presidential candidate one of these days. Not to say that Biden is winning. Like I say, Biden is a puppet. Biden is the shell of his former self. It is sad to watch it. It's sad to see it. And in this issue of this election, this fraudulent election, he is a puppet. And like I said, if he has any spine left in him, he should just stick it to this whole issue and just concede, just for the sake of saying, F you Democrats who screwed up my election chances. That's, if you had, it's like Bernie. Why does Bernie continue with the Democrat Party? It's like what I tell you, that's because he has a bigger agenda in mind. That's why. He's compromised. And you can see it clearly. Because if you had, you had a pair, who would run again as a Democrat? They screwed you the first time with Hillary. You're going to do it again? He did it again, but why does he do it again? These guys are from the old days. I'm not that old as Bernie, but I grew up in some of that time. He's compromised. I can see it. Okay, that's why he ran again. Instead of running as an independent, at least. If he didn't want to run as the socialist that he is. But you see, that shows you the game that's afoot. Okay? The game is a takeover of the United States, no matter which party, Democrat or Republican, by the socialist philosophy, by a foreign enemy. That is already going on. And so part of that process, as we already discussed, the educational, the preparation of the generations so that they can be more amenable when this changeover happens. We talked about the legal division, the courts, how they are leaning also to the left, and they will be more favorable for changes in society to force society to be re-educated slowly but surely. And then what's left of the politicians, the major parties, which to make them less American and more progressive, that's all just talking about it, just pointing towards taking over this country, changing it to something else. But God forbid that the United States of America continues as the United States of America. God forbid. That is what's running. That's what's going on. And most of you Democrats, I say Democrats, you know why? Because actually you have the most power right now to put an end, to put a stop to us losing what we know of as the United States of America. And that line right there is appealing to a lot of you who have been brainwashed and who share the sentiment that the USA shouldn't continue as it is. See, that sentiment that you have is anti-American. You have to slap you in the face. Wake up. Hello? You're destroying what made this country, period. So you wanna start another country. Is that correct? Because you have to realize that's what you're thinking. But your thinking produces a different country. Then go west and create another country. Matter of fact, California, for all respect to all the Republicans out there, but California's been thinking about secession for a long time. Secession would be, create their own country, California, right? Because they're so different-minded over there, sold out to that left perspective, that they might as well be a different country. We act and live like we're in a different country already. Okay? So that is what's happening. If you want California, you want all the United States to be California, you're dealing with a different country. And that's the point. Okay? These are the United States. If you wanted to change the country, change the name. Do something else, get some land, make it autonomous like these guys do over there in Washington or wherever, over there on the West Coast, over there, Seattle, wherever, and make yourself an autonomous zone and name your country. Give it a name. Get your own John Hancock and write a new constitution for yourselves. At least come out with it, man. Have the balls to come out with it and do it, you traitor. You're traitors to the United States. Leave. Fraudulent election. Get this thing fixed. No one, even Democrats, because I know a lot of you out there, you're good people. I know you're real with you. I know you're friends. Democrat, good folks. But unfortunately, you don't look at the details. That I also know, because I grew up with y'all. You don't look at the details. You don't analyze it. You don't weigh the details. There's weights to be applied. There are priorities to be had. And in this election process, the priority is the Constitution. It was always that. But you've been duped into thinking about other things, like your own interests. You justify the murderer because he kills for his own interest. You justify the thief because he robs and steals for his own interest. You justify the rapist because he raped for his own interest. Question of hallelujah. If, as Donald Trump claims, his actions are not about his loss, but about ensuring the integrity of future elections. Why is he only investigating states where he lost? Well, Andrew, with all due respect, so have you been looking at the evidence? Do you understand how the Electoral College works? Because the Democrats learned the lesson in 2016. You have to understand. 2016, the Democrats were wondering, well, how did Trump win if we had the popular vote? The popular vote, and you had Hillary saying, we had the popular vote. Hillary knows. You see, Hillary knows. She's been in government for a long time. Biden knows too. It's not about the popular vote. It's about the Electoral College. And the thing about the Electoral College is that it's determined by the state. And the state makes the determination by certain counties that swing the vote. That's why they call it swing states. They swing the vote. The swing states swing it for the nation, but within a state there are counties, election boards. The county has an election board, you see. The election board either has Republican or Democrats running it. So if the election board of the more populist or populated counties are Democrat, or if they make the votes go Democrat, then the state is overcome by those particular areas because it becomes more of a weighted election. Same thing would happen here in Florida. Florida is largely Republican except for Miami, the southeast coast of Florida, Orlando, Osceola County in particular, Tallahassee, Jacksonville. Jacksonville is what I was thinking about. So these areas of high Democrat population, can compete with the rest of the state, which is all red. But they can actually make the flip over if there's enough in those counties, enough counties to counteract the red ones. So you don't need widespread. You hear that term, you have to be careful because even the Attorney General Barr talked about widespread. You see, you have to understand what widespread means. It means that in all of Florida, we don't see widespread cheating. You don't need it to win Florida. You just need to cheat in Miami, in Jacksonville, in Osceola County, and a few other counties in Florida. You don't need the whole thing. You need to cheat, or you need to have an overly large vote for one candidate over the other in certain counties. And that is where they failed in 2016. And that is where they cheated now. Even Obama, when you look at, you can see the news. Go back and look at them. Look at the videos during the election. And the news reporters, when they made the comparisons between 2016, right? Obama, and then they made the comparison with Hillary. Look at that, because that tells you. You had Hillary versus Obama. Obama did way better than Hillary. He did way better than Hillary. But then now, look at Biden, this election, Biden, it is incredibly impossible. You guys are trying to say that Biden did better than Obama, because that's what the numbers are showing. Biden did far better than Obama. How is that possible? Than Obama's second term, he was the most popular president. What are you going to tell me? Even I had no problem with Obama. I had criticism. on the way he did things, but I was happy. Obama, great, you know, for the first black president, supposedly. It didn't matter to me. It was a great thing for the country. Biden? No. But anyway, forget that. Again, that goes into opinion, right? But the facts are too great to ignore. It's too great to ignore that. So that's the reason. The reason is that it's not because he's not contesting the election in areas where he won. That seems to mean that there's nothing wrong. No, that's not the point. The point is that you don't need to cheat in all the areas. So therefore, as I was saying, there's no need for widespread anything. When Attorney General Barr said there's no evidence of widespread cheating, he's right. But the widespread cheating is not needed for you to gain the Electoral College in the state. All you need is key districts, key counties. And then you affect the Electoral College. In other words, you affect the state saying that Donald Trump or Biden won our electoral votes. That's what the game is about. So that's all that is happening right now. And so obviously, when you make the comparisons on those counties alone, you see the irregularities. There's no way in hell. Listen, they're hardly getting through with this. They're hardly being able to get away with it now. You know, right? Because the numbers don't match. We can see that there's something wrong here. Something's funny. Okay? Imagine if they would have taken a totally Republican district and done the same. You understand? It would be totally obvious. That would have been totally obvious. And basically, at this point in time, impossible for them to do. But it was possible because in those other districts, remember, Republicans control. So they control the electoral board. They're the officials. So they couldn't get away with it. But in the places where Democrats are the officials, So that's the reason. These are Democrat-controlled areas. Unfortunately, the system, one of the recommendations that I have personally, is that system be done away with. It shouldn't be Republican or Democrat-run elections at any place. And because of the thing I was talking about before, which I don't know if you were here when I was speaking about the silent takeover of the Republican and Democrat parties. So we need to get rid of the system where in a county it's either Republican or it's a Democrat focused officials on there. There should always be Republicans checking and Democrats checking, but the officials, the people running, how can we do that? Something has to be done to make that overview, that oversight, nonpartisan. It's because that's the only way, the easiest way right now to prevent cheating. To prevent cheating outside of going back to paper ballots, as Sidney Powell, I think that's her name, suggested, paper and fingerprints, that's it. FBI uses fingerprints. And that would eliminate this issue. Why aren't there, take your ballot, your vote, and then your fingerprint? That's it. It goes right to the FBI. And that's something that can be checked and verified. It would be easy now to verify the vote. And not easy for the FBI. It's a lot of work, but still, for that the government gives money and get that done. Every 4 years, the FBI has to confirm the votes by fingerprint. That's that. So again, but who would protest that? Republicans? No, the liberals. And you saw, if you were looking at the hearings, which you should, I'd like you to, if you have some time, because I know you guys are busy, but if you have time, look at the hearings. And you hear the Democrat politicians there, state legislature, you hear the Democrats say, I always vote without any ID. See, it's always them. Well, they're the ones who vote without any ID. Why does a senator of a state need to vote without ID? Why would that be something that, you see how it's so dishonest? He wants to do that because he wants to promote that. And they want to promote that. Why? Because that's how you can cheat. Now, I had run a campaign in New York, Democrat City. I was running a Republican campaign in New York. You see, in Queens, which is the Democrat capital of New York, okay? These guys, listen, I'm not new to this, so I know how they control the electoral process in their areas, okay? So I know that I have a long history having to deal with that. That's why I'm saying the things I'm saying. I know things that other people are not aware of. Okay? So again, the Democrats, they have their expertise in controlling elections in small areas, and they're now going bigger and better. But this time, you're dealing with something that's very serious, and it's not going to work out too well. There are going to be repercussions of this, at minimum. Sad to say, but if this election is allowed to stand as it is right now, this is going to not be a happy place. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to be a fun place. And depending on what other countries do at this point, in the next 4 years, I'm assuming that if Trump isn't allowed to have the win, which he, by the numbers, would have, except for these mysterious pumps in Democrat votes for Biden, we're going to have a very serious problem in this country. And again, the problem here is within, and if we get hit from outside, no, it's not an issue of losing, brother. You have to listen to the broadcast from the beginning. But you're not understanding this. Both parties are being taken over. You don't understand that. You're part of the problem for the Democratic Party. Because you're not realizing that you guys are being taken over. You're promoting it. You're allowing it to happen because you're asleep, because you're not aware of what's going on. See, it's not about Democrat and versus Republican. I'm talking about the country. See, you come here saying you're lost. It's not an issue of losing or winning. I win. As long as the United States stays standing and defends its Constitution, I win. I don't lose. I don't know what you're talking about. See, but it shows that this is another person who's commenting on the video, on the broadcast, you are promoting this Republican and versus Democrat competition here. That's what's destroying this country. That's why we have the problem we're having right now. Because you're dividing this country. That's divisive. I'm talking about the Constitution of the United States. You know that piece of paper upon which this country stands. And the electoral process is an integral process that cannot be fooled with. Because then we lose it all is being lost. So if I lose, if what you're saying is true that I lost, then we have all lost. Because the only thing that I propose and support is the United States of America and the Constitution upon which we stand on that Constitution. That is what I am defending. You don't care if the rug gets pulled out from under you? We both lose. You and I don't want to lose the country. So be clear. You have to listen to the video from the beginning. Don't come to me with the presumption, this is another Republican. He's so angry at the result of it. I'm not angry at the result of the election. Like I said, I wasn't angry when Obama won. I was happy for the black American. If you ask the people around me, you would know that. I actually have therapeutic philosophy for the Black American, and not like any of the blacks that I see talking and doing XYZ, which causes more damage to the Black community. I actually have solutions for the Black community, and when Obama became president, I was happy. I'm a Republican, but I was happy that Obama became president, and I was happy for all the Black Americans, because now at least they can feel good and they can have hope for themselves, and then start a process of healing and getting the things together and move on and have advantage in this country like everyone else does. So, but what's 8 years? So I understand that. And now we're still with the divisiveness? Come on, it's getting silly. This little game that people want to play, the imagination, allow yourself to imagine that there's an issue between Democrat and Republican. The only issue here is people don't understand that what's at stake is the United States of America. Who cares about Republican or Democrat? If there's no United States of America, there ain't no Democrat or Republican. So that's the bottom line. So you have to understand here the Rosado. You have to understand where I'm coming from and why I say the things I say. But don't make assumptions. When you make assumptions, you make an ass of yourself, but not of me. You try to make it of me, but I make myself clear that what I'm talking about is saving the Union, saving the United States of America. Okay? Now, at one time, a Republican president had to make a tough call on how to save the Union. We are getting very, very, very close to a similar situation here, because we have people who don't get it. It weighed heavy on Abraham Lincoln to have to do the Civil War. But why did he have to do the Civil War? Because some people didn't get it. All right? So you have to understand that what's going on now in the Civil War, they separated from the United States of America. You have to understand what was happening. A group of states divided from the United States of America, and they were willing to defend their division, their separation with force. So President Abraham Lincoln had to make a decision. He either had to sit down in the White House and say nothing and do nothing, and say, that's the result of the election. That's it. It's what the people want. The South wants to keep their slaves. The South wants to have their financial independence from the North. They don't want anything to do with Washington, D.C. So let's let it stand, because that's the will of the people. All the people in the South want it. But Abraham Lincoln made a decision to preserve the United States of America. See, and that's at the end of the day, that is what is most important. You see? So he made a decision, and the rest is history. So I don't want to go back there. But the simple thing is that for you to say a list, because the issue here is there's so much fraud going on, and now we have video of it. There's so much fraud going on in the key strategic districts controlled by Democrats. You know, how can you even feel proud as a Democrat that your boy won? Come on. You're talking about me losing? You gotta be kidding. How can you say you won? It's cheating. It's called cheating. Unless cheating is honorable. Is cheating now an honorable thing? Yeah, so as long as your side wins, you don't care about how it happened. This is the problem. And this is the reason that Cuba became communist. Because most of the people who they're living their life, they don't want to be bothered. They don't get involved. They don't want to say anything. But the instigators, the ones who are in a competition between this and that, okay, they're the ones who then started to make the changes, to push it, to force it. And everyone else, knowing that everyone else will just stay quiet. That's what Fidel Castro did. That's what he bet his revolution on, that everyone else would stay quiet. And after he took over, then he started to indoctrinate the kids. See, that's what you have in Cuba, indoctrinated population, indoctrinated by Fidel. But that's why you have the old guys in Miami, the guys who used to be in Cuba or had to leave. They know the truth. They know the reality. Okay? So again, listen, we got to talk truthfully here. These guys start with this, he won, or he lost, whatever. Come on now. This is about the United States of America. This is about fraudulent election. This is about machines and software created by people in another country who had it used. It's fact, they used it to keep that guy in control in Venezuela. It's been used. This is not made up stuff. This is fact. And now this machine somehow has gone over into our elections by 2020. How fortunate. Right? So you're saying that you guys lost. Come on. This is not a fair election. This was not a fair election by a mile. Okay? All right, so that's the other. But at least I'm not crying like you guys did in 2016. We're not crying. We're going to straighten this thing out. The one thing, we cannot let illegal activity. I will not defend illegal activity by no party at all. If this had been done by the Republican, I would be here this morning giving them hell. Because again, the premise here